Good morning, everyone. It is 9:01.
Morning.
Welcome to official week 3 of Mega. I know we have a lot going on. I know you had a very busy weekend. I would like to hear a little bit about your weekend, about income producing tasks, about some things we did to prospect, about some rep agreements that maybe we got signed or listing agreements we got signed. I want to hear from you, Leor.
I actually went on two listing appointments on Sunday yesterday. One in Gan Ranch in Cedar Park was a referral from uh, actually a Realty Inc. agent that brought me into the company,
Nice.
and it went really well. Um, they're going to end up signing with me at some point in the future, and after that, I went to an appointment that I had set somebody that I've followed up with for the last 6 months. It's in a neighborhood called Gabriel's Grove. It's a very nice neighborhood, 1 acre lot, big home. It's $1 million home. There's a few issues with the property there. I used your CMA. It was the way you do the CMA, Jack, and it worked very well. So I'm starting to apply the things, and it was exciting. So hopefully one of those will come into fruition soon.
Excellent. Good job, Leor. Today is going to be a very helpful class for everyone. This is the class where light bulbs go on for my top producers in the past 17 megas, especially the last two. I had Phyllis Force and Isolette completely change their listing presentations and the way they approach doing their listing presentations from this week's. So I'm super excited. Thank you for sharing, Leora. Good job. I hope you get both your listings. Um, we're gonna teach some more stuff today um, about walking away from that appointment with your listing agreement signed. We're gonna talk about that. Good morning, Andrew. What are you doing here?
Hey, I'm just want to, I love the presentations, so I'm just going to be in the background. That's it.
Well, we love to have you chime in as you think as you feel necessary. And good morning, Lisa. All right, Sharon, and then Amrit.
Okay, this weekend I was trying to work on my CMA and get that smooth line graph, which I had a little difficulty with. Um, but more importantly, I kept contact with a neighbor of mine who was originally interested in looking at land. I had sent her an email. She went to check it out. And on Saturday, we talked about it. And she said, I think I've changed my mind. I think I want to buy a land with a house already on it. And I said, great job. Now we just need to do the representation agreement. So that's what I'm working on a little bit today as we go through the training.
I like it. I like walking away from a conversation with a listing agreement signed, whether they're ready now or not. We're going to get hired to do the job because if they're thinking about buying or selling, they need to be represented. Doesn't promise that they're gonna do anything, but at least we can begin helping them. All right, good job. Excellent. Emrit, I know a little bit about your weekend.
Morning, Jack. Yes, it was a fantastic weekend. I owe you an open house report, which is coming soon. I got home like 10:30 last night from the listing appointment, which we got, by the way. So I just shared that with the morning huddle, and it was incredible. I had my Realtor.com, home, Zillow, RPR report, my CMA, quick CMA. We had it all down pat together. I broke it down for them. It was a great presentation. I had a lot of fun yesterday doing that. and I got a lease listing signed. This listing agreement is out for manager review. Should be done here in a little bit, and then buyer tours. And I'm trying to get a contact receipted, here pretty quickly. But I'm dealing with a green mom who has a green son, who has a green girlfriend, and they're all three decision makers. So I can't do anything. I just have to sit and wait, as soon as they're done. And that was it. So, and my open house was fantastic. I had like five families walk through. Two of them were realtors. One of them is Miss Regina with All City, who sold a listing two doors down from the 3821. And she was pretty excited, to stop by and meet. I talked with her and her lender husband. And yeah, it was good traffic. And Saturday was also an open house and a couple of buyer tours, which are work in progress. My weekend.
Good job, Amrit. I am very proud of you going on your listing appointment geared with all the things that you need to make the conversation regarding what is the right price as easy as possible for you.
Yes.
Good job. Proud of you. Jeanette.
Good morning. I had a very busy, productive weekend. I did 35 calls Saturday morning, which was very interesting. I got several um, of my clients saying that family is moving into town, so they're having a huge family reunion the first week of August. So I got invited, and I was like, okay, which was just by a simple phone call. Uh, I did an open house Saturday and Sunday. Didn't get so much traffic. The positive thing is we got a cash buyer that is in Galveston. So we called Polly. Polly answered right away. She got working on that because he was like, "Well, I'm not represented. I need someone." So the first person that I thought of was Polly, and so she got that. And then I went and I showed houses to my lease clients, and they decided on a house yesterday. So we're putting that in the works as well. And a buyer decided that he wanted to buy instead of lease. So I'm getting them ready to t take them to tour to the new builds by Kyle and Buda, because that's the area that he wants to be in and at his price range. So I'm excited about that.
Very nice. I also had somewhat of a busy weekend. This was my mom's 80th birthday weekend, so we had some things planned for her, obviously. And we have our business meeting on Tuesday, so I had to put together my slides for that, which is always intense. And of course, we had this mega open house thing going on. And so one of my listings didn't get covered, so I found myself doing an open house because I couldn't find anyone to cover it because you were all covering all the other ones. And on and on and on. So yes, busy for all of us. Busy weekend. How many of you feel like the market and your mindset are now feeling different than it did before you got into Mega? I'm good. I'm glad. I'm good. I'm really, really glad because I can tell you this. I see so much negativity out there, and there shouldn't be any negativity. There really shouldn't. There's just too much opportunity. There's too much going on. There's too many people that need help. It's just what we focus our mindset on and focus our attention on. Those people who are positive and grateful and thankful, they're just taking advantage of all the opportunity that's out there right now. So, congratulations for all of you that's doing that. Today's class is a mindset day. We're going to talk about regulatory changes that have come into play over the last 24 months that have reshaped this class. And each time those regulatory changes happen, the class stays virtually the same. I just add more text to explain what the regulatory change was. But this buyer and seller presentation, this really will change your life, at least on the real estate side. And look, there's several videos in here where I have recorded my conversations with clients through a buyer rep agreement and through a listing appointment. And then I took it and I put it into Synthesia and I created a video. This is verbatim stuff of an actual appointment. And I am very excited for you to take what you learned last week, which is a CMA, and then learn a new way to present it. Because I gave you last week on Friday a powerful way to sit with the seller and go over the numbers with them. That is has been it's social proofed, it's data proofed. There's too many different numbers pointing to the same range for it not to be correct. So it's easy. It makes it so much easier for you. Um, Now we need to take that stack of paper and then we need to put it in a format that is professional and articulate and in the right order, and leaving there with your listing agreement signed. You should not ever be on an appointment that you don't walk away with your listing agreement or buyer rep agreement signed. My recommendation is that you walk away with getting your listing agreement signed every single time. And the transition from you going from your comps to the listing agreement is much simpler than you think. It is the assumptive hire. The assumption is that they're going to hire you, and we're going to jump right into the paperwork. And then they're going to be halfway through signing it, and you're like, wait, really? Is it that easy? I can't believe this is happening. And you feel like you're having an out-of-body experience because they're just signing it. And I'm going to tell you that we're not going to ask them to sign it. We're just going to start going through it and explaining it, and then they sign it. And then if you find an objection, I'm going to help you through that. So today, very important day. But as usual, we're going to start with a quick review, and then we're going to hear from Lisa Ormsby about the points here in this right after this review. I always will always go over this slide because it's the 30 days of creating a new um, habit for yourself, this new digging into Mega and being here every single morning, having new structure that you've never had before. This becomes a new normal, and by the time it starts really feeling like comfortable, it feels comfortable, you're gonna get a graduation party. And then you're gonna pop out the other side and you're like, no, that structure was really, really working out well for me. Um, we're going to replace the class with tasks. We're going to replace the 8 hours on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday with income producing tasks. And so you need to keep the same structure, but I need you guys to plug into this stuff, especially Andrew's book club and Andrew's morning huddle and our weekly sales meeting. These are things that are really, really important for you to plug into. Lisa is in charge of points. I'm not going to answer any questions regarding points. I'm always going to refer them to Lisa. So if you have any right now, I'm going to point you back to Lisa on a break. But this is the point system, and this is what you're trying to achieve. You can see that Mega attendance and Mega Mini attendance has a lot of points associated with them. Fairhaven, C2EX, memorizing your value proposition, memorizing the contract paragraphs, the code of ethics, doing your yoga, which helps you reset and be ready to be that salesperson every morning when you're back in the chair. Um, Staying abreast of what's going on in the state, local, national, and going out into your community and attending city council meetings and planning and zoning meetings. Um, and then doing open houses and getting rep agreements signed. These are all the points systems for Mega. And as you kind of look at Mega for what Mega is, you realize that all of the points are associated with things that are going to help you have a better understanding of the profession and be the best real estate practitioner that you possibly can be. So we don't have points just for points. Each one of these things are what I want you to have gravity towards, that you can complete each one of these tasks, which is going to help you. So thank you for everyone who has been memorizing your paragraphs, memorizing your code of ethics, paragraph titles, doing yoga, getting rep agreement signed, getting out into the community, going to your city council meetings, uh, and of course, getting buyer rep agreements and listing agreements signed. So thank you for all of you that are doing all of these things. We're going to have quite a few breakout sessions like we have in the last two Mega today. So please remember, try to pick a group captain that has been the group captain the least throughout Mega. Now, of course, we have the rule that says you should make sure that someone in class is the breakout captain that hasn't been one today. But try to grab those people who've been quieter because I want them to participate. I want everybody in the class to participate. So there's going to be quite a few points awarded today. The last Thursday during your Mega Mini is going to be your UVPs. I know Lisa spoke to you about it Friday morning, or Thursday morning rather, during your Mega Mini. She's going to be talking to you again about it. Each one of these Mega Minis now that we're coming into week 3, you only have 3 more Mega Minis before your UVP. And so coming into week 3, it is starting to all feel real. Yes, because it's all getting closer. And so please, my recommendation for you for the UVP is to memorize it verbatim. And then at home, stand on a chair, stand on a box, stand on a crate, stand on something so that you're higher than what you're usually used to being. Because when you stand up in front of the class, you're higher than you're used to being. And that vantage point with people looking at you and you're higher than what you're used to being makes you feel uncomfortable. And so if you get used to being a little bit higher than everybody else standing on a box or something, when you get in class and you stand up, it's going to make you feel more confident. I don't want any Johns. Remember John? In Vanessa Van Edwards' UVP class. I don't want any Johns for our UVPs. I want you guys to have the content memorized and then be focused on your delivery so that you can then take this to a chamber meeting or at a coffee clutch you're having and have a conversation with someone and not be shy about telling them why they should hire you. That's something that we should be excited and proud about. And at some point, someone's going to come out as our UVP valedictorian. And there is some swag that comes out of that, as well as some benefits. A full month coaching block with me at some point during the rest of the year. You'll get to pick. Listed on mastersalesperson.com. You're going to get a crystal trophy. You're going to get dinner with Lisa and I and some other things. So I'm looking forward to seeing who comes out of this mega as our valedictorian, as Isolet was our Mega 17 mega valedictorian. And she is very plugged in still with what's going on here with Mega. How many of you have completed your contract paragraphs and gotten the points? Raise your hand. Okay, how many of you still have to do it? Trying to get an idea. All right, so half the class. So those of you who are raising your hand, are you going to do it? Okay. This is recorded. I have the proof.
Yes.
I'm getting mine done tomorrow.
Nice. All right, cool. And then, of course, the same thing with our code of ethics. So the contract paragraphs and the code of ethics. We stepped away from last week talking about ethics and our reputation and the colors before we jumped into our CMA. We have, as a realtor, promised to be held to a different standard through the code of ethics, where we are going to read these standards of practices so that we know that what promises that we've made that we're going to go out there and we're going to fulfill them. Would someone in class read this? Would someone raise your hand to read this page for the class? Thank you, Bertie.
The Code of Ethics stands as a profound testament to the values that elevate our profession and the trust bestowed upon us by the communities we serve. It is a guiding light, a reminder of the higher obligation we bear, a solemn commitment commitment to uphold a grave social responsibility. In its essence, the code calls us to diligently prepare ourselves to rise above and to continually seek the betterment of our practices while raising the standards of our calling. It unites us as realtors, bound by by a shared responsibility to preserve the integrity and honor of our profession. It challenges us to actively eliminate practices that may tarnish our reputation or harm the public, fostering an environment of accountability and trust. It is not just a document, it is a promise to uphold truth, fairness, and equity in all our endeavors. As stewards of this promise, realtors with direct personal knowledge of conduct that may violate the code, be its misappropriation of client funds or property, willful discrimination or fraud causing significant harm, are called to act. Bringing such matters to the attention of the appropriate board is not only a duty, but a reflection of our collective commitment to justice and integrity. Let this be a call to not only fully read and understand the code of ethics, but to embody its spirit in every action. When we align our practices with these standards, we do more than comply. We honor the trust placed in us, elevate our profession, and reinforce the promise that our actions will always reflect the highest ideals of service and humanity.
So that is thank you very much, Bree. That is a little snippet out of the arbitration manual, which is the code of ethics bundle that we get from NAR. We have to pay for this bundle if you want to have a copy of it yourself. I'm going to read two little snippets from what's called the Realtor's Code of Ethics, A Gift of Vision. It was written by William D. North. He was the president of the NAR back in 1978. So this is a very old pinned document. I think you've heard now 3 times the preamble, under all is the land of the Code of Ethics, but most members have never read or have even seen A Gift of Vision, which is I'm not going to read the whole thing because it's way too long for me to be able to read it, but it has right after it the pathways to professionalism, which is something that Lisa Ormsby talks about with every single one of our new recruits through our orientation, which has 21 items that she goes over for respect for the public, 9 items for respect for property, and 12 items for respect for buyers. And this is, like I said, it is NAR put this together for us to make sure that we're getting it right at the end of the day. But this gift of vision says, the Code of Ethics of the National Association of Realtors represents one of those rare creations of man, a living document, a document which somehow preserves its significance, relevance, and usefulness despite the passing of years and the changing of the times. The code is an unusual gift of vision, the vision of those who dreamed that the business of real estate could become a profession, the vision of those who believe that the search for the highest and best use of the land requires the highest and best measures of professional responsibility, and the vision of those who recognize private ownership of land as indispensable to political democracy and a free and prosperous citizenry. And one last segment of here, which I think is, I have used this twice, I think, in a professional standards hearing when we're deliberating afterwards, where it says the code must remain constant without becoming absolute, must be enforceable without being oppressive, and must be meaningful without being dogmatic. I really hope that you read The Gift of Vision. It's going to be as part of your homework after this class. And I want you to put a little bit of thought into the 125 years that the Code of Ethics has been around and all that has gone into it, all of the people who've come before you, and just really what it means to be part of a profession. And I'm hoping that by the time we've gotten out of Mega, you've had enough opportunity to read the 17 articles, read the preamble to the code and the gift of vision, and just realize its significance and how important it is. And I think the longer you're in the business, the more it kind of you let it in that of how important it is, which means reading it becomes such an integral part of belonging to the National Association of Realtors, truly understanding what this code of ethics is, and not just say that you're going to subscribe to something and, take it for granted, but actually understand what it says so that you get it right and take it seriously and not have it as an afterthought, but a forethought. I'm going to lead with these practices. I'm not going to just go out there and figure it out. And then when someone tells me I'm wrong, correct my behavior and let the entire profession be, corrective by nature instead of purposeful by nature. Now, we're gonna watch a little video here. Renee, I saw your hand go up, but it was your personal hand. It wasn't the actual hand. I wasn't sure. Okay, good. So we're gonna talk about what higher obligation means. And I've watched this. I came across this video about 3 years ago, and I immediately copied it and put it into Mega because I was looking for a video that would tell this story, this one that we're having right now, in a different way, and just how important it is that we as a profession understand the responsibility that we have as someone who's attached to the code because it's a higher obligation, yes, but also we have a duty. There are duties that are bound to us through the code of ethics. And some of those duties make sure that we are helping each other get it right. And when we see someone else in the field getting it wrong, that we do something about it. Now, that doesn't mean that we're going to go file a complaint against them, but it's, check in with them. Do they realize what they've done is possibly a code of ethics violation? And if they don't seem to care, if they tell you to pound sand, then I recommend that you take additional steps. Not because we want to go out on a limb and be the NAR police, because rather we have subscribed to a code of ethics where we raised our hand and promised that we would belong to this code and that we would subscribe to the duties in it. And so you've promised to personally fulfill these duties, and one of which is making sure that we're getting it right. Because first, if you want to change the world, you have to change our own behavior. And the best way for us to change our behavior pursuant to the code of ethics is to know what it says and to be practicing it. So reading the Pathways to Professionalism again, understanding what the structure of the code is, and then reading the Gift of Vision is going to help you be a better practitioner, but it's also fulfilling the promise of the duty that you made with NAR in the first place. So let's watch this video. I think I need to share my sound again because I don't think I did that.
You there, second desk, blue jacket. What is your name?
My name is Alexis.
Alexis, please leave my lecture room. I don't want to see you at one of my lectures ever again.
I don't understand.
I am not going to ask a second time. Thank you. Why are there laws? What are laws for? Anyone?
Social order?
To protect the person's personal rights. So that you can rely on the government?
Justice? Thank you. Tell me, was I unfair to your classmate just now? Indeed I was. So, why didn't any of you protest? Why didn't any of you try and stop me? Why didn't you want to prevent this injustice? You see, what you have just learnt, you wouldn't have understood in 1,000 hours of lectures unless you lived it. You didn't say anything because you weren't affected yourself. And this attitude speaks against you and against life. You think it doesn't concern you, so it's none of your business. Well, I'm here to say, if you don't help bring about justice, then one day you too may experience injustice. and there will be nobody there to stand before you. Truth and justice lives through us all, and we must fight for it. Because in life and work, I mean, we often live next to each other, but not with each other. We console ourselves that the problems of others are nothing to do with us, none of our business. And we go home glad at night that we're spared, but it's about standing up for each other. Every day an injustice happens in business, sport, or on the tram. Relying on someone else to take care of it is not good enough. It is our duty to be there for others, to speak up for others when they cannot. I am here to teach you the power of your voice. I want you to learn critical thinking to empower you to stand up for what is right, even if it means going against what everyone else is doing. Let's begin.
We have a duty to speak up. We have a duty when we see people getting it wrong to speak up. When we see consumers being harmed, when we see real estate agents being harmed, when we see sellers being harmed, we have a duty to speak up. And I can tell you that I've seen the board of directors of an association get it wrong. I've seen leaders, I've seen presidents of associations get it wrong. You have a duty. How many of you are going to put your head in the sand and say, this doesn't affect me, I'm just going to move on, or be a leader and speak out and say that we all are on the same level playing field, and that I'm going to speak out and I'm going to make sure that I'm doing my part and I'm fulfilling my duty when you see things that are wrong, and speak up. Nobody? Are you really?
I've been speaking up a lot this year when I see things that are wrong, and I will tell you that sometimes it's been biting me in the rear because of the way I get treated over speaking against a person, but I'm standing my ground to continue to speak up when things are not right.
If we are afraid of you know, sometimes we're so afraid of people liking us that we are letting injustices happen. And I can tell you that your self-respect is more important than that, but even more important than that, if you're going to be in leadership, one of two things are going to happen. You're going to be an ineffective leader, and you're just going to float through the entire thing and get out the other side and have done nothing, or you're going to speak up and people are going to be afraid of you. One of the two is going to happen. But that is the truth, and that's what it means to be in leadership. So if you don't want to put yourself in the position of having to speak up, don't get in leadership. But in real estate, as a real estate agent, you still have those requirements. You still have the duty of speaking out to make sure. And it could be as small as someone leaving a property unlocked, and having a conversation with someone about that. But how we approach them really matters too, because we're not going to come at them disrespectful and talking down and condescending and saying hateful things. We need to come at them, which I know you always do. You're very respectful and tactful, Renee. But all of us, when we're addressing these issues, whatever it is that we see, we need to be tactful. And so just know you're part of a higher calling. Whether you wanted to be a real estate agent and be out there and then become a member of the National Association of Realtors, you're part of this engine where you have duties that you have to perform. One of which is helping uphold the NAR Code of Ethics, and practicing it. Practicing being a good member is one thing, but also making sure that everyone else is too is also part of being a good member. All right. Expert salespeople, we make our clients feel safe. That is when they relinquish control and they actually have zero questions regarding our ability, our commitment, and our ethics. I'm not going to let this go. We're going to talk about this for a nanosecond at the beginning of every class because it's my hope that when you're having an issue in a transaction with another agent or with a client, that you go back and say, okay, Jack said, if I have an issue with a client, it's over three things, either my ability, my commitment, or my ethics. And then try to unravel it to try to figure out what the issue is. Because I can tell you that Mr. Potter, when he gets involved, the first thing he's going to be looking at is which one of these three things is the root cause. It could be more than one, but this is how we triage a situation when a client's upset. I was hoping to see this on your goal boards. Anyone put this on your goal board besides me? No? We have to spend a little bit each day on this. We wear these four hats, but we have to prospect. We must set appointments and go out in the real world and get hired, which is what today's class is about. Today's is really about actually the conversion, getting hired. That's what this entire day is about. Um, and then Thursday is class, Wednesday's class rather, is about transactions, closing the transactions, contract to close. And then following up and getting referrals. How many of you are still doing mega? Sorry, how many of you are still doing yoga? I'm seeing a bunch of hands. All right, try to get in at least one yoga this week, especially as you are getting prepared for next week in your UVP. That's going to be a little bit of a stressor on you, I know. And so please make sure you make space for that. We talked about standards of practice 1-3, realtors in attempting to secure a listing shall not deliberately mislead the owner as to market value. And that when you take that all the way and you really subscribe to this, we start understanding the dangers of taking an overpriced listing because we took the overpriced listing and said, between these two dates, I promise to market and get your property sold for this amount. And if our goal was to take this listing just for them to reduce the price later, that is deliberately misleading them because you knew it would not sell and you took it anyway. And you're waiting for a price reduction that may never come. And then sometimes agent gets fired and then they get hired by someone else who does price it right. And then they're the hero. And then all of your marketing and efforts and time and energy was in vain. And I think that's a horrible lesson to have to learn. So remember about structured price reductions and how important that we have those in our listing agreements. And we're going to be talking about those today at the end of class. Remember your CMAs are a very big deal, that we must provide everyone a CMA before negotiations begin or before you submit an offer on behalf of a client. And this is a TREC rule. And we apply this to buyers, sellers, landlords, and tenants. If you're working with a landlord, you need to give them a CMA so you price it correctly. You're working with tenants, you need to do a CMA. I think the segment of our markets, the segments of our clients who are harmed most by real estate agents are tenants. Why do you think that I think that tenants are harmed more than anyone by real estate agents who represent them? Amrit?
Because there's very less negotiations that happen on their behalf in terms of price.
Probably none at all. Very little. You come across a property that they're interested in, and it's all about the landlord. Show me your credit. Show me this. Show me that. Well, okay, but this is a negotiation. I see you've been on the market for 60 days and you're looking at 1660. My people are interested in 1600. We're willing to help pay your mortgage and pay your property taxes under terms that we're going to both negotiate. And realize that the tenant has more power. It's not always about the landlord. And I'm going to tell you something that I remind Mr. Constancio of continually. I remind Lisa of continually, and I remind Mr. Potter, and now, of course, to May Rogers, who is your leasing manager, that You guys need to remind our agents to always ask for which document, Mr. Andrew? Which document before they submit an application?
Which document before they submit? Like the BPO?
The landlord criteria.
Oh
How many
yeah,
times?
yeah. I push
I'm,
that at the leasing.
uh-huh. So, I mean, literally once a week, I ask him this because 99% of the time we have a tenant issue. It comes back, did you guys ask for the landlord criteria? Oh no, I didn't ask them. So you were declined, but you didn't ask for the landlord criteria up front. They are legally required to provide the landlord criteria, and if they decline a tenant without landlord criteria, then you can most likely get the application fees back. But it's never going to happen if you're not asking. So we're gonna talk about the right way to approach that as well. Mary, did you have a question regarding this? Mary?
Would you do that before, sorry, before the application?
Yes, absolutely. Before the application fees, before the applications are turned in, kind of goes like this. Hey, are you guys? I call Renee's the listing agent. Hey, Renee, Jack Stapleton here, Realty Texas. I see that you have a property listed for 1660 a month. Do you guys have any applications? No. Awesome. All right. Well, I have a client that I showed the property to yesterday. They seem to be pretty interested. Can I get a copy of your landlord criteria? Uh, and I'm asking that because if I don't ask for that and I say, hey, my client's got a couple things on their credit, but they have maintained perfect rental history. I've got letters from the last three landlords saying that they paid on time for the last 3 consecutive years without any issues. So we have a tenant who's paid on time, but they've just got some dings on their credit. Yeah, yeah. Go ahead and submit the applications and we'll look at that. Well, what is the minimum FICO requirement? Because I'm not going to let my client burn through. I'm certainly gonna not, let me restate that. I'm gonna tell my client, Mr. and Mrs. Client, if you submit applications on this property ahead of time without getting the landlord criteria, you have no recourse. We don't know what their minimum FICO score is right now. We don't know what their pet requirements are. We don't know all of these things. And so they could come back later and just say no for anything. You don't know what the bars are. And they could create a rule or create a bar after you put in your applications. So the landlord criteria becomes very important because they give us the criteria and then we submit our applications. And now they're going to have a very difficult time denying you on something that wasn't part of the criteria. And so it's a way that we protect our tenants. So when you represent a tenant, we're always going to ask for the landlord criteria up front, but we're also going to negotiate that and we're going to ask more questions. Okay, so this BPO thing is a really big deal. Trek wants you to always provide a CMA before negotiations start. And so before you're not obviously not going to show and give a BPO on 6 properties if you're showing 6 properties. You're going to show the 6 properties and your client's going to zero in on one that they're interested in. And when they show interest, then we're going to do a CMA for them and provide them the CMA. Or if it's a seller, we're going to bring a CMA out to the listing appointment. Or if it's a landlord, we're going to do a CMA for the landlord so that they are understanding what market value is. And again, it's the same one we did before. Here are the comps. Here's what the days on market, and here's your competition, and here's what you're up against. Tells them that whole story every single time. And if you guys are doing a CMA ahead of each transaction and explaining to them the CMA, then they're going to enter the transaction with a much better understanding of what market value means, that we don't work at market value. That's something different, that we are trying to determine what was the right price to list this and what we think it's going to ultimately sell it for. What value is had a lot to do with what an appraiser does because it's always backward focused. And when you're talking about value, it's backwards focused. Uh, I'm looking at against what the current actives are and looking at that as well. And that is something that is what we do is the marketability of the thing, not necessarily what it works. Um, that is why we don't use the word value. And the reason I give you a CMA cover page and then I ask you to fill it in, which has the range, not a number, is everything that I taught you last week on Friday is all about generating the range. You come up with the range, and then all of you picked a number from it. Great. But I've helped you pick the range. Now you have to really study the actives and go and look inside the actives and understand what the market's really doing to help select that number. And the cover page with that range on it has to have this text verbatim, and it's on there for you. But Trek says that in at least 12-point font that this sentence has to be on all of your CMAs. If you look at the bottom of the grid sheet view in the MLS, this is actually on there, but it's in like a size 5 font, which is not check off the box of your regulatory duties. Our job is to lower the risk. Our job is to provide risk reduction for the firm and the client and ourselves and our own business. And so we've made sure that you guys are protected. But I can only protect you if you do a CMA before every single, before you begin negotiations for a client or before you're putting in an offer. And as part of doing a CMA for a landlord, the next step for the tenant is going to be asking for what document?
Criteria.
Landlord criteria.
Landlord criteria.
Yes, and that is missed more often than not. And that creates risk for the landlord. If you're representing the landlord and you don't have landlord criteria, get with Kamei Rogers because as a leasing agent, property management is one thing, but leasing agent is something different. If we're representing a landlord, we need to provide them with the landlord criteria form and let them fill it out because it's their choice. We can actually be found in violation of the code if we create a blanket unilateral criteria for all of our clients when we're just a real estate agent listing their properties. The landlord is supposed to come up with criteria because it's not the leasing agent that comes up with criteria, especially if that landlord's going to be self-managing it. And so we have to assist them with providing them the documents that they need to make the right decisions, but also that not making decisions for them, like putting it in the MLS, running applications, and telling them whether or not someone's approved. They didn't hire us for that if we're a leasing agent. They did in property management, but not for leasing. All right, we're going to cover more of that later. All right, so that's our sufficient review of kind of where we are up to this point. Lisa's going to go over points. Let me dust off our last mega points here. Coming out of group, the 5th class, Raul was in 5th points with 9,075 points. Amrit was in 4th place with 10,600 points. Renee was in 3rd place with 10,700 points. Jeanette was in 2nd place, 10,775 points. And in 1st place was who? We all know. Birdie with 14,725 points, which she has been there since the 2nd class. So 4 mega in a row, Birdie has been our class leader. Again, this has not happened so far. So Birdie, you are doing what no one has ever done before. All right, Lisa, who is in 5th place starting week 3? You're on.
Have in 5th place with 10,350 points is Harshita.
Okay. Wow. All right. So the good news, we have someone new. So we've got a whole new thing going on. Harshita, this is the first time you have found yourself in our top 5. Welcome to the top 5, Harshita. I'm very proud of you.
Thank you. Oh, sorry.
And then in 4th place with 11,025 points is Jeanette.
Okay. Congratulations, Jeanette. You have just moved from 2nd place to 4th place but you have kept your top five. So good job staying in the top five. And Jeanette, you have been in our top five for every single mega. So good job.
In third place, only 25 points more than Jeanette at the moment, with 11,050 points, is Renee Pretty.
Good job, Renee. I love that. So Renee has stayed, kept her third place in fourth, fifth, and sixth class. So Renee, you have secured that third spot just for yourself. I love it.
And then in second place with 13,950 points and a new buyer's rep is Amrit.
Good job, Amrit. All right, so we know who's in first place. All right.
With 16,075 points is Birdie.
Okay, Birdie, good job. All right, gift card to Birdie for being in our top spot. What I love about what I just saw was we are now over the 10,000 mark for our top five. And that's exactly where we want to be. 15,000 points necessary to graduate, 20,000 points necessary to be a master certified salesperson coming out of Mega. And we still have 6 megas to go, counting this one. So good job. So this is our week 3 buyer and seller presentations today, listing, marketing, and grand open on Wednesday. Very important class for you listing agents for bringing properties to market. Very important class. And then we'll be doing our NHC new home construction, working with builders class on Friday. Some of you have already taken that, but you've not taken it with me, and it's going to be a little bit different. And so that particular class of NER has not been dusted off in about 10 years. And so I have dusted it off and made it more relevant to what's going on today. So this class is one of Lisa's. I think you said that's your favorite class, Lisa.
Yes.
All right. So obviously coming out of the 2008, 2010, seeing all the short sales, by the time we got into 2015, builders started really liking Texas. And the new home inventory right now, coming out of 2 years ago, we had switched to a primary market of new construction. More new construction was selling than resale in our major metros. Certainly not in the rural areas of Texas because the builders are not building out there like they are in our major metros. But Houston, Austin, Dallas, San Antonio, new construction is huge. And it's very different than resale. And agents get into the market and Dulce, an agent with Realty Texas, she came as a brand new agent and really focused in on new construction. And she's on our top 40 list and was on our top 40 list right out the gate. And she really digs into new construction. I believe Andrew Constancio is asked Dulce to speak tomorrow at our sales meeting. And she's going to address you guys regarding how she's been able to take tenants and convert them to buyers and get them in new construction. The builders are really giving some really great incentives out there, buying down the rates, paying the closing costs. And so this Friday's class is definitely a class that I want you to really pay attention to, because how we interact with the on-site is very different than how we interact with an agent on the other side of a transaction. We're interacting with an employee of a builder versus a listing agent of a seller. And so our duties are a little bit different, how we interact with them a little bit different, and it should be a lot less adversarial. This is not the same thing. So, all right, cool. Today, we're going to jump in this morning on the buy side, and we're going to come out on the other side a bit, and we're going to work on the sell side. So first, we're going to be focusing on the buy side of this class, and then we're doing buyer and seller presentations. So we're going to first work on the buy side. A lot of the buyers we're going to meet them at the driveway. asking for referrals, setting the appointment. These are things we really focused on heavily on the first week of Mega. We did a lot of script practice.
That title can call.
Hey, Lisa, can you hit mute? This is something that I need you guys to not separate yourselves from, because everything that we learned in that first week, this is where you start implementing it. This is where it starts becoming second nature and having those conversations, because a buyer presentation often is going to happen in the driveway, especially as lead comes in. Now, if it's a family or a friend, we're always even in the driveway, but before, if it's a referral that comes in, and they're calling you on the phone and there's not going to be an appointment set at that moment, instead of meeting them at a property, you're inviting them to come onto Zoom or meeting them at your office or at a coffee shop and do a buyer boot camp and walk them through the buy process so that they are the most informed buyer possible. So I want you guys not to fall into the trap of either forgetting to ask for referrals or not asking everyone to ask for referrals. And I'm sure there's some of you, I'm sure that you still have in your mind that you're going to wait to ask for a referral at the closing table. Is that the right way to ask for referrals? No, it's not. We're going to start at the very beginning. I remember I told you the story many years ago where I actually met a real estate agent and gave me an envelope and said, "Hey, I'm going to be focused on you primarily for the next month, and I need your help so I can focus on you and not be focusing on finding my next client. If you know 3 people that are looking to buy, sell, lease a home, would you please put their names on this card?" And I did. I gave him 3 people I knew, and he called them all. That's something that then I was later taught in a UVP class that I took at First Team Real Estate in California back in 2003, which was like a very small mini version of what we're going through right now. And they called it UVP, and it really changed my career. And I had taken that, and I remember how impactful that training was for me, and I built it into an academy for you. So, who feels like you're really good with asking for referrals? Good, Amrit. Will you go through the screen and read the ask here?
Sure. Agent, hi Anne. If you know anyone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, would you call me and let me know? Your referrals would mean the world to me. Client, of course, I would be happy to. Agent, thank you so much. Client referrals are my number one source of business. So without them, my business would not be thriving. So really, it does mean the world to me. Hi, Anne. If you know anyone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, please let me know about them. On average, my clients send me 2 referrals a year, and I can't wait to help your friends and family. You are really great to work with, and I bet they would be too.
So this first ask, maybe you're asking the first time you meet, and then the second time you have a conversation with them, we're going to ask in just a little different way, and we're going to always ask, when you know someone looking to buy, sell, or lease, that puts them thinking about the future. And then, by the way, who do you know, which puts them into right now. And that will help you in your real estate profession forever, getting more referrals, just simply asking and letting clients know how important that is to you. As you build a bigger client base and you have these conversations more and you start getting more and more referrals, it's going to be a no-brainer. And you're going to be thinking, of course, I'm going to never stop doing this now. But before you did it, for some reason, we had an objection to ourselves for asking. We didn't feel like we deserved it, or we felt like it was too soon, or something. But that is not the hallmark of a salesperson. So I need to help you become a better salesperson so that you get the leads. And as that becomes second nature in your business and they start coming in at an alarming rate, more than you ever thought possible, then you realize that this was right, that you do need to be asking, and it makes the business so much easier, especially when you know just how many leads that you need to get to make the million and how much better a referral is than a new lead is from the grabber, because you're borrowing influence from a third party. All right, the 5 things now. So you ask for the referrals. When buyer leads are coming in, we're going to make sure that we have a script, and we're going to remember, and this is something that Bertie mentioned, I think last class or the class before, is that when she's talking with people on the phone now, she has unburdened herself with trying to do too much on that first phone call, trying to convert them on the first phone call, which can sound and feel desperate. It can feel overwhelming and it's way too much. So in the beginning now, it's just set the appointment. Let's meet. You're interested in buying and selling a home? I saw that you were interested in 123 Main Street. Let's meet out there. And now you can use that as an opportunity to set the appointment, get off the phone with them, and then go meet them, and then do the real work of conversion in person, which is so much more powerful. Consumers hire, by average, the first agent they meet. And so that consumer likely is talking with 3 or 4 agents and they haven't agreed to meet with someone yet. And you make it super simple and you just schedule the appointment, and then you go meet them. Now you're going to go meet them in the real world and you have a 90% chance of getting hired because you set the appointment. So when we are setting the appointment, we have to remember the difference between appointment setting and conversion, and we're going to take all the conversion out of that conversation, and we're going to remember the 5 elements of the script that helps us set the appointment. This class is really about the driveway, meeting them in the driveway, but I'm going to back it up a little bit and we're going to start because obviously we need to get them to the driveway. So if they've registered or they were a referral from a friend, we know their name. So we start with their name and then our name and our brokerage, and then where we got their information from, and then the property that they're asking about. Trek rule says that we're going to identify ourselves as a real estate agent first. So does the Code of Ethics. So the Code of Ethics say that you're going to identify yourself as a real estate agent. So out the gate, the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to use their name. That's going to perk their ears up. And this person knows me. Hi, is this Tom? Yeah, this is Tom. Hi, Tom. My name is Jack Stapleton with Realty, Texas. Realtor.com said you're interested in 123 Main Street. When did you want to see that property? Or did you want to see the property? Set the appointment, go out there and meet them out there, and follow this script. This script will really, really help you in real estate. Their name, identify who you are, where you found their information from, the property they were inquiring about, and set the appointment. Ask them if there's any other properties they want to see, and then remember the Zillow script on the end. If it's a lead that's coming from a source that you're paying for, likely that person is being sold on 3 or 4 others. And if that's the case, there's a Realtor.com or a Zillow lead, and the source of the lead will tell you that, it's likely that they're getting calls from other people. If you're leaving a voicemail, this is a great script to use on the phone. Hi, Tom. This is Jack Stapleton with Realty, Texas. Realtor.com asked me to call you regarding 123 Main Street. Did you want to see the property? Give me a call back. 512-264-5115. Talk with you soon. And then in the afternoon, hey, Tom, this is Jack Stapleton. Call you this morning about that 123 Main Street. Just still trying to get a hold of you. No problem. Looks like you're busy. I'll call you in the morning to check in. And then you just keep up that cadence as you're calling. And as many of you have learned that they are listening. They are getting your phone calls. So be positive and just keep doing what you're doing. Intent to reach. This is that first attempt call that I just mentioned, the subsequent call, and this is that cadence. Hey, Tom, Jack Stapleton with Realty, Texas, got a message from you and was calling to see how I can help. That is someone who you don't know what property they're calling about, and that happens sometimes. And so a lot of our leads, sometimes we don't have a source. They could have registered on our website. And so all we know is they came from the website and we don't have a property at all. And so this is that cadence. This is a really good script for your making your calls. And as a real estate agent, I need you guys to be making your calls. So you're going to replace Mega with making the calls. We have an opportunity vault that's got 25,000 people in it. We have a grabber with about 1,600 people in it. I think we added 75 leads this weekend. Your apps were probably busy for those of you who set yourself available. And so there's a lot of opportunity there. I think there was about 500 calls made this weekend to our grabber. And I think we added like 45 rooms this weekend. It was a very busy weekend for our sales department. So we're seeing that the market kind of has this ebb and flow. We saw things really slow down around the 4th of July weekend. And now that pent-up demand has created a little bit of a busy cycle. So we're seeing people responding to leads and making appointments a lot more than we have in the last 3 weeks. I've had you guys do this twice now, setting the appointment, and this is as simple as it is. I mean, sometimes we really complicate this setting of the appointment, but one thing that Gavin teaches, and now Kamei as well, is using this script to set the appointment in our ISA department when you take a lead, and we continually having agents blown away that this worked. I used the script and it worked. I set an appointment, and then they met them and they got hired, and they come back and their mind is blown because they were overcomplicating it. And that's typically what we do in life is we make things as complicated as possible, and the better at it we get it, with the we go back and we engineer it to make it simpler. So this is simple, and I want you guys to hear it again from beginning to end. We've got 3 more slides and then we're going to go on a break, but I want to hear from you. So let's hear this script one more time. The setting of the appointment, who would like to be the buyer and who would like to be the agent. Okay, Renee is going to be the agent, and who's going to be the buyer? All right, Renee and Jeanette. Ring, ring.
Hi, Jeanette. This is Renee Pretty with Realty Texas. Zillow asked me to call you regarding 123 Main Street. When would you like to see this property?
Are you available tomorrow around 3 o'clock?
Absolutely, Jeanette. I will meet you at 123 Main Street tomorrow at 3 p.m. Are there any other homes that you would like to see?
Right now, no.
Okay, great. I'm putting you on my calendar for tomorrow at 3 p.m. at 123 Main Street. If you come across any others that you would like to see, please let me know so I can add them to the list.
Thank you.
My pleasure. I'm looking forward to seeing it. By the way, if someone else calls you from my firm, just let them know that Renee has already helped you.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you. I just sent you a text with my number. If you need anything in the meantime, let me know.
Thank you.
No problem. See you tomorrow.
I know that seems overly simplistic, but it works. And those people who are converting at a high percentage, this is what they're doing. When I go to Platinum Top 50, a real estate agent, top wards, agents doing 50, 60 million in production, I look at some of them and they've been in the business for 2 or 3 years and they're closing 60 to 70 transactions a year. I look at it, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, what we're learning is they're setting appointments. They're just setting appointments and going and meeting them there. And then when they get there, that's when the conversion happens. So the simpler, studies have proven, the simpler that you make this on the phone, then you go meet them and then you get hired. And the consumers are eating this up. We have to do business the way that consumers want to do business, not the way that we want the consumers to do business. And that's tough, because what would we like to see consumers do? We would like to see them call us and say, "Hi, Mary Beth, this is Jack, and I am an uninformed buyer and I really need assistance. So could you meet with me for about 45 minutes and teach me the process of what it is to be a home buyer, and I can sign your representation agreement?" That is kind of the call that we would like to have happen, right? But that's not the call that's going to come, because people don't spend a lifetime dreaming about hiring a real estate agent. They spend a lifetime dreaming about home. And we just kind of insert ourselves in that process and find ourselves there. And so the easier we make it for them, the better. So this is where the journey begins for us in this class of after that phone call. So we're going to take a break. It's 10:06. We're going to come back at 10:16, and then we're going to spend the next 2 hours before lunch in the driveway with the conversation about getting hired and our representation agreement, and ensuring that we're fulfilling the duties that Trek requires of us in the driveway. I'll see you back at 10:16. Have a good break.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought they need Jack here where we need Jack here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Well, I love your new graphic, Ormsby. That's super fun. All right, so we can make that phone call, we set the appointment, and there's a few after call tasks I need to make sure that you're making. Because the last thing you want to do is get off the phone and forget. Wait, when did I say? Thankfully, these calls are recorded, so you should be using your app. The recorded conversations have made Michael Potter's job so much easier. Some of the biggest scenarios that we've um, been able to help our agents with that really could have created a lot of risk for them, we had recorded, which really helped our agents. So having these recorded conversations and be able to go back to them later is really, really valuable to you. And so please be using your app. And in fact, something that we're going to talk about tomorrow at our business meeting is that you have a new app available. And I need you guys to go on your next break and update that app because there has been a massive upgrade in your Realty Texas app. It is sped up 1,000,000,000%. It's lightning fast now. So I'm super excited to have that new rolled out. We have been in development with this app for a year, and we just rolled out the final version that has dealt with all the speed issues that you might have experienced in the past. So after the appointment has been set and you called them with the Realty Texas app and you've got the conversation recorded, you're going to go and update your notes. Now, how many of you know what happens when you use the app and you make a call through the tasks? Did you know that the call is recorded, the recording is digitized, and then the digitized notes get put into the system automatically? And then the next time you call, a screen opens up with all of the notes and then takes all of the notes and digitizes into a small synopsis so that it pops up on the screen and tells you a synopsis of all the conversations that have ever happened. So that is part of the tech that we give you to help you make sense of where you are with this customer. Your pipelines. We spoke about your pipelines in the third mega class that we took, Relentless Conversion. Pipelines is really important because it helps put your clients in the right bucket. We have a new pipeline. If they don't answer the phone, they fall into intent to reach. If we get through 6 calls and they haven't answered the phone, they go into last chance. If they do answer the phone and they don't commit to buying a home, but they're open to talking with us later, they go into incubate and we incubate them. But if they mention that they are interested in buying a home or transacting with us or selling a home, whatever the case may be, we put them into nurturing. And the goal for them to be in nurturing is for us to get a representation agreement signed and them go into the rep agreement pipeline. And a rep agreement means we have a rep agreement, not that we sent one out for signature, but they actually sign the rep agreement. And when they sign the rep agreement, our system, based on you sending the rep agreement through our e-sign, once they sign it, it automatically puts them in the rep agreement pipeline for you. So if you get a rep agreement signed through the Realty Texas app or through our room system, it's going to automatically update rep agreement. How many of you are paying attention to your pipelines and know how to change a pipeline for our client? I'm hoping everyone raises their hand because this is really important, guys. After let's say you're on the phone with them, you set the appointment, you update the notes because obviously you're a practitioner and you need to be keeping notes to everything that you do. Chuck says we have to have copious notes with a file. So we have the conversation, we update our notes, and we change the pipeline so that they're in the right pipeline. And again, a lot of the pipelines are being changed for us, but you still need to put your eyes on that. And then my recommendation is you spool an RPR report like we did last class and then for the property that they're going to see and send them an email with the RPR report, or you can print it and take it with you in that first appointment. And a lot of you are using BombBomb. We're working on a BombBomb for our Realty Texas app that's coming in third quarter. But for now, we have a free version of BombBomb that, not a free version, we're paying for BombBomb as a company and we're sharing that username and password, which is not against their terms and conditions. And you can pay for your own BombBomb separately if you'd like. But sending him the RPR report, sending him the video, and then setting up a portal in the MLS client gateway putting the showing on your calendar, texting them a reminder of the date and time, and then sending them your V card. This should be your checklist. Remember SOPs, your own standard operating procedures for your business. These should be your SOPs for an after call appointment where you follow these tasks. Each time you get off the phone, you want to make sure these things are done. Your V card is a much bigger asset than you realize. Your V card would cost about somewhere between $99 and $150 a month if you purchased it elsewhere. Your V card is a huge asset, especially that red button that you click on your V card. Anybody tell the class what the red button does on your V card? Birdie knows. Jennifer knows.
I'll do to your contacts.
Yes. That red button will take all of your information and it will open up the contact card on their phone filled out, and all they have to do is click the save button, and now all of your information, your website, your phone number, your name, your designations, all of your contact information is stored in their phone. And so getting your information in their phone is pretty valuable. How many of you have the Realty Texas name badge? What secret functionality does that name badge have? Anybody want to share the secret functionality? Renee.
The QR code that can be scanned and update your info to the prospect. That's
So
not, well, I mean,
It's the tap.
yeah, that's not the secret, Renee. You've got a chip inside that card. You may not realize, but that plastic one. So yes, we have the QR code, but that's the visible one, right? Anyone can scan that card. But we have a chip that has proximity. You know how when you go to the drive-through at Starbucks and you take your credit card and you tap the payment terminal and it pays? You have the tap. Your plastic Realty Texas name badge, you can tap on someone's phone and it's going to open up automatically a link that says click here, and they click it and it will open up the browser. And so we've got that proximity, which is something really, really cool that we have. So not only do you have the QR code, but you also have the tap. So
The tap. Oh,
the
sorry.
tap. And technically, it's touchless. So you just have to get it within 3 inches of the phone. It doesn't actually have to tap. It just has to get close. And it displays using that RF technology, which is really, really cool. So please don't forget that you have that. So many of you are not going to carry business cards anymore, and that's okay. You can take your QR code, and the easiest way for you to get to your QR code, if you are, uh, at an open house, if you're at an open house, all of you already know how to have the open house registration form that we built for you that's in your .me. You know how to access that? Really? Well, have we been over this too? Okay.
Lisa did go over that with us at her training.
Thank you, Lisa, for going over it at the training. I'm gonna have Lisa go over it at our next break. Because I've got to put my properties in the MLS and it only shows up on properties who are currently advertised, and I have 4 listings to put in there. So I'll do that at the break. All right. So you have, when you're doing your grand open house, which we're going to show next week, you can bring your laptop or your iPad, and we have a registration form that's for that property. And you click a link in your .me, it opens up on the iPad, and you set it there, and then people can register. And as they're registering for the open house, it tracks how many people came to that open house. There's a QR code that they can scan. You've got your name badge that they can scan, And then when they do register, it automatically takes them to a client gateway where they can click a few more things and automatically create a gateway for themselves where they're getting listings sent to them that are similar. So lots of ways for you to digitally get your information to them so they don't forget who you are. You're saved in their phone, and now next time you call them, your name's going to pop up when you call them. So in today's world, business cards, you can certainly print them and have a QR code on the back of them. So you don't, we have an entire library of different business cards with your QR code on it, but we also have a sticker for your QR code. So you can print that QR code and put it on the back of your phone. You can take the little business card holder and put your QR code there, your RF card, so you can get it near their phone and pop it up. Or you can take your app and open up the QR code for them to scan. A million different ways. You just need to find an easy way that works for you so you can get your information to them and share that information with them. And that's why we put the QR code on the registration form, because they pop in, your QR code is sitting right there. Okay, so when we meet them at the property, when we show up on the driveway, because right now we're making the assumption that um, we clicked the grabber, clicked yes, clicked call. They answered. They're interested in 1441 Rainbow Park. We called them, we set the appointment, and now we're going to go meet them at 1441 Rainbow Park. And so we're going to meet them at the property. And when we meet them at the property, these are the things that you have to have. And we're going to talk about some regulatory requirements so we stay in compliance with the law. IABS, a buyer rep, the RPR either in digital form or in printed form, the agent one page, which is the MLS page. Some of you are not using Matrix, so whatever the agent side of the MLS page looks like, and you're going to keep that to yourself because that has some private information that we're not going to hand out, and the client one page, so you can hand them the client one page without giving them that contact information, and then have a quick CMA handy for them. So if they sign the representation agreement, you can give them that quick CMA, which will help them. For those of you who have not yet used or printed out an RPR report, I need you guys to get really good at this and use it. I can tell you over the last 3 weeks, I've probably printed 15 RPR reports. This is something that is not a one-off that we do once every couple months. You should be using RPR every day, especially for your blues. Amaret said he has an entire family of blues. The RPR is going to really help them because it's going to give them all the information. RPR is what I call following the expert representation model. It should be considered rudimentary. NER says consumers want three things from agents. Number one, they want you to be competent. Two, they want you to be an expert negotiator. And three, they want you to put them first. And RBR kind of tells that whole story. Here, I know you're going to have questions, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer. Here's a report that's going to give you more, give you the answers. For your yellows, it's going to have pretty photos of the house. For the blue, it's going to have demographic data. For the green, it's going to tell the story about that particular property on page 2. And for the reds, they may be interested in it, but they're going to look at the page 2 and they're going to see the RPR RVM value, and because they're just going to want the number. What is this thing? Okay, 250, got it. So you're giving something to everyone by this report. It has something for everyone. We get to the property. Maybe we get there a little bit early. We drive the neighborhood. We know the neighborhood already, maybe, but we're going to familiarize ourselves with the neighborhood and what active inventory is. So when we get there, we feel confident in that neighborhood. And I like to get there a little bit early and maybe walk the home, make sure that, that there's nobody home, that the appointment was properly set, and get the home properly prepared for a showing. So, and then they're going to arrive in the driveway and you're going to meet them and you're going to walk up to them and you're going to greet them. This greeting is just as important with setting the appointment. So we're going to assume that we don't know this person and we're meeting them in the driveway. So when we're walking up to them, And we're going to identify ourselves as a real estate agent. Tom? Yeah, okay, this is Tom. This is the person I'm meeting. Hi, Jack Stapleton. Good to meet you. Now I've met them in the driveway. Is this person a client or a customer?
Customer.
Yep. This person is a customer. And according to Trek, what are the 3 duties that we owe every single customer? What is the first duty you owe them? And each one of you should know this like the back of your hand because this was in pre-license education. This is in Trek 1101 License Act. You have 3 duties that you must perform for every single customer.
Duty of loyalty, one of them?
What's that?
Duty of loyalty, is that one?
Duty of loyalty? Well, I think loyalty is a spirit. But we don't have a duty to loyalty to a customer. We have duty to a loyalty to a client. Duties, these are things, these are tasks. So when you think of duties, I want you to think of tasks. There are 3 tasks that you must perform. Caroline.
The IABS form.
Okay, that's first one is that we have to not only present the IABS, we don't not only just give it to them, but we're supposed to explain it. We're supposed to give them the information about brokerage services form, and we're supposed to explain it. I have a video where you guys are going to go into your groups. You're going to go through and listen to the video, and then you're going to explain the IABS, and we're going to do it like 5 times until this becomes muscle memory because you need to explain it to them. And even if you're using the app is going to have an auto IABS and an auto one-page rep agreement. I still recommend the paper, and then you can hand it to them. They're going to sign it digitally, so you have it signed on your phone, but then they can walk away with a piece of paper. Yes, the first one is present and explain the IABS form. Sherry, I see your hand up too. You're going to tell us the number 2?
Yes, buyer rep agreement.
Okay, so the second one, you're close, but not there yet. The next duty, the very next duty after we give them the information about brokerage services, is we have to, and what are we explaining when we're going through the IABS with a client? What topic are we explaining?
Brokerage services.
The minimum duties that we are required to do for every customer.
That's part of it. But really, when we zoom out and look at it, you're right, those are details, but the overarching theme, Lior?
Our representation works in Texas.
Okay. So, and representation falls under what huge umbrella at Trek?
Who we represent, buyer, seller, or both.
And what is that called?
Transparency.
You all
representation.
No, you guys took a 30-hour course on this in pre-license education, and the whole course had this title.
Agency.
Intermediary.
Agency.
Thank you, Lior. Agency. Agency. That is what this form is all about. This form is the overarching thing is explaining agency, the broker's role in a transaction. So the broker's role, their minimum duties, all of these things fall under this huge umbrella of agency. So first, we have to present and explain the information about brokerage services, the broker's role in the transaction. We're talking about agency now. And then the very next thing that we must do is tell them who we represent. So if we're standing at a property and it's 123 Main Street and it's our listing, do we represent someone? Who?
The seller.
Do we represent this buyer yet? No.
Not yet.
Not yet. And if we do, it will be through intermediary, which means that we had a pre-existing relationship with the seller, that we owe duties to that seller, and the duties that we owe the seller are primary. Just because you were not appointed the point person to perform brokerage services on behalf of the broker does not mean that we all don't still owe duties to that seller. And the duties that we owe them is as of a fiduciary nature. But we also have to be fair to all parties. But we also must, or we have to be honest with all parties, according to Trek. But we also have this overarching thing that we have to fulfill our duties of Trek. And we have to hand them the information about brokerage services, walk them through the information about brokerage services, and the next duty is we have to tell them who we represent, and then we need to obtain a signed agreement to tour the property. Now, if it's our listing, then we already owe the duty to the seller. So this person, if we take them inside, they are. So if this person comes to us and we're at our listing and they don't want to see it, they want to see it, but they don't want to sign the representation agreement. Do we have to show them the home? Or can we show
Yes.
them our listing, but they didn't sign the rep agreement? So can we still show them the listing?
Yes.
Yes.
As we work for the seller, yes.
Yes, as representative of the seller through the brokerage to the listing agreement, we have a duty to show that property, market that property. So standing in front of that property, it would be a violation of our fiduciary duty to the seller to tell the buyer that we can't show that property to them unless they represent us. Imagine just, I love empathy and always looking at that and digging into it. Meaning that if you're the seller and we put ourselves in that role, how would we feel empathy if we were the seller and we hired a firm to sell our property, and you're looking through the Ring doorbell and you're kind of overhearing a conversation that you shouldn't be, and you find out that that agent refusing to show your property unless they hire the brokerage firm. The seller is not going to like that. You wouldn't like that either. We certainly don't require that during open houses, do we? So if we're standing at a property and it not be our
during open
listing,
house. So
then we are going
whose
to. We have an
property?
open mic. I'm not sure who it is. Can you help me with that, Lisa? Um, I if we're standing at a different listing, 124 Main Street, not 123 Main Street. 124 is across the street. And so we meet them at the driveway. We hand them the information about brokerage services. They have been disclosed agency law in Texas. You let them know that you represent the seller. They don't want to sign the agreement. You tour the home, and then inside the home, they relax a little bit. Now they're starting to come around. They're asking you questions, and you remember that I represent the seller. So you're really letting them know during the showing that, well, do you think it's priced right? We represent the seller. We can't even hint that the property is overpriced or that the seller would take something less than what is in the listing agreement. So we don't represent them. And so they ask those questions. Well, Mr. Buyer, currently we represent the seller. We don't represent you, and we can't provide you services until you hire us for that. And so that would be a fiduciary duty on the seller for me to offer you or to give you advice and opinions when I don't represent you. I'd love for us to form that relationship. And as soon as we do, then I can dig into that and just let them know. And maybe they come around like, okay, well, I do need someone to help me. And one of the scripts I'm going to give you in a moment, uh, Sharon, in just a second, one of the scripts I'm going to give you guys in a moment says something like, at some point, you guys are going to hire a real estate agent. At some point. And the sooner you hire them, the sooner that they can actually start assisting you in the transaction. And I'd really like to get to be the person that you hire. That's a really hard thing to say no to, and the light bulb comes on to them. It doesn't promise that you're going to buy a home, but if you do, I get to be the agent who gets to help you. That kind of conversation has gotten me hired almost every single time. Sharon.
When we're at the door and they want to see the inside, can we do the short rep with the showing services only? If
No.
we represent the seller.
So if you represent the seller, then you don't need any paperwork except the IABS to show them the inside. And I'm not a proponent for the showing only form, but we're going to get into that. The next 3 slides has all of this. So again, first, information about brokerage services. Second is tell them who we represent. And 3 is going to be about the rep agreement.
Who we
So
represent.
how do we tell them who we represent?
Very plainly.
Okay, what do we have a form for it?
I believe
Do you
the
have an
IABS, right?
Okay, so the information about brokerage services is about agency. Mr. and Mrs. Seller, these are the two types of licensees in Texas. These are the four minimum duties that a broker has to provide for you. These are the different ways a broker can represent a client in a transaction. They can be the broker of the listing agent. They can be the broker, I mean, the broker of the seller, broker of the buyer. If the broker and the buyer agent, if the brokerage represents both the buyer and the seller in the same transaction, we call that intermediary. And then here are the agreements in Texas are required in order for us to tour a property together. That's not one of our firms. And then here's the information for our broker, our manager, our team lead, and my information. And then that's it. Now you've sufficiently gone over the general information about brokerage services. But then the second requirement, number two, disclose if we represent the seller. So how do you, Mr. Mrs. Mr. Buyer, and in this case, we represent the seller. How do you prove that you told them that? Is there a form for this, Jeanette?
Yes, there is.
Okay.
Choose to represent themselves form. I don't know the number of it, but I know we do have one that says none.
No, so that's not the conversation we're having. We're not right now, we're not having a conversation with the buyer that says, Mr. Buyer, you choose to represent yourself. That's not what this is. Right now, we're standing in front of a property, and the buyer is standing in front of us. And the very first thing we did was, hi, Tom, Jack, nice to meet you. If you give me a moment, I have to get through some regulatory duties. This form here is from the Texas Real Estate Commission, and I am required by law to provide this to every buyer, every single client I meet, and I need to go over this and go over it. And then the next duty is you need to tell them who you represent. And in that scenario, you represent the seller. And by the way, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, I represent the seller, and you point to the house. How do you prove that you pointed to the house and told them that you represent the seller?
By handing them a form, I would have assumed, but I'm not sure what form.
You're all licensed real estate agents, and this is part of the duties that you have with.
Representation disclosure form.
Okay. Now, is that a truck form or is that a Texas Realtors form?
Texas Realtors.
That's right. And so we don't have a truck form, but we have one from Texas Realtors. Now, the law says, pursuant to the TRILA, Texas Real Estate License Act 1101-558, a license holder who represents a party in a proposed real estate transaction shall disclose orally or in writing that representation at the time of the license holder's first contact with another party to the transaction or another license holder who represents another party to a transaction. So you're required to tell every agent and every client who you represent in a proposed transaction at the first substantive dialogue with someone. So we go through the IABS, but you have a second duty and to tell them who you represent. And if you don't do that, you've not fulfilled your TREC duties. And this, by the way, is where we go into and we talk about the here's my Vernon canons. These are all of the TREC rules. This one I'm gonna come in here and read 1101-756. A person commits an offense if the person willfully violates or fails to comply with this chapter or commission order. An offense under this section is a Class A misdemeanor. Commits an offense if the person willfully violates. You have a duty that you swore to uphold as a truck licensee. You have to follow the law. TRILA is law. It says that you're going to provide the information about brokerage services and tell them who you represent in the transaction. And if you don't tell them, and by the way, my firm represents the seller, right in this moment, you have failed your duties and it is a Class A misdemeanor. It is that simple. This is serious stuff. It's not, oh, let me think. I think there was something I was supposed to do here. This is primary. So we must get this right. So if we're going to be a top producing ethical real estate agent, we have to get this stuff right and know exactly what our duties are in every single scenario so that we never get it wrong. So we meet them at the driveway, we hand them the IABS, and we use this form. Now, the form is not required under 3 scenarios. The proposed transaction is for a residential lease for less than a year. That's the IABS. Number 2, the license holder meets with a party who the license holder knows has a representation agreement with someone else. Or 3, the communication happens at an open house. This isn't at an open house, this is at a showing. So the 2 duties pursuant to the IABS is to go through the IABS with them and then tell them who you represent. And this form from Texas Realtors is all about who you represent. So it starts with the property address, the broker firm name, your associate name, and the license number of both. Texas law, section 1101-558 of the Occupations Code requires a real estate license holder who represents a party, we represent the seller, in a proposed real estate transaction to disclose, orally in writing. Yes, the law says orally, but later when the consumer says, hey, I don't remember you telling me that you represented the seller. Do we have to provide the IABS to them orally or in writing?
Right.
In writing.
That's not what the law says. The law says orally or in writing.
Oh.
But why do we get it in writing? Because we have no way to prove it to them unless we have it in writing. So, Renee?
Do we get it in writing to get their initials on it to show that they have heard and comprehend what we're saying with the agency laws?
Yes. So the word that we're looking for is acknowledge.
Acknowledge.
They're acknowledging that we gave them the form and that we went over it. They're not agreeing to anything.
Right.
They're acknowledging that you provided them the IABS form and they're acknowledging that you told them that you represent the seller. And it's that acknowledgement that later comes to lower your risk as a real estate practitioner because you've proven that you followed the TREC rules and that if they come back later and say, they never gave me any of this, I didn't know they represented the seller, I hired them to be my real estate agent and then later found out that they also represent the seller, WTH. And now the next thing you know that they're upset about this. And then you go back and say, well, okay, let's back the train up a little bit. When we met, I provided you this form and we went through it and you acknowledged it right here. And also, I gave you this form and we went through it and you acknowledged it right here. That puts it to bed, especially if you're in a regulatory action with TREC. So it is Texas law requires a real estate license holder who represents a party in a proposed real estate transaction to disclose orally or in writing that representation at the license holder's first contact with A, another party to the transaction, or 2, another license holder who represents another party to the transaction. B, broker represents the following party: seller, landlord, or buyer, tenant. And C, a real estate license holder while acting as the agent is a fiduciary, and it goes on. Now I'm going to show you something really interesting because I mentioned that we have this form through Texas Realtors. This representation form that you're looking at initially was a different form. And through multiple conversations with several attorneys at Texas Realtors, they over and over continued to state that the representation form was for a different use. And when we came out of the other side of the whole conversation regarding a representation and the new rep agreement required for us to get into a property, I had been using this form right here and requiring our agents to use this form for more than 2 years. And I had provided this to Lori Levy and said, this is how we're using the representation disclosure form. And Texas Realtors mirrored our form identically. Every single part of it came from Realty Texas. This is the form that I created and they duplicated it in its entirety. So that's something to be proud of. They literally duplicated it in its entirety, so that we now have a record. So when we're at the property, we give them the IABS, they acknowledge it, we give them the representation disclosure, which hopefully is filled out before they get there, so you don't have to fill it out in the driveway. It's already filled out. They acknowledge it, and you get through these regulatory duties, these formalities, and then come out the other side and show them the property. So orally in writing is the law. So you can, absent a IABS piece of paper in your hand, or you don't have access to it, which, by the way, the reason I put it into your app, because it will send them a text message with a link to all the stuff where they can digitally sign it. And we're going to do that here in a moment together. But we get it in writing because the buyer's going to forget. Their memory is going to fade later when they feel upset and they find out that you also represent the seller, and they feel like that you weren't really truly looking out for their best interest at some point. Let's just say they just feel that way for whatever reason and they get mad. You never told me that. And they start grasping what happened and they really get upset. So this is why we need to have the conversation, because if we just hand them the information about brokerage services and hand them the representation disclosure form and they just acknowledge it and you show the property without going over it, we've not fulfilled our duties, and likely later on they are going to be upset. So we need to explain to them who we represent in a transaction if we represent someone, not just hand them the document and expect them to somehow understand what it is they're signing when they're just signing, initialing something without going over it. Realtor.com, Zillow, Homes.com, the data that comes out of what they're tracking for their lead generation, and when they hand out a lead and their follow-up, there's a less than 1% conversion rate for agents who try to have a conversation with them over the phone. To reach the 4% conversion rate, 4 out of every 100 leads, this means the mindset has to shift. Conversion comes from value, convenience, and using the phone to set the appointment, not to close the deal. Getting them to agree to meet you is the win. So that means that the information about brokerage services is the field work. The appointment was setting the appointment. And so there's a lot that we're going to have to go over at the property. And if you start having a huge 30, 40-minute conversation with them, you very likely have breached TREC rules anyway, because you've had substantive dialogue about the home and we never gave them the information about brokerage services. And that, by the way, that it doesn't say unless you're talking to them on the phone. And so if someone calls you about your listing and they have a million questions, if all the questions they have is rooted in what you could tell them off of a one sheet of an MLS sheet, then likely it's not going to generate the information about brokerage services. But having that conversation with them over the phone is dangerous. So we want to compartmentalize all of this, and it works out better for us anyway. We use the phone call to set the appointment, and then we meet them at the appointment and we hand them the information about brokerage services. We take them through the information about brokerage services. We hand them the representation disclosure, and then we tell them who we represent, and then we talk to them about the representation agreement and what that representation agreement is. So prospecting, appointment setting, conversion happens when we meet them at the property. But when we meet them at the property, we have duties that we must provide them at the property. So let's talk about 3 different topics that always get commingled into one conversation. If you can pull these 3 things out and separate them, the new requirements of getting a representation agreement signed before we show them a property, and what representation means and what agreements means. If you separate these 3 conversations, it will really help you. And this is how I approached it back in 2024 as we started having these conversations about removing the subagency from the TRILA, Texas Real Estate License Act. Subagency is still in the law. It's still rooted in the law, and it's not gone, but it's just been removed from the License Act per TREC for what we can provide as real estate agents. So on one of the 3 is agreements. So separate agreements from representation from compensation. And if you keep those,
They can see you, by the way.
what's that, Sharon? So that if we separate these 3 things into 3 completely different buckets, it's going to really help you keep it straight. So first, there's agreements, and there's 2 basic type of agreements. One agreement says, I represent you, and the other one says, I don't represent you, but I can show the property. And by the way, you can show the property for a fee. So those are the 2 agreements we have. A buyer rep agreement, which is full service, or a non-buyer rep agreement, which I call door service. That would be for a cooperating broker's listing. If they want to see another property that we don't represent the seller, you can sign that agreement, which will allow you to threshold them, which will allow you to open the door for them for a fee or not for a fee. But it says that you agree that I don't represent you. So agreements are an agreement that you don't represent them or an agreement that you do represent them. So those are the two types of agreements. And then we have representation. Representation is what happens when they sign the representation agreement. We don't have representation when they sign the non-representation agreement or the showing only agreement. So representation only happens when they sign the buyer rep agreement. And now we have a set of duties that we are obligated to provide them pursuant to whatever it says in that representation agreement. And TREC doesn't promulgate representation agreements. Brokerages do, and your state association does, the trade association, Texas Realtors. And by the way, some of the MLSs out there also have their own representation agreements. For instance, there is an actress version of the listing agreement, and different MLSs have a one-page buyer rep separate from Texas Realtors. But suffice it to say, TREC does not get involved in the agreements that are between broker and consumer. They only get involved in the agreements between consumers. So agreement, agree to represent you or not. Separate representation is what happens when they sign the rep agreement. And then third is compensation. And the compensation is what's paid to the broker. And you can have compensation paid by the representation agreement or the showing agreement. And so what gets people in trouble is the word agreement. That's where agents start going south. They're like, wait a minute, I don't understand. The agreement is the buyer rep agreement. No, there's another agreement. There's another agreement that says we don't represent you. And that means no services, no brokerage services are allowed to be performed. And if no brokerage services are allowed to be formed, then now what does the compensation say for that? And it's inside that agreement itself. So this all came from sub-agency being removed from the License Act that happened in January of 2026. So this year, we are now 6 months, half a year into it. It was the elimination, the traditional sub-agency model in the Texas Real Estate License Act was removed, where a cooperating agent, or the buyer agent who doesn't represent the seller, when they used to act as a sub-agent for the seller, was eliminated. So what would happen before is if Texas is a contract state, which means a contract has to exist between the broker and the party for us to assist them or aid them in a real estate transaction for a fee. So that means that if you showed up to a property and you were showing them a listing of another broker, if you didn't have an agreement signed, you immediately became a sub-agent of the seller. So the brokerage worked for the listing agent. So we were a double agent. Not only did we not work for the buyer, but now you at Realty Texas is now a sub-agent of the other broker and you owe duties to that other broker. Well, unfortunately, that wasn't being explained properly. Even though we taught it here, it wasn't being explained good enough. So now they said, all right, so the broker is not going to be a sub-agent of the seller because agents just can't get this right. So they can't show the home at all. And nor can they put in an offer until they sign a representation agreement with them. And then they came back and said, no, not representation agreement. They have to sign an agreement with them. So a piece of paper has to be signed to clarify to the buyer that, Mr. Buyer, either I do not represent you or I do. And if I don't represent you, I can show you the property, but I can't provide you any advice or any opinions about this property. So you open the door and now you have a legal path to open the door and show it to them. But if they ask you any questions regarding the property, other than what's on your MLS sheet, if they say, well, what's the price again? You can tell them that. But if they say, that seems high, does that seem high to you? I can't answer that question because that is providing advice and opinions, which you get paid for under representation. And you don't have representation in this moment. You have something different. You have an agreement. You have an agreement with them that you don't represent them and that you cannot provide them advice and opinions. So the key changes from this legislative change that we had at the first of this year was the elimination of subagency per the License Act. The effective date was Senate Bill 1968, January 1st, 2026. A requirement for written agreements. Agent must have a written agreement with a buyer before showing the property listed by another firm. And the agreement is either I represent you or I don't. Clarified relationships. This was designed to make agency relationships between brokers and clients more clear because sub-agency wasn't clear. Agents were just meeting people in the driveway and showing the property without having any conversation with them at all, let alone IABS and then telling them who they represent and then getting a representation agreement signed. They were just default being added to a sub-agency relationship. And then the type of agreements. Either a true buyer broker representation agreement or a showing only agreement. So this was all designed to help make things more transparent. So here's what 1101-562 looks like. This was the new legislation that was added. This is real property showings without representation. And this is what confuses people because people read this and they think without representation, they think without an agreement being signed. Well, an agreement was required. So there has to be an agreement, but this is without representation agreement. So this means what would have helped you if it says real property showings by signing a showing only agreement without signing a buyer representation agreement, because that's what this is really saying. So when you see without representation, don't get confused that no document was signed because the document was signed. It was that I don't represent you. And here's what your duties are in that scenario. The broker has not agreed verbally or in writing to represent the party, number one. Number two, the broker is not otherwise acting as the party's agent at the time of the showing. Number three, the broker does not provide the party with opinions or advice regarding the property or real estate transactions generally. So if you show them a property and you get the showing only form and you get that signed, the broker does not provide the party with opinions or advice regarding the property or real estate transactions in general. And I saw someone had a hand up. I just wanted to get through number three before I answered it. Mary. Mary?
Oh, sure. I was going to ask you, what if they changed their mind while you're showing the property with where you have a showing agreement only? Can
Yeah.
that be a thing?
So it is. They can change their mind, but they have to sign a representation agreement, and then at any point they can go from a showing only agreement to a rep agreement. As long as you did not provide them advice opinions while you were under the showing form, you're fine. But again, I don't recommend that you ever use the showing form. You don't have to put yourself in that scenario. And the showing only form, by the way, has to be signed per property. So if they want to see 3 properties and they didn't hire you, and you're going to now show them 3 different properties, you're going to have to get the showing only form signed for each property that you show up to, and you have to be very careful not to give them any advice or any opinions. And that is not the way that you start a relationship with someone. It is impossible under that scenario to do what it is that we do in real estate. It's foreign to us, and it's something that likely the agent's going to get this wrong by providing advice opinions even accidentally, and you've pierced the shield here. All right, so without representation, not agreed verbally or otherwise to represent them, you're not acting as their agent, you do not provide them advice or opinions, and the broker does not perform any other real estate brokerage services for the party except for opening the door. Before showing property under this section, so before opening the door, if the broker represents the property owner, disclose that representation to the party as required by 1101-558, which is the screen before this. You've given them the IABS and told them who you represent. Or if the broker does not represent the property owner, provide the party the written notice required by 1101-558. And C, notwithstanding subsection A34 above, a broker may confirm factual information regarding the price and the terms of the property. That's not advice or opinions. That's just, what is this property priced again? It's priced at 500 even. Is that a good price? That's advice or opinion, so we can't. Okay, So I'm breaking this down so that we really know inside what agreements and what representation and what compensation is, so that we keep these three things separate, so that you're never going to find yourself in uncharted territory or in a situation where you don't know what to do. I find that when agents find themselves in a scenario where they don't know what to do you think they talk less in those scenarios or talk more? A lot more. When agents are in a situation where they don't know what to do, they talk themselves into being in a lot of trouble because they they get themselves in a lot of trouble. So I don't want you to ever find yourself in that scenario. So we just went through 1101-652. This is now 1101-653. So 1101-652, we talked about without representation. Now we move to 1101-563, which is the written agreements. And so the written agreement says in this section, I did just mess that up. So number one, the written agreement required under subsection B must A, the services the license holder will provide, the termination date of the agreement, whether the agreement is exclusive, and as applicable that the license holder represents the prospective buyer as their buyer's agent or does not represent the prospective buyer as the buyer's agent if they only act if the only act of real estate is performing is opening the door. So in all of our agreements, it has to have the termination date, which a showing agreement cannot be for more than 12 days, I think it is. We'll look at the form because I don't remember. I don't use the form, but it'll automatically expire after 7 days, I think that's what it is. So it automatically expires. No, it's 14 days for sure. Okay. It will automatically expire after 14 days for that particular property. So you have to get one signed for each property. It's not a blanket agreement in the marketplace to show a bunch of homes. But on any of these forms, it has to have a termination date and it has to be whether or not it's exclusive. So for the representation agreement, it's exclusive. For the showing agreement, it's not exclusive, but it also says on there that they're not currently represented by another real estate agent. And if they are represented by another real estate agent, you don't get to open the door for them. Now, when we say real estate agent, we're talking about another firm. Because if they're represented by Realty Texas, whether you were appointed as the point person for that buyer rep agreement, it's the same as the listing agreement. All of us represent the seller. So if we have a buyer and the buyer wants to see 123 Main Street and you're busy and another Realty Texas agent is going to show that buyer, you don't need any paperwork because Realty Texas already has a buyer representation agreement with that buyer. So I see sometimes, you guys, you're going to help another real estate agent out by taking one of our Realty Texas buyers and showing them a property because you're out of town or on vacation. No paperwork is required, other than you may be asking the the agent to actually prove to you that there's a representation agreement signed by our firm so that you don't get yourself in trouble. Okay, questions up to this point? Are we all on the same page right now? Are we good so far? Because we're gonna add more layers and I don't want there to be confusion. Raul, Bertie, all of you, any questions? Raul?
Can you give us another example of how to switch the topic off of the questions when they're on the phone and they're calling and you're answering just the MLS sheet? At what point do you turn it and tell them, okay, you're not represented and we need to represent you to answer those questions?
So if they're asking for advice and opinions, it depends on the nature of the question. It depends on the nature of the question. And all of these are required, so you do need to get this right. And so if they ask for advice and opinions and say, you know what, I would really like to get you out to, have you seen the property? When they start asking for those advice, have you seen the property? No, got it. Well, why don't we meet at the property and let's walk the property together, so that you can see it in real life and I can answer all your questions. And that helps you be getting this right because Trek doesn't want us to be acting as agents for people when we're not their agent and offering advice and opinions when we're not in fact their agent. And so at some point we're going to, as a society of agents, start getting this right, but I think right now it's still very wrong, and most agents who answer the phone are going to get it wrong. So we need to get it right and just keep trying to and trying to get them to meet you at the property so that you can go and have this conversation with them. And another question you could ask them, Raul, is are you a first-time buyer? And they say yes, and say, awesome. Something that we offer our uh, customers here at Realty Texas is to sit down through a buyer counseling session and walk you through the buying process. And then we take them through the general information and notice to buyers uh, and customers, so that we can walk them through that form and explain to them the buying process. We're not talking about any specific property. We're not giving them an advice. We're just walking them through the real estate process and then getting the representation agreement signed and explaining to them the agency laws in Texas. That the way the laws work in Texas right now, that we must provide you first this information about brokerage services that explain agency relationships, and that we cannot legally give advice or opinions to someone who's not our client. So when it comes to customers, this is a great opportunity for us to be inviting them to the office and walk them through it. And a lot of first-time buyers are going to take you up on that. And I'm a huge proponent for that. That's my favorite thing to do. So if they have a lot of questions, a whole lot of questions about the buying process, well, do you have time later today for us to meet at a coffee shop or meet on Zoom, and we can go through this entire process and use that time on the phone to set an appointment with them to go through a buyer counseling session. So one of two things are going to happen. You're going to meet them at a property, or you're going to meet them on Zoom or out at the office or at a coffee shop and do a buyer orientation with them. Okay, so written agreements are required. That's the agreement section. We're required to sign agreement 1 or 2. I don't represent you, or I do. Separate is representation. Representation happens when they sign the buyer rep agreement, which is one of the 2 agreements. And then compensation is one of 2 models. Either the showing only, which you can be compensated for opening the door for them only, assuming that they're not already attached to a brokerage by a representation agreement, or by signing the rep agreement and performing brokerage duties, and then now a compensation is due because they have hired us to do the job. So this applies to single family housing, a duplex, triplex, quadplex, or a unit within a multi-unit residential structure where title to the individual unit is conveyed to the owner, aka condo. So we're talking about single family here. This is not these new regulatory rules are not for commercial. They are for residential. And farm and ranch, by the way, is residential. The difference here is between commercial or residential. So a license holder who performs any active real estate brokerage for a prospective buyer of residential real property must enter into a written agreement with the prospective buyer before showing any residential real property to the prospective buyer, or if no property will be shown, presenting an offer to purchase residential real property on behalf of the buyer. So before you can submit an offer for a buyer and before you can show a property, an agreement must be formed. And there's one of 2 agreements. I do or I don't represent you. If it's an agreement that I do represent you, then representation begins. And then the compensation happens on either one of those agreements. But compensation cannot happen outside of an agreement. Written agreements required. If a license holder enters into a written agreement with the prospective buyer solely for the purpose of showing property, the license holder must enter a separate agreement with the buyer if additional real estate brokerage services will be provided after the showing. And so, Mary, your question, this is written into the rule. If you decide that you're going to get the agreement signed that I don't represent you and that buyer is currently not represented by anyone, and you can enter into such an agreement, you cannot provide them advice or opinions. And if they do decide that they want advice and opinions and willing to sign the representation agreement, then once the representation agreement is signed, now you move from an agreement of not representation to an agreement to representation. Leor, sorry.
Jack, I may not have understood you correctly. Regarding, you said sub-agencies still exist.
Yes, sub-agency exists.
How? Okay.
So I just maybe it's not doing any of us any favors by me saying that out loud, but sub-agency exists in Texas. It's how commercial practitioners are working. This only exists for residential property. So when I say it, what I'm saying is sub-agency still exists in Texas. It's not gone. They've removed it from the License Act, so it's not something that you can practice anymore. So they forbid you from practicing sub-agency, and they're requiring that you get some type of agreement to bring them inside the house for a cooperating broker. Agreement A, representation agreement. Agreement B, I don't represent you. And now they've created this whole new subset of the law that says that a brokerage service can now be one thing, which is opening the door and letting them inside, and you can be paid for that service. But it is now a brokerage service to open the door, but that brokerage services is limited to non-representation services. You cannot give them advice and opinions.
Okay, thank you.
1101-652, grounds for suspension or revocation for a license. They had 33. I teach a class on the 30, used to teach a class on the 33 ways an agent can lose their license. It's in here. And some of them are doing things that the agents do every day, not realizing that they can't do that. Like, oh yeah, go to the landlord, tell them that you want to terminate your representation agreement with them because we're going to go help you buy a house. There are things that can land you with a revocation of a license. They've added a 34th one. Fails to enter into a written agreement with a prospective buyer as required by this new 1101-563. So the 34th way now that you can lose your license is by taking a buyer into a house that's not a Realty Texas listing or a house that is not your brokerage's listing without an agreement signed. And there's two types of agreements. I do represent you or I don't. You don't get one of those two signed and you bring them into a cooperating broker's listing, you can lose your license. It's not something that after you come back out, you can get it signed. You can't bring them inside without it. And so if you're showing properties without this agreement signed, it will catch up with you and you will lose your license. Emrit.
Jack, I have a buyer that I met from an open house, and I did set them up on a search through the MLS, and they have questions about a particular property, and they want to know what my opinion is. So can I answer any of those questions, or is this a time to get the buyer rep signed? Because there's no buyer rep as of yet.
Emrit, as I have talked myself into a circle. You set the appointment, go meet him at the property, and the property, give them the IABS, give them the representation and disclosure, take them inside and answer their questions. But keep answering their questions by saying, have you seen the property? Let's go meet at the property and I'll get all your questions answered when we're at the property. That is the way to approach that. Pull back and don't provide them representation and services. Continue to try and set the appointment to go meet them out there. And then on the driveway, we're going to say, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, please bear with me as we get through these regulatory formalities, and then take them through the information about brokerage services, and then take them through, if this is our listing, which sounds like it's not, to let them know that we don't represent anyone in this transaction, and then walk them through, because once you've gone through the IABS, now they understand that an agreement is required for you to take them inside, and the types of agreements that you work with is representation. Birdie and then Bryce. And then
Yeah, I
Bryce.
guess I have a question just to make sure that, because it's kind of on the same topic, is my parents, I referred them to an agent down in Galveston, and she couldn't go with them to tour a property one day. And she called me up and asked if I could open the door for them. I
In
can't do that,
Galveston?
right? In Galveston. Yeah, and I told her, I was like, I don't even have access, but also I can't do that, right? Because I don't have an agreement with my parents.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sorry, but
Okay.
yeah, no. So you can't open that. The That's a good question. I have asked that same question myself because it says in the rules that you need to get the form signed, but if you know that they're represented by someone else, then you don't have to get the form signed as long as you know that they're represented by someone else. So if this person has a representation agreement with someone else and they have an agreement signed with someone else, then can you at this firm open the door for them? My answer is the listing agent. I have a buyer who is a family member who's represented and has a buyer representation agreement with someone else. Can I open the door for them? And if they say yes, I believe that you can open the door for them. But you cannot provide them any advice and you cannot provide them any opinions because all of this is under the umbrella of 1101-558, which is the requirement to provide them the information about brokerage services. And so you don't have to provide an IABS to someone who you know that's already represented by somebody else. You don't have to provide the representation disclosure if you know that they're already represented by someone else and you don't represent someone in that transaction. So I would ask permission from the listing agent for you to open the door for them. And when you're in that property, you cannot provide them any advice and opinions. But I don't recommend that you drive to Galveston to go open a door for anyone for any reason because you don't you're gonna have to join the MLS and get a super key and all the stuff. It just doesn't make sense. Bryce.
Or the meeting the prospects at the property.
Yeah.
I mean that's the best way to get them under representation. But it's the fact of like the signing all the representation agreements and going over them like on the trunk of your car and not going through the door.
Yeah.
First. So you need to do it. I just want to clarify that. It's because I've had to do that before with like wholesaling is get the disclosure signed before you step foot on the property.
No, before you open the door.
Before you open the door. So you can be on the property, but you cannot go into the dwelling. Okay.
You should not be in the backyard. You can be standing in the driveway. That's not going to be an issue. Stay far enough away where you're not going to be recorded and the audio recorded. If you can see the ring doorbell, it can pretty much hear you. So I try to stay away from earshot of that because I don't want the seller knowing that I just hired this person in their driveway. I don't think that's important because I think that's going to minimize my role in the transaction in the mind of the seller and the other party. Yes, it's 110 degrees outside, and yes, you're going to have to have that conversation with them, which is why we put this information in your Realty Texas app, where all you need is a first name, last name, email address, and phone number, and it goes to their text. They sign it. It takes less than 5 seconds. We're going to do that together, and then I give them a hard piece of paper and I go through it. And you're going to see a video today. Of us doing that exact same thing. And Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, please bear with me as I go through some regulatory requirements that we have to go through and take them through the regulatory requirements. So here's what the unrepresented customer form looks like. This is the 1101-563. This is the form that Texas Realtors created for when we don't represent them. It says number 1, no representation. Broker does not represent customer as customer's real estate agent. Customer does not currently have representation agreement with another broker. You can't bind them to this and show them the property if they in fact are represented by someone else. No compensation. Broker will not charge customer any fee for showing property under this agreement. No advice or opinions. Broker will not provide customer with any advice or opinions regarding real property or real estate transactions. However, broker may confirm property details such as size, price, and other terms. No other brokerage services. Broker will not provide customer with any other brokerage services under this agreement other than providing access to the property. Broker and customer may agree to additional services and compensation for such services in a separate written agreement, aka it's the rep agreement. Term, this agreement is non-exclusive and automatically terminates at the conclusion of the showing of the property described above and in no event later than 14 days. So there's an address on top. So every property you show them under this area of non-agreement, then they have to sign one for each property. And if they call you back later and want to see it again, 7 days later, you don't need to get this signed again. Because if they call you back and say, hey, I really like that property, can you show it to me again? If you already have one signed, then you can show it to them again within that 14-day period. But again, no advice, no opinions. And then limitations of liability. So this is what that unrepresented customer showing form looks like versus a rep agreement. So this is one type of an agreement. This is the agreement that says, I don't represent you and you're not represented by anyone else. And then one of these two forms, which is the Realty Texas short form, which is a one-page rep agreement, we promulgated our own long before Texas Realtors promulgated theirs or before Austin Board of Realtors um, created theirs. And there are issues with Austin Board of Realtors, which you do not want to touch. Austin Board of Realtors one-page agreement says that it amends what the parties have in their listing agreements or their buyer representation agreements, which I think is a colossal mistake. And so if they sign an agreement, it will countermand, and I don't like that. So we're not going to get involved in that. So this is our one-page buyer rep agreement, and this is the Texas Realtors one-page buyer agreement. The agreement that we have coming through the Realty Texas app is the short form and the information about brokerage services. We're going to go over this when we get back from break, and we're going to go through it. I'm going to put you in teams, and you're going to get really good at explaining the information about brokerage service through a script. The types of license holders, the broker's minimum duties, agreements, which is new to this form, as agent for the seller, as agent for the buyer, or as agent for both through an intermediary, and then representation, which is also new to the IABS, and then compensation, which is a new paragraph to the IABS. We're going to go through all of this together as soon as we get back from break. It is 11:26 now. I'll see you back at 11:36.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought they need ya? Yeah, where we need ya. Yeah, where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Okay. Welcome back. So we are talking about understanding our requirements and the best way to convert someone. The truck rules and laws that we subscribe to as a licensee, and the best way to get hired by a client. So we have to talk about both ways because we have to be compliant with truck rules when we are trying to get hired. So we can't just jump into representation and pretend like we represent them and answer all their questions and then get a representation agreement signed later. It really just doesn't work that way. We have to work ethically. Otherwise, our license is in jeopardy. So there comes a point in which we get hired and we go from treating someone like a customer to a client. So when we're meeting them at the property, the very first duty that we have before anything, I mean, obviously, we're gonna get through the pleasantries, hi, shake hands, make sure that this is the person you're actually meeting, them, and let them know, hey, there are some regulatory requirements that I'm required to take you through. Would you, provide me a moment to get through this, and just take them through it. We've got 6 things. Types of license holders. There's 2 types of license holders in Texas, a broker and a sales agent. Brokers have minimum duties, put the client needs ahead of all others, disclose to a client material information about the property or the transaction, answer questions and present offers and counter offers objectively, and treat all parties fairly and honestly. And an agreement is required. And a broker's role in a transaction, you represent a seller through a signed listing agreement, a buyer agreement, or if the same broker is providing services to the buyer and the seller, it's called intermediary. Touring homes is now requiring an agreement and contact information for the firm, the broker, the supervisor, and the sales agent. Now, we have a video that we're going to come out the other side, and we are going to go through this video. What I'm going to do is change the order here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you guys, someone in your group, so everyone, take a picture of this QR code so that you have the QR code. I'm going to open the hyperlink. This is a YouTube video, so you all have access to it. I'm also going to put it in the chat here. Probably easier for you just to copy this link that I put in the chat, because what I wish for you is for each of you in a group to watch this video together. The video is 4 minutes long. I'm going to give you guys 10 minutes to figure this out. So that's going to be figuring out who your captain is going to be. It's going to be figuring out sharing your screen, clicking the button that says share sound, and then playing this. And I want all of you to be discussing this afterwards. And when you get through it, I want you to guys to discuss it. And then we're going to go through this checklist of the script. And this is going to be your script. And I want you guys to get these 6 things memorized. If you can memorize this script, then you can easily take someone through the information about broker services and be able to provide the same service to every single client over and over again when you meet them at a property. When I was doing this, and I'm still doing it, the number one question that I got from consumers is, how come no one's ever told me any of this? I got that question almost every single time, and I would always say the same thing. Well, I really can't talk about what other agents are doing out there in the field, but this is what the regulatory uh, commission, Texas Real Estate Commission, requires of me as a broker, and so I make sure that I am uh, treating my clients honestly and fairly and providing you the information that I'm required by law to provide, and I take them through it. But they always ask me that question. And a lot of them were impressed of the professionalism. And not one of them didn't sign the representation agreement. And that was before we even had this other type of an agreement. You should have already a breakout room link. You should have it there. And again, this one is going to be for 10 minutes. So please quickly select the captain and play this recording to your group. And I'll see you back in 10 minutes. It'll be 11:55 when you come back. Okay. So how many of you have watched this video before? Okay. Where is this video located?
On your Realty Texas app.
Yep. In the text message.
That's right. This is automatically going to be sent to the client. You can manually send it, but it's also going to be sent as a link using the one-page buyer rep. So this allows the system to have this conversation with the buyer ahead of time. And so the Synthesia has a new version where the avatar is a little better, and so we're going to be upgrading it with this new version before the end of the month. But this video now has been out for a while, and I think we've had like 300 views on it. So it's being used enough. There's no reason why you can't follow the same cadence and be explaining to the consumer the same thing. But for you as an agent, this gives you a way for the system to do it for you. How many of you feel like this would work for you? A lot of you are using it, so it takes the burden off you and it puts it on the system. So it does work, and I know that we've had quite a bit of feedback from agents who have said they sent this to them, they got to the property, the client signed the buyer rep agreement, and they didn't have any questions at all. And that's a lot of what you're going to see. And so if there's some regulatory formalities that we have to get through that's required for you by law. When you go to the doctor's office, they're not going to see you until you sign all the paperwork. When you go to an auto dealership, they're not going to service your vehicle until they get through the paperwork. People have been indoctrinated into paperwork. That's just the society that we live in. And so as a real estate agent, we're no different. We just have to get good at the paperwork and explaining to the consumer what you can and what you can't do. And we don't get to just provide services to a client as they were our customer, and especially as a real estate licensee who is subject to certain formalities under the law that we have to provide them, these documents, and explain them. So the script number one for the IABS is there are two types of licensees in Texas, brokers and sales agents. Sales agents work for brokers. There are four main minimum duties that agents must perform. Put the client first, disclose what you know, answer questions, and present offers, and treat all parties honestly and fairly. A written agreement is required to represent a buyer. There are three ways a broker can represent a party: as a seller agent, as the buyer agent, or as an intermediary, agents at the same firm appointed to represent each side. A signed agreement is required to tour property. It can be a signed rep agreement or a signed non-rep touring agreement. And contact information for the firm, broker, manager, and sales agent, me, is at the bottom of the form. And so this is not impossible for you to memorize. You know how I know it's not impossible for you to memorize it? Because I've witnessed all of you memorizing your 23 paragraphs in the Code of Ethics. And so this is another thing that I need you guys to memorize because it's going to be able to take them through the IABS and close your eyes. There are two types of licensees in Texas, a broker and a sales agent. Sales agent works for a broker. There's four minimum duties. Written agreements are required. There's three different ways a broker can represent a buyer. A signed agreement is required to tour a property, and our information is below. It's very simple. And if you can memorize the script, you'll never have an issue again taking someone through the rep agreement. So it is 11:58. We're going to cut into lunch by 2 minutes because I need someone to be an agent. Raise your hand if you will read the script to me. Okay, Renee, thank you. So I am going to start as the client. Hi, are you Renee? Are you the agent meeting me at the property?
I am.
Nice.
Nice to
Okay,
meet
well,
you.
I'm really excited to see the property. And you're going to say, well, there's a few regulatory formalities I have to get through if you'd bear with me as I go through them.
There's a few from
Regulatory formalities.
regulatory from where are you reading this off somewhere?
No.
Oh, okay.
There's a few regulatory formalities that I have to get through if you would bear with me.
I'm so lost. Sorry, I'm so
I
sorry.
just want you to say that and then read the script.
Okay. There's a few regulatory formality. What? I'm so sorry.
Just go ahead and read these five.
Okay. On number one, there are
Yes.
two types of licenses in Texas, brokers and sales agents. Sales agents work for brokers. Number two, there are four minimum duties as agents must perform. Put the client first, disclose what you know, answer questions, and present offers. Treat all parties honestly and fairly. Number three, a written agreement is required to represent a buyer. Number four, there are three ways a broker can represent a party: as a seller agent, as a buyer agent, or as an intermediary agents as the same firm appointed to represent each side. Number five, a signed agreement is required to tour a property. It can be signed rep agreement or a signed non-rep touring agreement. And number six, a contact information for firm, broker, manager, and sales agent, me, is at the bottom.
Okay.
Sorry
So
about that.
that's okay. You did good. I would like someone else to help me with this too. One more time. Someone raise your hand. Amrit. We're going
Ready?
to do like this. I do not want you to read the numbers. I want you to pretend like you're having a conversation with the buyer in front of the property.
Okay.
And so let's start with the overall script at the top, which I did not give Renee. So that's here in the form. Start with that and then just in your own voice, go through these. And I'm going to time you. It's 12:01. Start.
Hi, Jack. There are a few regulatory formalities we need to go over, if you'll bear with me. There are two types of licenses in Texas, brokers and sales agents. Sales agents work for brokers, and there are four minimum duties as agents we must perform. We need to put the client first, disclose what you know, answer questions and present offers, treat all parties honestly and fairly, and a written agreement is required to represent a buyer. There are three ways a broker can represent a party: as a seller agent, as the buyer agent, as an intermediary. Agents as the same firm appointed to represent each side. A signed agreement is required to tour a property. It can be a signed rep agreement or a signed non-rep touring agreement. Contact information for firm, broker, manager, and sales agent, which is me, is at the bottom.
46 seconds. 46 seconds is what it takes to go over this. Now, I think that you should have an IABS in your hand and that you can take them through and you can point to the top. There are two types of licensees in Texas, brokers and sales agents. Sales agents work for brokers. Then you point to the next section. There are 4 minimum duties that agents must perform. Put the client first, disclose what you know, answer questions, and present offers. Treat all parties honestly and fairly. Present to the next one. A written agreement is required to represent a buyer. Point to the next section. There are 3 ways a broker can represent a party: as the seller agent, as the buyer agent, or as an intermediary when agent at the same firm appointed to represent each side. And then the next section, a signed agreement is required to tour a property. And then the next one, contact information for the firm. Do you have any questions regarding this? Okay, awesome. And then the rep agreement. So this should not take you more than 1 minute to go through. And it is a regulatory formality that you have to go over before touring the property. This is the best way that I have found to go through the IABS. And if you can memorize this script, you will always go through the IABS correctly without any problems, and it's going to save you a lot of grief. And your license requires it because Trek rules require it. It's 12:03. When we get back from lunch, we are nowhere near done. We have the entire rest of the day that we're going to be digging into this so that we have the conversation at the property correct, so that we don't get this wrong. I'll see you guys back at 1 o'clock.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought they'd need ya? Here where we need ya. Here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Okay, we are back from lunch. It is 1 o'clock. If you could hit your camera so that I can see all of you. Thank you. Thank you. So here are the 6 major categories of the IABS. When you meet the client at the property, you must present the IABS, explain the IABS, and disclose to the customer that you represent the seller. And this should take 45 seconds or less. You will have to explain to the buyer that you are required by the Texas Real Estate Commission to present, explain, and provide the information about brokerage services and disclose to them if you represent the property. And you need to do all that. And the script for that is there are a few regulatory formalities we need to go over if you'll bear with me. That you can find your own script. If you find a better way to say it, that's perfectly all right. There's a few things that the Texas Real Estate Commission, who they may or may not know who is or who are. So I always like to just say there are a few regulatory formalities that we need to go over. And you've already watched the video. So I'm going to put you in groups of 4, be the client at least once and the agent at least once, and present the IABS. Has anyone here ever gone through the IABS with a client like this before?
Not quite like that. I was just telling Amrit that I tend to email it ahead of time to see if they're going to have any questions and then go over it with them.
Mm-hmm. Yes. If you're meeting a client that's been referred to you or a past client that you need to redisclose, that's not going to be an issue at all. But we find that with lead generation, with Zillow leads, Realtor.com leads, Facebook leads, that when we do that and we send them the paperwork ahead of an appointment, that it increases the chance of being ghosted by 80%. So
Weren't very many of those leads, so you just taught me something. Thank you.
yeah, 100%. So what happens is we preemptively sent our date a marriage proposal via email before they met with us for a date. And that's how they take it and that's how they perceive it. And they don't understand regulatory requirements. They understand relationships. So we have to figure out how can we build a relationship the best way and follow the Trek rules and guide this just so that we can get the best of both worlds. We can fulfill our regulatory duties per Trek and we can do all the right things to meet the client in the real world, build that relationship, and do it all at the right time. Because if we do one before the other, if we do them out of order, if the order of operations are wrong, it's gonna you're going to feel it in how we convert. So set the appointment, go meet them, take them through the information about brokerage services, take them through the rep agreement. And the reason that we're putting you in groups and doing it is so that when you get there, you're prepared for this. It's super easy. It rolls off your tongue. It's smooth, and you get to move right on to the next thing. And so it might feel a little clunky and maybe feel like we're doing things a little bit differently than we did before. But when you do this right, you look and feel and act like more of a professional. It's going to make you feel more confident, and you are going to have the right conversation it's going to lead them right into the rep agreement, which should be a perfect conversation to have to get hired. Jennifer and then Mary.
Quick question. For those of us that do Spanish, is this available anywhere in Spanish, or do you just want us to throw it into like a translation and then correct as needed?
So these are the type of things that we go through in our Spanish speaking roundtable. Have you been coming to the Spanish speaking roundtable?
No.
Okay. I highly recommend that you come to our Spanish speaking roundtable. I created that because Spanish speaking real estate agents went to school in English and surrounded by classes in English, and then they go apply that language to Spanish speaking and have not often been around other Spanish speaking agents talking to their clients. So it allows all of you to go into a room, and the one rule in Spanish roundtable is only Spanish speaking is allowed in the Spanish speaking roundtable, so we can get good at explaining the information about brokerage services and the information, the rep agreement, agency rules, and all of this. So yes, please, it's designed there. I don't have this in Mega scripted in Spanish, but Miguel does for the Spanish speaking roundtable.
Perfect. Thank you.
And for those of you speaking other languages, Vietnamese, Spanish, we have forms that we can attach to our English speaking forms that you can hand them so they can follow along and see the language between the two. We can't use the Spanish speaking or the Vietnamese speaking forms. We fill out the English ones, but they have the Spanish speaking ones. And I highly recommend that you have those as well to provide to them so that they can see the contracts in their own language, which will seem less scary if they see the form in their native language. Imagine being presented a 13-page, 14-page, 15-page contract in another language. That would be a little scary. And so seeing it in their native language is a lot more friendly. Good question. All right, we had one more hand up, and I'm not sure who it was.
Mary, and my
Hi, Mary.
apologies, Jack. I know that you kind of went through this already, and I'm sorry I didn't have this up and open, but I have my quick rips open for the representation agreement, but where was the IABS here? And again, I know you went over this, but can you tell me one more time
What do you mean, where's the IABS here?
that we could share, like on the quick rep?
Oh, are you talking about the video?
Yes.
So go into your text messages, just open up a new text message to anyone,
Okay.
and then click the paperclip.
Oh, okay. I got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so and that's for all of you. If you want to send the video that I showed you that you all listened to, this one here, you go into your app and you open up the text message conversation between you and that person, click the paperclip, and then you can send them this video. All right, good. So thank you for going through and doing the script with us, the script practice. Is this something you can do in the real world? Do you feel like you need to practice this more? Do you feel like you need to memorize it? Doing it what do you think, Emrit? You've got that kind of puzzled look on your face.
I do not. I just need, I know that I need to memorize it and go point by point. Yeah.
That was our exact topic of discussion, is that it comes off pretty smooth this way, but if we memorize it verbatim, it will come off even smoother and less script sounding. I guess less like it's scripted, but more like a conversation.
Yeah.
Exactly right. And that is where we're able to shine because then now we're educating them, but going through the regulatory duties, it doesn't sound scripted and it's more conversational and more relational. So they feel like they can understand us more because the smoother you are at explaining it, the better they're going to understand it because you're going to have the inflections at the right point. You're going to explain it better. And then if they have questions, you're going to better understand it too. So this is not a lot to memorize, and it's something that you have to do in front of every single client to turn them into a customer. No, you have to do it in front of every single customer to turn them into a client. And this is on the screen here for you to remember. So, Lisa, now I'm going to add her because I want you guys to practice this in your minis tomorrow. Okay, good. All right, moving on. So here is the second half of this where you're going to transition from page 1 to page 2. Page 1, IABS. Page 2, rep agreement. So this is the second conversation. So this is a completely second script. So this agreement allows me to open the door, answer your questions, give you professional advice and opinions, put your needs first, and keep everything confidential. This is what allows me to actually represent you. You can be pointing to this piece of paper. We can sign this for this property. You can do it for a day, or you can sign the normal agreement. You're going to put your own script to this. This is another mega thing that you have to explain to the client about the representation agreement. But you need to explain it and have a way to explain it to them in how that you're going to do business. The one-page rep agreement can be targeted for ever, and they just hire you, like it is in our app quick rep agreement. You can tailor your script however you want for this, but the script that we had in the avatar and the one-page buyer rep that goes out in the app is just signed. I would like someone else to read this so we hear someone else's voice instead of mine. Sharon.
Rep agreement script. Now let me show you the representation agreement. This agreement allows me to open the door, answer your questions, give you professional advice and opinions, put your needs first, and keep everything confidential. This is what allows me to actually represent you. We can sign this just for this property. We can do it for the entire day, or you can sign my normal agreement, whatever you're comfortable with. My broker's fee is 3%. There's no upfront fee and no obligation to buy a home. That fee can be covered in one of three ways. By the seller's broker, by the seller themselves, by the buyer, or a combination of the two. It's rare for a buyer not to be reimbursed for the fee. That said, it's my job to tell you what's being offered on every property we look at, so we can factor that into the offer. If they are not offering anything up front, it means they are expecting us to negotiate it in the offer.
All right. So we go from the information about brokerage services. We've just gone through and we've spoken about the broker duties. We've gone through that entire conversation. And now we say, and here is our representation agreement. The very last thing that you said was that an agreement is required to open the door. And so now we talk to him about the agreement. This agreement, and you point to it, allows me to open the door, answer your questions, give you professional advice, put your needs first, and keep everything confidential. This is what allows me to actually represent you. We can sign this for just this property, we can do it for a day, or you can sign my normal agreement, whichever you're comfortable with. But you see how you say it really matters, but this agreement is required. This is what we have to get signed in order to open the door. My broker's fee is 3%. There's no upfront fee and there's no obligation to buy a home. That fee can be covered in one of three ways: by the seller's broker, by the seller themselves, or the buyer, or a combination of the two. And the two, I mean either the seller or the buyer. It's rare for the buyer not to be reimbursed for the fee. That said, it's my job to tell you what's being offered on every property we look at so that you can factor that into the offer. If they're not offering anything up front, it means they're expecting us to negotiate it in the offer. So, where we are right now, everything here is 100% true. Most of the offers that are coming through in paragraph 12, the buyer broker fee is being negotiated in paragraph 12, and most of the time it's being covered completely. And so this is where we are with our profession right now, and having this conversation with them. Well, uh, what are you talking about compensation? Well, yes, brokers are paid for their services. Typically, we're able to get that reimbursed by the seller, and we'll let you know if they're offering compensation before we show the property. And if they're not offering anything, then they're expecting us to negotiate it in the offer. And you get to negotiate directly with the seller to cover your fee, to cover our fee. So I want you guys to break into groups regarding this one too. I want you to be the client again once, the agent at least once, and I want you to present the buyer rep agreement. This is now a requirement from NAR. To be a member from NAR, we have to enter into an agreement. It's also a TREC requirement that we enter into an agreement with the buyer before we take them into the property. So I have a video separately that we walk you through how to use the quick wrap. I'm going to show that after we go through the script here. It's my hope that you find your own words for this and have a script, and that before the end of Mega, that you have memorized the script about you getting hired or presenting the information. Presenting the buyer rep agreement. This is my script. This is how I say it when I'm speaking in front of a client. And I don't have any issues with it. And I know agents are really afraid of this, but you're less afraid now that everyone is having to do it. But the way most agents are doing it is, here, this is required, sign it. And that's not how this is supposed to be done. So we're supposed to have this conversation. All right. So I'm putting you in the same groups, and I want one of you to be the buyer, the other one to be the seller. The other be the agent, buyer and agent. Flip and do it again and flip. So this way, each of you have done it twice. Raise your hand if you want to be in the same groups, or do you want to switch? Okay, everyone wants to be in the same group, so everyone's good there. So, all right. So it would be really nice if someone did my open house for me. I did put it in the MLS.
Oh, yes, I need to know which ones I sent you a team. I have to have the addresses so I can help you. It's too many moving parts right now. Keep track of your
I understand.
addresses.
I 100% understand.
But if you drop it in Teams for me, I'll make sure they're covered.
For the Cindy Thompson's, I'm only doing Sunday. I'm not doing Saturday. It's too much. But and I would like Serpents.
Because Raul was at your property on Saturday, and he couldn't get in, and two people came and went. I guess maybe he got their information because it was a combo. There was no key in the Supra, and I didn't know that. He didn't know that, but it looked like he had a good response.
You're going to go through them with this tomorrow? Okay. I'm going to remind them that it's part of the main slides and that you're going to go with them tomorrow. But I need you to add this to your normal.
Renee, that one was getting better.
Was it getting better, Emret?
Yeah, because we shortened it because the one you gave us is a whole mouthful, so we had to pack it a little bit more compact.
Okay.
Yes.
So, all right. You got to make it your own. So the version I'm giving you is the long form. And so you can make this one your own in the class original handout, which was sent to you, which is what is it called? The class introduction, was the script for the IABS and the script for the rep agreement. Lisa is going to be going through this with you guys tomorrow again. But I'm going to give you guys homework to take the script for the rep agreement and make it your own. Put that one in your own words. You have to put that one in your own words. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and play this video here. In fact, hyperlink. I'm going to have to do the same thing that you guys do. All right, I want to make sure that this works correctly. And if this YouTube is up.
It does. I pulled it up.
Okay.
Introducing the Realty Texas. Introducing the Realty Texas app. Your business simplified and supercharged. This all-in-one tool is powered to help you manage and market your listings, connect with clients and other agents, and streamline your workflow like never before. Never miss an opportunity with our 5-second buyer representation agreement. Simply navigate through your app, and after inputting all the criteria, adding your new lead to your CRM, both you and your client will receive the buyer representation agreement that you can sign directly from your phone, making this process instantaneous. After signing the buyer representation agreement, a room is immediately created for your client. This is where all your client's information will be stored throughout the transaction. Ready to work or need to take a pause from new opportunity? Set yourself as available or paused every day to let our team and your peers know if you are open to opportunity or not accepting any new clientele. Are you ready to skyrocket your sales? With our Grabber feature, claim a new lead generated.
Okay, so we're going to take you through playing with the grabber. Playing with the buyer rep agreement. And this is a video here from Gavin's department to walk you through the buyer rep agreement that is in our app. So I'm going to need you to pull out your phones and go into the Realty Texas app. I'm hoping that you guys ran the update. A new update was pushed for iOS and for Android. You all have a brand new app waiting for you if you haven't already updated it from our stores. When the app opens, in the bottom right-hand corner, there's the hamburger. That's what the 3 lines are. And that takes you to the settings tab. And in there, you have a link for the rep agreement. And it enables you to enter 3 pieces of information. It's called Quick Rep. It's up towards the top left-hand corner. You click Quick Rep, and the very first tab that opens is going to be the data that's on the Quick Rep. So you can change the information if you need to, but it's already defaulted to your default settings. You click Next. Um, if it's going to be a new room, you're just going to click the new plus button. We're going to watch this video, and within less than about 15 seconds, you can send a rep agreement to a client. They're going to get a text message, and they can click the text message and they can sign the rep agreement, which means it signs the rep agreement, it sends them a copy of the IABS and the rep agreement, and a room is already created with their information. Or you can do it the old school paper way. Either one is acceptable.
Hello, and thank you for your interest in the Realty Texas Power App. In this video, I will demonstrate how to send, in just 2 simple steps, a representation packet to your client for signature via email and SMS using your Realty Texas mobile app. Let's get to it. Click Tools and Settings from the menu bar at the bottom of your Realty Texas app. From the Tools and Settings section, click the Quick Rep menu item. The one-page buyer rep loads with your template form's default values. Click Next to add buyer clients. Load existing clients using the search bar, or click the plus button to add a new client. From the blue Add form, enter the client's first name, last name, phone number, office line if they have one, email address. And source. Then click Save. The system will now add the client to your app and your CXM system. All that is left to do now is to click the Send button. That's it. The system will now send the client the IABS and buyer rep agreement via email and SMS for client signature. Once it has been sent, the Realty Texas e-signature platform will load and your new envelope will be listed at the top and ready for signature. Click the Sign button at the top, and it will open your envelope so you can sign as the agent on the buyer representation agreement. The Realty Texas Quick Rep feature was designed to create a representation agreement while in the field. It will take less than 2 minutes from start to finish. Let's discuss the automation happening on your behalf on the back end when you use the Quick Rep feature. The system adds the client to your CXM, automatically creates a transaction room, adds the Quick Rep packet, adds the IABS and buyer rep forms, overlays the data on the forms, adds the signature blocks, creates the envelope, and sends the SMS and email in under 5 seconds. That is it. Thank you for your interest.
All right, so I'm going to put you in groups of 2, the same 2, and I want you to so one of you is going to be the agent, the other is going to be the customer, and from the app, ask them their information. Fill in their first name, their last name, their phone number, and their email address, and take them all the way through it. And they're going to receive it on their side. And then when they get the text message, they're going to see the text message. They're going to click say, or they're going to click it, and then they're going to sign it. And then that way, each of you will see right now what the customer gets because you're acting as the customer in on one side of this. So you'll see what the link looks like. You'll see the email that comes in that says we're now representing you, and you'll see the representation agreement show up in your email. So you'll see it from the customer perspective. Keep that in mind because that's going to help you later when you're standing in the driveway because now you know what they're going to get and you'll be able to see it. You'll also be able to do it from the agent side. And so from the agent, sending that information so that you'll know how to do it. A lot of you have never done it before. So I want each of you to do this, even if you've done it before, from the agent side, and then flip and then do it from the client side. So that means that everyone in this group is going to create a new envelope and they're going to create a new client and they're going to create a new room. Renee.
My app is acting like a fool right about now, and I have already reinstalled it twice this week. So I know it's the latest version, but
No,
it
the
is,
latest version came out yesterday.
well, it's been twice this week that I've done it already. Like since like Saturday, I've reinstalled it twice,
Okay.
trying to get my contacts to go into it. But that being said, it's acting a fool right now, so I'm hoping I will be able to pull up the quick rep.
Yeah, you
I
shouldn't
know
have.
exactly where it's at. I'm just saying I hope it'll actually pull up.
I will be popping in your groups, and I will see if there's any issues as you're having them. Everyone has your app open? Okay. Because your teammate is going to um, be looking for you to send them that rep. So somebody with let's start with the person with the lowest first name, be the agent first, and then flip. And so Lisa and I are going to be looking for a room in our room system for each one of you. And so it's going to be required that each of you create this room. And Lisa, can you be popping into each one of these? Okay. So it looks like that when you guys, some of you are going through the quick rep, some of you clicked on rooms that were already created and already had parties associated with it. And so that's what some of you did instead of creating a new room and creating a brand new room. So in any event, we're going to have Gavin come and visit us and he's going to share his screen. Because he has just created 3 rooms and it worked. So he has not tested creating a quick rep from an existing room in a while. So they're going to look at that because we think that that's where some of you were having issues. All right. So how many of you were able to watch this video? Okay.
We got through half of it.
I know, Renee, you guys came back again. I'm going to ask you guys to finish that video for homework. All right. So meeting a client at the property, meeting them out in the real world, you're going to have to explain the information about brokerage services. You're going to have to explain the rep agreement. You have to come up with your own words for that. As part of the introduction to Mega, we had the IABS and the rep agreement scripts that we have in Mega for you to memorize. This is the first time that we've gone through it together, and now you feel and you've watched this interaction. Uh, AI aside, focusing just on the content, who wants to talk about the content, about what they said? Sherry?
I thought it was very informational, covered a lot of information and all the key points.
Lisa's going to have you guys do this together again because this is one of the things we have to get down. I believe that we're going to start having to have these conversations in open houses soon. I see that coming in the next 12 to 24 months as what I'm hearing coming out of broker lawyer committee, having these conversations with consumers when they walk in, covering the information about brokerage services and covering rep agreement. I suspect it's coming. I'm telling you it's coming. And so we're going to have to start really getting good at having this conversation with customers who are just walking in. Um, who else wants to share? Caroline.
Yeah, I was gonna say it was very, very informational and it kind of shows you what you should be doing and how maybe there's probably plenty of agents that don't explain it properly or that at all. And so it's good information to really drill and understand. And then after a while, after a lot of practice and implementing it in your actual, clients, it'll feel natural to you. It won't feel as, imposter syndrome, you trying to figure it out of what you're actually explaining. Like it'll all make sense and fall in place and you'll feel confident about it and no one would be able to really say no. And so it was just really, really polished and really good.
So it's my hope that you guys were able to reproduce this in your own words and then make it verbatim and be able to have this same conversation that you're saying here. We have to do one of 2 things, and there is no third option. The first option is buyer boot camp and sit with your client through a buyer boot camp. That's option A of this, or option B, we have to do it in the real world when we meet them at a property. Whether it's our mom, our friend, someone we don't know, we have to go through these things, these documents, just like this. And I'm guessing that a lot of you have a prospect that you're working with and they want to see a lease property or they want to see a sale property. It's the same. We have to have this conversation about getting hired, explaining the information about brokerage services, explaining what a rep agreement is, and sending this off to the client for them to sign and move on. And then go and start providing services. But the services start after we explain it and they sign. Jeanette, I saw your hand up.
No, I was just going to say the same thing, that it was very informative. Although he made it his own, he put all the information that we need in one so he can relate with the words that he was using, and he knew what he knew. Um, the client thought he was very knowledgeable, and
Yeah, this is another one of those recorded scenarios where you put a recording in your pocket and you go have a conversation with someone and then digitize it and see what actually was said. And so after you get really good at it and you record yourself and then put words to it, it'll look really polished because you will have done it 1,000 times. So I need you guys to feel confident when you're out there. Remember the Vanessa Van Edwards thing about once you have a script and you've done it 1,000 times and you make it your own and then you make other people feel comfortable. And that's part of this, explaining the information about brokerage services and explaining the rep agreement. If we are so in our head about what we're saying, we're going to get nervous and we're going to feel nervous and we're going to make them nervous. And that's not the right way to start a relationship. And so we need to have these words down so well that it just comes off our tongue, explain it. You should be comfortable doing it. So your value, information about brokerage services, and rep agreement are three things that you have so well memorized and prepared for that it's just second nature. So here you have a video that you can go back to and watch. The video's not going anywhere, and you've got the scripts. And now you just have to incorporate that into your presentation and make it your own and reproduce it every single time. So when we meet for a client for the first time, we have a truck requirement to present and explain the IABS. We also have a requirement from NAR to get an agreement signed. So go over each section of the of the IABS, and then the buyer representation agreement, define start and end date, market area, and compensation. That's what we have to go over. So we've already gone through the IABS enough times where I'm not going to have you go through it again because you've already done it several times. But um, I want you guys as homework to present the IABS to a family member and the rep agreement. And hopefully, before you're going to put into words, you're going to start memorizing it and then practice it until you feel like you have a really good presentation. And then for bonus points, we're going to allow you guys to take this to Lisa and present your memorization of this for bonus points. We're going to talk more about that tomorrow in Mega Mini after Lisa and I speak about it. All right. So now, after you've got through the IABS and the rep agreement, okay, let's go take a look at it. So, meeting with the property, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, would you please give me a moment to get through the regulatory formalities, go through information about brokerage services, go through the rep agreement, they sign it. All right, so let's go. Fumbling with the lockbox, and you're going to show them the property. I have a recommendation that after you show them the property, that you ask them to rank the property for you. And this works even better for a buyer showing tour where you have 3 or 4 properties that you have grouped together and you're going to show them 4 or 5. When you walk out of the property, if there is more than one buyer, you can keep track of it by putting a plus on your MLS sheet. I always have one MLS sheet stapled in order for every property that I'm showing them. I've given them a packet as well. And on the top right corner of the first one, I write a plus, and then I will put their initials and I will keep their score A, B, or C. And I do that through the entire score, through the tour. Those of you been in the market for a while, been in the business for a while, you have to judge the client's interest in the property. You can see their interest. They start asking certain questions, digging a little bit deeper, saying my couch and furniture would look really good here, and they're starting to visualize themselves in the property. But how do you get to the real question of, is this property a contender? How much do you like this property? And if you had to put all the properties together, which ones do you like the most? Asking them a question like that is going to put them in circular logic, and they're going to get stuck in a loop, and they're going to have a really hard time doing it. And so I have found the best way to help my client is when I'm walking out of the property. So if you had to grade this one an A, B, or a C, how would you grade it? And I ask them both separately. And they can instantly tell me A, B, C, A minus. I'd give this one a B plus. For whatever reason, mentally, we're able to grade the property with an A, B, or C instantaneous. But if you ask them if they like it, they're going to start in a conversation. Well, I like this and I don't like this. And they're trying to stack all the things they like and they don't like, almost on a balance beam to tell you whether or not they like it or not. And they come out the other side and still without clarity of you understanding, is this a contender or not? But the A, B, or C works. So what I do, and this works for me, you need to find something that works for you. I recommend trying this once, and you probably implement this forever. After you leave every property, A, B, or C, and then at the end, go back and look to see which ones you had on as A's. So the first one, they have a difficult time grading because they don't have anything to grade it against, but they may give it a B plus, and then the next time you see the property number 2. So would you still give the last one a B plus? No, I'd give that one a B minus. Got it. And then as you're going through, they can tell you quickly their grade. And if it's a B or a C, probably not a contender. If it's an A, then you know that they have a high level interest in that property. And if they have 2 A's, and let's say we're showing 6 properties that day, and they had 2 A's in the list, they may be able to zero in on one, but we have inventory now that we didn't have before. So people are seeing more homes on tours than they did before. And by the time you get about 10 homes, which is a big tour, typically we're not showing that many homes. Typically it's 3, 4. But if you get 10 in a tour, it's going to be a blur, and they're going to start losing sight of which ones they liked. They're going to completely forget properties. They're going to take 2 properties and put it together as one. That home that had the pool and the big backyard and the nice kitchen, no, that was 2 different properties. It starts becoming a blur after a while. How many of you been on a home tour and you got to the end and it became a blur for your client? Okay, so they're gonna forget. So on my sheet, I will write down pool, brick, brick wall in the kitchen, something unique about each property that will help me remember it, because I myself sometimes will forget too. So something memorable about each property, but a grade. And then you get to the end and they had 2 A's, maybe they had 3 A's. I will oftentimes go back and say, all right, so you marked these 2 an A. These were high interest. And then it's like pulling weeds. Now I found the 2 flowers, I pulled all the weeds. Now let's go look at those against each other. And I will make appointments to go back and show just those 2 so they can narrow in on those 2. That really helps them have a better home tour, helps them um, go back and see those 2 A's against each other and be able to grade the A, one an A, one an A minus, or one is an A plus and the other one is an A minus, and they're able to zero in on one. This helps them crystallize in their own mind and with you and formulate a decision. If you go on a big tour and you get to the end and it's like, okay, well, call me when if you like any of them, they're gonna have to go home and uh, retrace their steps through that entire tour to help figure out what that whole tour was. I mean, in that process, you might not have been able to clarify in their mind which properties really floated to the top, because they will remember one they really like and they're not going to forget about that, but there might be another one they like just as much. And we want to put those A's and stack them against each other. It will really, really help you. Jennifer.
I just wanted to say that I do something very similar and it has definitely helped me. I use numbers instead, but I say 1 to 10, and we always say with a goal, right, is always the 10. But when they tell me, oh, it was an 8 or a 6 or whatever, I'll go in and say, okay, well, tell me what would have made it a 10. That also helps you kind of learn what they're actually looking for. And then sometimes I do it separately too, like you, where I ask the wife and the husband separately or whoever, right, separately.
Mm-hmm.
Um, excuse me. And then you kind of learn what's important to both. And
Mm-hmm.
it kind of helps you find that middle ground for them sometimes when you're trying to figure them out. And then the next tour, you're able to really tailor it more to what they've said and then write it down on the paper, like you said, too, to help it stick. Oh, this was the one that you said the backyard was a deal killer, right? It didn't work or whatever. So
Yes, thank you for sharing, Jennifer. And so, having a system that works for you is what you need to create. For me, I created the ABC, and if they grade a home a B or a C, then it's never going to come up again. We're going to focus in on the A's, the A minus, and the A pluses. And for me, it's really been instrumental in me being able to assist my buyers understand what they just saw and pull the weeds and focus in on the properties that really match what they're looking for, especially on those tours that have multiple properties. And so if you're showing one property and we've just met them at the property because it was a sign call and the goal was to go out there and convert and get hired, then you've only shown them one property. So then when we leave that property, remember, maybe we did get a representation agreement signed, but we kind of have a fiduciary duty to the seller to determine whether or not they like that property or not and determine if this is a contender. And so when you walk out of that property, we want to just ask the question. And when you ask the question, instead of, do you like it or not like it, there's no assumptions being made. It's if you had to rank this home A, B, or C, what would you rank it? And then they tell you there's no assumptions being made. And now you're hearing directly from them, candid feedback. And then if, it's not an A, it's like, yeah, I wouldn't even really grade it because it's missing the primary thing we're looking for. Whatever. It's going to help you now take the next step. And for a lot of these buyers, I don't expect them to fall in love with the first property they meet, and neither should you. If they were early in the process and saw a property that they were interested in, you set the appointment, and you went out and showed it to them, it could be a property like, yeah, it's close. All right. So what are you looking for? And then learn a little bit more about what they're looking for, and then put them in a client gateway, and then schedule a true home tour where you're going to take them out and show them everything. And you might include this property again. Maybe this was high on their list, but they do want to see some other homes. So then you send them a list. There's 5 other homes that kind of match what they're looking for, including this one. And then you show them all again, and then show them this one at the end of that tour so that they see and they can compare them against each other. So we are really going out into the field to meet them at the property, um, get a representation agreement signed with them, and then now we can learn everything, learn their criteria, put that criteria in MLS gateway, start sending them listings and put together a whole home tour and ask them, you can mark these favorite, possibility, or trash, reject. The favorites and the possibilities, we can go and show you those, and then we can compare them next to each other. But you need to make sure that when you're speaking with them, that all of the rest of this conversation comes out. You've met them. How are you obtaining? Are you going to be paying cash or obtaining financing? Figure that out. Oh, we're going to be getting a loan. Awesome. Have you spoken with the lender? No. Great. Or maybe they have. And so now you're going to fill in all the gaps, but you've got your representation agreement signed. Now we need to figure out how we're going to obtain financing, and we need to get a group of homes that's going to be in the market that they're looking for and what they're looking for, and then go and show it to them. So when you walk away from that appointment, here are the questions that you want answered. What's your time frame? Do you have a home to sell? How long have you been looking? Are any of the homes that you've seen, have you seen any others, and are they a contender? What is the ideal area? Beds, bath, square footage, number of stories. Do you have a preference if the primary is up or down, which we spoke about that during our CMA class? Does the age of the home matter? Max price? Will they be paying cash or obtaining a loan? If that's cash, proof of funds. And you want to walk away with their phone number, physical address, email address, all their contact information, which should be already on the rep agreement that you just filled out, and then set an appointment to show them everything. But what's happening now is we get all the information for a home search first, and then we put it in the MLS, and then we go out and meet them, and then we get the IABS signed, and then we get the rep agreement signed. And so we're tweaking the orders a little bit, especially for these phone calls that we are getting for one of our Realty Texas listings. And we have massive number of leads coming in, massive, more than we can handle at this moment. We have more buyers reaching out to us than we can process. And every day we have 50 or so rooms being created. Right now it's at an all-time high. And so there's a lot of buyers out there, and they're registering on Facebook regarding properties. And so we are calling them, setting the appointment, meeting them out there, getting the representation agreement signed, learning more about what their home search is, trying to figure out what their financing are going to be, and then put a profile for them in the MLS, start sending them listings, and schedule an appointment to go and show them everything, including new construction. You're going to get a feedback request from another agent as a buyer agent as soon as you've shown this property, which it could be Realty Texas listing agent or someone else. How many of you are familiar with showing feedback? How many of you provide feedback when requested? Okay, so we're going to listen to this video because there's some risks here. And so I want to gear you with the risk that you are putting on yourself providing feedback. So I'm going to play this video and then we're going to talk about it.
Did you hear about the realtor that got sued for providing their buyers feedback after a home showing? Well, sellers often get frustrated when the agents don't share feedback on their home, but this may explain why. The buyer initially said the house was overpriced and in poor condition, so the agent shared this feedback with the seller's agent. A few days later, the buyer changed their mind and made an offer below the list price. The seller countered at full price and the buyer accepted, but during the inspection period, the buyer requested repairs and the seller refused. They said, take it or leave it. And at closing, the seller explained they were difficult because of the negative feedback. The buyer then sued their agent for violating their fiduciary duty and won.
We have to remember confidentiality. And a lot of feedback is confidential information between the agent and their client. I know that there is professional courtesy when we show a home and the listing agent would really like to know, can I have feedback? But most of the time, what the listing agent is really asking is, are you bringing me an offer? That's really what they're asking for in feedback. Some of them are struggling with something. They're struggling with a price, or they're struggling with a condition or something, and the agent has probably asked them over and over, and now they're trying to use social proof to get that information to the seller to say, look, I told you so. All these agents are telling you that you need to do this. You need to do that. Well, that agent needs to be better at preparing their seller for what the market is, not put it on the market and then have the market prepare the home for market. That's not how it's supposed to be. In any event, if you get a request for feedback, my recommendation is that you follow in this way. There is a right way, in my opinion, and a wrong way to go about it. The right way, in my opinion, is to have a conversation with your buyer. When the listing agent calls you, hi, thank you for showing my property at 123 Main Street. I see you guys showed it last Thursday. Would you mind providing some feedback? Absolutely no problem. Go ahead and send me an email to my email address. I will forward it to the buyer and then I will have them respond. And that way, all the feedback requests I send to my client. I let my client fill it out. Hey, the seller and the seller agent are requesting some feedback. If you are interested in providing the feedback, just go ahead and reply to this and I'll forward it on to them. And then I send it to them. That way, the buyer is providing the feedback in their own words, and then you send it to them. And if the buyer doesn't want to do it, then buyer didn't elect. But that way you have it in writing, comes directly from the buyer, and everyone is protected, and we're not divulging confidential information. And in a scenario like this, it really could be problematic if later the buyer said, "What in the world did you tell them that for? That was supposed to be confidential." Jennifer.
Do you give them any guidance on the feedback? Like, you know, stick to just whatever, that kind of thing?
Well, like I said, when I'm on the phone with the listing agent, I ask the listing agent, send me an email and I will forward it to the buyer. And so typically feedback has a set of feedback questions, especially through the showing system, and they ask certain questions. And so I'll say, yep, just go ahead and send me an email and I'll forward it to the buyer. And now the buyer agent or the listing agent can provide whatever question that they want in the email. I forward it to the buyer. In the email, I will say, the property that we saw yesterday at 123 Main Street, the listing agent and seller is asking for feedback. See below. And then if you're interested in submitting your feedback, I'll forward it on to them. And they may say yes, they may say no, but at least this way, we're not divulging confidential information. So it's important that you guys remember this and don't provide confidential information, because now we have case precedents where lawsuits have happened and buyer agents were sued and they lost. Okay, it is 2:47. We're going to go on our break, come back at 2:57. At least I saw a pop up from you, but I haven't been able to find it. Is there something you need?
Welcome back. Who'd have thought that we'd back here where we need you? Here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. So, following back up as a quick review, meeting them at the property, walking them through the IABS, walking them through the rep agreement, showing them the property, coming out of the property, finding a way to gauge their interest in the property, and then how you handle showing feedback is where we are and what we have covered. If you're going to provide feedback yourself, make sure that the client has authorized it in writing. Use written feedback only. Do not answer feedback questions over the phone, and just let the agent know if they're calling you and they're asking for feedback. Hey, would you mind sending me an email and I'll respond back, and just do it that way. I do that often. 50% of the time, they never send me an email, but I know the risks and I know the liability. So you should as well. We talked about what pieces of information you need at the appointment that you should walk away with. I would dog ear this because you want to make sure that you cover these pieces of information. Gavin in the Ready Set Sell has what's called a crystallization worksheet. I'm going to pull that out here in a little bit, but that crystallization worksheet will help you fill out all the pieces of information that you need for a client gateway. And we even talked about that. We're going to talk about it more in the open house day on Wednesday together. There's a video here that will walk you through creating a gateway in our .me. Gavin teaches that in Ready Set Sell. He also teaches it in our weekly CXM training class. This is going to be part of your homework to walk through in creating a gateway through our MLS Plus. When you create the gateway in our MLS Plus, it actually is connected to your app. So on the last page of the app, you can see when people are favoriting, when people are marking things, and it's all connected. You can use your MLS client gateway or you can use your app. A lot of our agents, especially in our sales department, are using the app's client gateway. It's all of the MLSs in one. So it's Sabor plus CTX MLS plus Actress plus Houston plus Netris. and Corpus Christi and all the MLSs together. So when you use one MLS's client gateway, uh, oftentimes there's gaps in data. If you're on the phone with a client, setting the appointment, meeting them at the property, but there are certain questions that you should be careful and tiptoe around. And Gavin teaches these both in our weekly sales meeting and during Ready Set Sell. Sometimes you're going to find out that the property is pending, or you know it's pending, and they ask to set an appointment. We recommend that you go ahead and set the appointment anyway, even though that you know it's pending. And then let them know that you're going to call them back after you verified the appointment, and then use that time to find something similar to set an appointment to show them something else. So it goes like this. You happen to know that 123 Main Street's pending. They want to see it at 1 o'clock. So we finish up the call and we let them know, sure, I'll see you tomorrow at 1 o'clock. I'm going to send you a text message with the address and the time to confirm it, and I'll meet you over at the property tomorrow at 1 o'clock. I'm going to confirm the time with the seller, and then I'll call you back once we have the time confirmed. And then I call them back. Hey, Mr. Buyer, I contacted the listing agent. It looks like 123 Main Street is under contract. They are interested in having backup. So if you want to still see that property, we could possibly put in a backup offer. But I was looking in the subdivision and I found two other properties that are very similar to it. So if you want, we can see all three. It's a much better way of handling that call than, oh, I'm sorry, that one's already under contract. Bye is what's going to happen. They're going to hang up on you, and you might try to let them know, hey, that one's pending, but there might be another one. No, no, I just wanted to see that one. And you're going to lose that person. And so if that's $1,000 Zillow lead, and yes, Zillow leads are $1,000 a pop. I'm not kidding. That's the number. You just wasted $1,000 on that Zillow lead, or the Realtor.com lead, or the Homes.com lead. And so lead generation, it's a big deal. You got a interested buyer. Don't let yourself get fired from that. There's a different way and there's a different approach. And again, that approach is to set the appointment, go through the MLS, find something different, and find out if that particular listing agent is interested in a backup offer so that you can call them back and give them more information. Sometimes you're going to call them and they've registered on a specific property and they're very interested in speaking with the listing agent. Well, I really just have questions for the listing agent. Got it. Well, I can call the listing agent. Oftentimes, they respond to us much faster than they respond to buyer leads. And sometimes I'm able to get more information than what they'll provide a buyer. So if you'd like, I can take down your questions. I can give them a call, and I can do the research and call you back. And sometimes that solves that objection, because if doing lead generation, a buyer poses an objection to you, what are we trying to accomplish when a buyer poses an objection?
Trying to overcome it.
That's right. Overcome the objection and set the appointment and go and meet them. That's Sales 101. And so we can overcome a massive amount of objections once we know what those objections are and we're prepared to overcome them. And this is just one of them. I only want to talk with the listing agent. Well, oftentimes the listing agents will answer my call quicker than they are a buyer lead because they know who we are. So if you'd like, I can contact the listing agent. I can get as much information about the property and I can call you back. That's a good question. And then and by the way, have you seen the property? No, would you like to see the property? When would you like to see the property? And set the appointment and go and show it to them. I only want to meet the listing agent. I understand. Have you seen the property? Because I can show it to you. Oftentimes, they're not going to respond to you as quickly as we will, and uh, you're likely to get a good response because likely they do want to see it. I get this question a lot too. Is that property also for rent? They came across a property, they really like it, they're renters, and they want to know if it's also for rent. How do you overcome is this for rent? And what do you think they're really asking when they ask that question? Amrit or Lior or someone.
If they're
That
really, go ahead, Emily.
if the landlord might be open for it and they're really trying to gauge that, are you able to negotiate whatever it is that they're looking for?
So if you have a prospective customer or client on the phone and asking you, is this also for rent and the property's been on the market for 300 days, what should we do?
Call the owner and see if that's an option.
Yes, we should call the listing agent
Or the listing agent.
and find out, is that an option? I've got someone who's interested in seeing the property, schedule the appointment and find out as much information as you can, and then also be working with that buyer. Have you considered buying? So you can work on all fronts at once, convert them to a buyer, call the seller, ask them if they're interested in leasing and all the things. And now we're trying to get all of these little pinpoints together and schedule an appointment to go show them the property, meet them in the driveway, get the information about brokerage services signed, show them the property, figure out what their goals are, and now you're their agent. Is this for rent? I didn't know you would call. Sometimes we get objections about people asking, just, I didn't even know you'd call. I was just checking out properties on Facebook and I clicked the button. I'm sorry. No problem. So I'm curious, while I have you on the phone, what interests you about the property? That's a really good question to get them speaking. If they didn't know you were going to call and it feels like a dead end conversation, asking people what they think is a really good question to get them speaking. And so if you are trying to get them to re-engage with you, ask them their opinion. So what was it about, what interests you in the property? And very open-ended, and likely they're gonna, well, I really like the kitchen and we're looking and got it. And learn more. And then now you have more information to be able to convert them and figure out what their objection is and see if there's enough information you can get from them to put a gateway in the MLS so that you can schedule that appointment and go meet them at a property. All right, so on the buy side, we're gonna talk about buyer rep agreements in another class, but we've gone uh, we've gone through the process of getting them on the phone, setting the appointment, get the IABS, um, go over the IABS, go over the rep agreement, determine, uh, let them know, disclose to them, I mean, if we represent the seller or not, and then show the property, come out the other side, grade the property, um, learn as much as you can about what it is that they're looking for, get all of that down in a crystallization worksheet, put them in a gateway, go show them everything that's on the market. If you have are asked feedback, you know exactly what to do, and you're likely to get a lot of objections from buyers on the phone. And please jump into our weekly Ready Set Sell and our weekly sales meeting and get into Gavin's department. I know Caroline, you've been in the department now for a couple of weeks. How is that going? You feeling more confident on the phone?
Yeah, absolutely. And I see a good kind of like turnover rate for me as well. Like my one of my last shifts, I made like 40 calls and half of them answered. It was like a good ratio and got to connect and convert a lot of people to agents and reconnecting and calling a lot of the closed line and they're important because, even though they're closed, there was, for example, there was a lead that they had closed with us back in 2023. And I called them and he was like, you know what? This is crazy timing that you called. Like, I'm actually looking for 2 acre land and all this stuff and wanting to build some pickleball courts or whatever. But he was looking for real estate and looking for a pretty big price point as well. And so it's great. You never know unless you try, and you definitely get more comfortable with it and quicker as well. And so, yeah, it's been going really well.
How are you hearing a lot of different objections?
Sometimes I've had my share of people, oh, I'm not ready or oh, whatever, but I make sure to always slip in my, referrals or ask them what, like if they're not ready and ask for the referral for friends, family, loved ones, or if they're objecting, ask them, what I can help with, offering extra services that they might not even realize that we could connect them with. Like, oh, are you having trouble with the home? Like, could I potentially connect you with a plumber or a roofer or things like that? And they had no idea that we're even able to do that. And so, there have been a couple little things where people were hesitant, but then with, looking at what Juliana's been, saying and me getting more comfortable with it, like it's been going really well. So
Thank you, Caroline, for sharing. We've
yep.
made hundreds of thousands of phone calls now, hundreds of thousands. I mean, it's crazy. Uh, Janine was in the department before Juliana. Janine had made 30,000 calls. Now Juliana has surpassed that. And as an entire department, hundreds of thousands of calls have been made, and massive amounts of conversions, millions of dollars in commissions, and millions of dollars worth of leads. So there's a massive amounts of opportunity in that department. Coming to our weekly sales meeting and plugging into that after Mega is going to really help you hear from other agents and from the staff. Juliana and Gavin and Kamei, Caroline, and all the other people who are part of our department, getting to hear from them, some really good calls from them as well. I had asked all of you to be in our last sales meeting. I asked the team to add a couple of really good calls, good examples of what a good call sounds like. How many of you were able to be part of that meeting? Okay. So what did you think about hearing the actual phone call? Renee, what did you think when you heard the actual phone call being played back?
Me?
Yeah.
Okay, yes. I actually heard like closing the sale and actually having the confidence,
Nice.
you know.
Thank you for sharing. Jeanette and then Raul.
It was good information, especially there was some, especially like Cami, she does it really well. She spoke very well. She got all the information she needed and she set the appointment and she even offered to show other ones. She remembered to say if anybody else calls you, just make sure you let them know that I'm helping you. So it was very nice.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear it in class and then actually hear it actually in the wild. And you realize, huh, this does get applied and it actually does work. And you actually get clients from this, and it's different being in a classroom environment and then actually hearing it. So this is what I love about our weekly sales meeting, and I ask all of you to attend. It's 45 minutes. It goes by super quick, and you should be able to take away from each one some super good nuggets to help you with your conversion, and staying inspired and helping you increase your conversion rate. We know that if you're possibly just intermediarily trained on lead generation, that you should get 4 out of 100, and you make a couple thousand calls and you learn some really good objection handling, that 5 and 6% is not out of reach, which is fifth and sixth transaction out of 100 people. And, Caroline is saying that she's having a lot more than people answer the phone. Half of them are answering the phone because people are happy to hear from us, because we don't try to sell them a home. We ask them all the right questions, set appointments, and then after the closing, we continue checking in with them to see how they're doing and how their family's doing. And we try to nurture our database. And there's hundreds of thousands of people in our database. And we try to do that so that we can continue having opportunity for all of our agents forever and ever and ever and ever. All right, let's turn the page. This is buyer and seller presentations. And so that is, we're going to go through the buyer boot camp later, but that is meeting with a buyer out in the field and taking them through A through Z. listings. We're going to go through these 11 things. We're going to talk about securing a listing appointment, which is also setting the appointment and ensure all the parties are going to be present for the listing appointment. We're going to drive the community ahead of time, preview the competition and the amenity center. 3, we're going to deliver pre-listing packet to the subject property on the door, along with an RPR report. We're going to let them know that that's coming so we don't just show up unannounced to their door because their Ring doorbell is going to go off. Print the subject property tax data, the prior MLS listings, and the MLS history like we learned in our CMA class. We're going to call the listing agents for the pending transactions, and we're going to inquire if they got any offers. We're going to ascertain the most probable list price versus negotiated sales price, what we think it should be listed for, and what we ultimately think it's going to sell for. We're going to print the CMA and the sales price trend graph, the graph that you all did for homework. And we're going to calculate the loan balance. So when we're there, we can give an idea of what we think they're going to net. And then when they do list it, we're going to ask a title company to come up with a preliminary closing disclosure and give that to them. Prepare the IABS, the listing agreement, all of the addenda that goes along with it, and the disclosures, and have all of that ready for our listing appointment. We're going to get a good night's sleep. We're going to do yoga, dress to impress, and arrive on time at the listing appointment and what arriving on time actually means. We're going to meet the seller at the property, knock on the door, walk the property, explain the marketing plan, and then get our Realty Texas listing side compensation agreement signed with a 6 or a 1-year term. So we're going to go through all of that here right now. So first, where can we find our next listing? I always recommend that you go to Andrew and have a conversation with him about coaching, about where you can find your next listing. Whether you want to geographically farm a neighborhood, whether you are calling expireds or calling people who you know that are friends that might be looking to sell their home. But there's a lot of different options. Social media, videos, postcards to a neighborhood, door knocking, which some of you love doing, farming expired listings, which some of you love doing. Some of the most successful real estate agents I know, in fact, I would say 5 of the 10 top real estate agents I know all farm their geographic neighborhoods and get a lot of their business from it. Probably a third or more of their business comes from their farms, which means if they were only focusing on their farms, they'd be leaving up 2/3 of their business. And if they weren't farming, they would be getting rid of 33% of their business. So on either side, that's a big chunk of their business. Calling past buyers who you've closed in the past and checking in on them, seeing if they're ready to upsize or downsize. All those different referral sources. So again, the idea here is go find a listing. If you're doing an open house for someone, knocking on the neighbor's doors, inviting them to come to the open house. Hey, help me pick your neighbor, or help me pick your neighbor. That's a flyer that we have that you can do on door knocking. When the neighbor just may have someone that's a friend that's looking to live nearby. But what I find is when I knock on the doors and they do come to the open house, it's usually not because they have someone moving nearby or a friend that's looking to buy a house. That's usually not why they come. Even though I invited them through that reason, sometimes they don't want to tell you that they're looking to sell their home because if they tell you that, they're afraid that, at your doorstep, that you're going to strike up a conversation and maybe they haven't told the kids they're thinking about moving yet. Or maybe they don't want to get a sales pitch at the doorstep. So you just inviting them over to the house. Hey, help me pick your neighbor. I'm going to be listing the home next door. When they come, it's because they want to know they've got a flyer. They now know what it's listed for, and they want to check out that home to see how that home compares to theirs. So when they show up, it's usually because they're looking at selling. And so that's a good reason to knock on the neighbor's doors because you, as a prospective buyer agent doing that open house, if you're not the listing agent, which is most of you are doing open houses for another agent, you pick up the listing next door. It is very common. Most listing agents aren't knocking on the doors when they get the listing. They're usually knocking on the doors when they do the open house. And so it very well could be that the doors have not been knocked on. Now, if we're going to do a script, here is a good script that you Same script that we have on the buy side, but now for a seller. When a seller calls and they are interested in having you out to talk with them about listing, you can keep them on the phone for 45 minutes here too. And what we find is the longer that you leave them on the phone, the less chance of you getting hired. Again, the same statistic. This comes from an NAR home buyer. There's a report that NAR has of the home buyer and seller report. We have that report for every single year for the last 15 years on our website under consumer reports. realtytexas.com. You scroll down to the footer, consumer reports, and it's the home buyer and seller report. Every time I get a new one, I send it out to the entire company. I'm an instructor, so they always send me a copy of one, and I also put it on our website for you to see. And it's the secret sauce of what that seller was looking for when they hired an agent, what they valued in that agent. And so, what's the secret sauce of what buyers and sellers are looking for right now in that market? And if you go back to 2021, was different than what it was in 2018, which was different than if you go back to 2010. Buyers and sellers value different things in their agent as the markets changed. In 2021, it was less about negotiating and it was more about helping me get the home. And now it's back to negotiating because in 2021, they were submitting offers, multiple offers on different houses over and over and getting their offers or not getting their offers accepted. And so they valued an agent who could get their offer accepted. Now we're back to having inventory numbers where they're valuing negotiations. So here's a script. So let's have two of you raise your hand and do some script practice, some role play. Birdie on one side and Jeanette on the other. Jennifer, you're my next up.
Okay, I can be the consumer.
Let's do it. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, is this Tom?
Yes, this is Tom. Who am I speaking with?
My name is Lacey Smith. I'm interested in listing my home. I saw your amazing video posted online and your value statement resonated with me. Are you available to come out and meet with me?
Jeanette,
It would be my pleasure. I am available after 4 p.m. and tomorrow at 2, 4, 10, 2, or 6.
I can do tomorrow morning at 10.
Excellent. What is the property address?
4305 Chestnut Meadows Bend, Georgetown.
Got it. Is this number you are calling me from ending in 1120 yourself?
Yes.
Perfect. I am going to do a drive-by this afternoon. Tour whatever your competition looks like, and I may leave something at your door for you to look at ahead of our meeting tomorrow. Okay?
Okay.
Great. I have you down for 10 a.m. tomorrow at 4305 Chestnut Meadows in Georgetown. Call me, call my cell if you need anything in the meantime. See you soon.
Okay, see you soon. Bye.
Thank you. Excellent job. All right, another one of my scripts. This is supposed to be setting an appointment, and you're going to list the home and have the listing appointment with them when you get there. The thing is that when people call you to schedule a listing appointment, they usually don't have an hour on the phone dedicated to that moment. Usually it's, hey, I need to have you out, and they usually don't have a whole ton of time. And so to respect their time, leave the listing appointment for the listing appointment. So what I like to do is set the appointment. And here you have giving them some options. I'm available today or tomorrow and give them a couple of options. They'll pick one and then verify their cell phone number. Why do you think I'm asking in trying to ask as few questions as possible? Why am I asking them if the phone number that they're calling me from is a number that I should call them back on? Jeanette and then Sharon and then Raul. Let's see if you get the right answer.
Sometimes they call from like a a Zelle lead and it doesn't give them their correct number or they hide their number, something like that?
Okay. Well, okay. Raul.
Well, I was going to answer your first question, why you don't want to talk too long, so you don't fire yourself, so you don't talk yourself out of getting hired.
No, that's true. Yes. Amrit.
They may be calling you from an office line or a work number and may not be reachable back on that number again.
It's happened to me so many times. I remember the first time it happened, I tried calling them back because um, and I got a number like, thank you for calling Hewlett Packard, HP. And it was a switchboard. And I didn't have all their contact information and I had no way to contact them. And I realized I can never let this happen again. I need to verify their phone number because this is a listing. This is someone who wants to sell their home. This is important to me. I need to make sure that I have their phone number. So I always, you have that happen to you twice. It'll never happen to you again because now you're going to verify their phone number. So I look at my phone, I look at the last four digits. Can I reach you back at this number if I need to get in touch with you? This number ending in 1101. And they say yes. Excellent. So then immediately after the phone call, I save that number in my phone. I don't just leave it there. I save it as a contact. And when I save it as a contact, next time I open my app, the app does a pop-up that says, hey, we see a new contact record in your phone. Do you want to import this? I click yes, and then imports that contact record into my app. And now it's ready for me in my CXM. And so there's that loop. And I'm doing that every single day, every day. Every day, I'm adding new contacts to my app through saving them as a contact record, going into CXM, and then pulling it into CXM so that I don't actually have to type that in. Bryce.
I mean, it's great to verify the phone number and as well as message them the next day at least an hour before their appointment to remind them. I've definitely showed up before and had the client forget or just not put it on their calendar for the event. So
Yes. And we're going to talk about when we should message them because you're absolutely right. We need to confirm it and then in the morning let them know, hey, I'm en route. I've also had it where they made multiple appointments and someone else showed up at the same time that I did, and there was a lot of confusion. And so the text message that I send right away, which is the very next thing, the very next thing I like to do is send an immediate text message to confirm everything we just spoke about, which to me, it's going to act as a record that I can go back to later in the event that I forget. And so often they will schedule multiple appointments. And if you set the appointment and someone else calls you right after, you can forget what time they said, and now you're trying to remember, and that's not a good thing. So send an immediate text message to confirm their address. And it's actually like a little note that you're leaving yourself. Hi, Tom. All right, I'm confirming that I'll see you tomorrow, 11 o'clock at 123 Main Street. And now I save it. And then I save their contact on my phone. And then I also add a calendar item in my Outlook so that it shows up in my Outlook so that I have it on my calendar so I don't forget what time. I've saved them in my phone and have a text message to them with the time. That way, you have it all stored somewhere that you can go back to because the very last thing you want to do is put this in your mind and try to remember it. The next phone call that comes in can blow that up, and then you're trying to remember, did I say 10 o'clock or did I say 1? I don't remember what they said. And if you're always using the Realty Texas app, you can also go back and listen to the recording. And sometimes we've had to do that. So, for a lot of different reasons. We want to verify their phone number, save their contact information on your phone, and store the appointment time in your calendar. This is rookie stuff that you can very easily mess up. And once you do it, you realize that you don't have SOPs in your business to make sure that you're getting it right. So if you follow these SOPs every single time, you have structure in your business. And when you have SOPs like this, it actually really helps your assistant because you're saving it in your contact, you're importing it, which means now your assistant has access to the data from the app, and they can start preparing your room and start preparing the different packets and exploding the forms and pre-populating your listing document so that you have everything ready for you, which is absolutely something an assistant should do. In your app, if you click on the contacts record, you have a button that will show all of the contacts that's in your phone. You have the ability to synchronize all of the contacts in your phone with your app. There's one button that does it. And John um, asked a question. No, Joe asked a question about enrichment. And so that's where this part comes in. Most of the time, we find that our real estate agents have phone numbers and names in their phone, and they haven't stored email addresses. And so the enrichment process, when you are synchronizing the data, will ask you if you want to enrich it. And there is a fee associated with it, and it's not paying Realty Texas. It's paying the third-party data warehouse exactly the amount that they charge us. And what it's going to do for your database, it's going to go through your contacts and it's going to enrich their data. It's using public data sources to update their address, update their email address, and give you additional phone numbers for your entire database so that you can import your contacts and then click the very next button, which is going to enrich their data. That's going to help you sending out your Christmas cards or your holiday cards. It's also going to help you greatly when you're sending out your newsletters. And so there is really good third-party website, ATTOM. Atom is the third-party data warehouse. They're the largest one in the world. They're a multi-billion-dollar company, and they're an enrichment company, and they help you backfill in your contacts with good data. Every new lead registration that comes into the company, we automatically enrich their data immediately. And there's an entire dossier that it creates. Associated family members, all kinds of really great information. And it does backfill that into the contact record, but you can see that entire enrichment for each one of your contact records. It's not required. It's a button that you get to click. If you want to click the button, it will help you enrich your data. But we have found that our agents who are using the CRM have really appreciated the enrichment tool, because otherwise you're going to have to call everyone and be verifying all of their contact information, which isn't a bad thing to do, but it's a lot easier when you do it and 13 seconds later, it's completely done for you. So send them the text message so that they have the text message. And in the script, you probably heard something mentioned in there. We mentioned that we're going to drop by and leave something at their door. Does anybody here do pre-listing packets? Leor does. All right, so pre-listing packets are very, very appreciated. And in my mind, I think that it sets the right tone because it's showing the consumer that you're already working for them and that you are driving the neighborhood. Ahead of every listing appointment that I do, I'd like to drive the neighborhood, reacquaint myself with the amenity center, what it offers, and I'm gonna tour the inventory that kind of matches my subject property. So if I've got a two-story, I'm gonna go look at some of the two stories, especially the vacant ones, set an appointment and go and look at them. You can preview property all day long for this. You just have to, when you're doing the showing instructions, mark that you're previewing the property. And so it that is something that I do ahead of every single listing. And so I want to tell them that I'm going to drive their neighborhood because they are going to have a Ring doorbell or something and they're going to see me walking up to their door. And if I didn't tell them that I was going to do that and I just leave it to their door, they're going to get a little freaked out. They're going to think, okay, this person, I invited them to come next Tuesday and the next day they came to my house. That's not cool. That is, an invasion of privacy and all the things. Sometimes we're the secret. And so one of the questions I like to ask is everyone going to be present for the listing appointment? Because I don't want to be the big secret. And so you're going to set the appointment and you're going to find out, oh, there's more people on this listing agreement. And so you're likely to call them back and have a conversation with them because you want to make sure that everyone is present for the appointment. How many of you have ever represented a couple through a divorce as their listing agent. Renee has, Jeanette has, Sherry has. I can tell you one way to not get hired, and that is to go out to the property after one of them called you and meet with one of them without the other. That is an absolute way that you will not get hired because the other person is going to look at you as an us versus them, and now you're part of the them. That you probably have been heard bad things about them from their spouse, and that you are looking out for um, their ex, not you. And so they don't like that. Whenever I am asked to come out and meet with someone, I always let them know, hey, I need to meet with both of you at the same time. And if you guys aren't comfortable being in the same room, I totally get it. We can do it over Zoom, but I need to meet with both of you. And then I also recommend having a text message thread where you add both of them and you tell them, look, all of the conversations are going to be inside this thread. If one of you calls me or sends me a text message, I'm going to throw whatever that text message is back in the group thread because I need to make sure that we're all having the same conversation because I represent both of you equally. And it has to be fair to all parties. And so we need to make sure that we're communicating in the group thread. And they like that because they understand that it's going to be fair. And if I'm talking fairness, then they're going to feel like, all right, this person is helping us with this, not helping my spouse or my ex-spouse with this. And that goes a long way. So sometimes you're going to be invited out in those scenarios where one of them really wants a CMA. They want to know what their home is worth, and they haven't even told their spouse yet. And so then I let them know, all right, this is the thing. I need you to have a conversation with them, and then invite me for the appointment because if we continue on this route, they are going to never want me to be their real estate agent. I'm not going to meet them, and I don't think that you should either. So if you've had a conversation and you've set the appointment and you let them know that you're going to drop off a pre-listing packet, tell them I'm going to be stopping by the property. I'm going to go tour the neighborhood. I'm gonna look at the comps when I'm doing my CMA for you, and I'm gonna stop by and do a pre-listing packet. And I'm just gonna drop it at your door. Sometimes they'll say, "Yeah, don't do that," and I'm like, "Oh, really?" And they're like, "Yeah, no, I haven't told my spouse." I'm like, "Got it," and that's gonna open up a whole nother conversation. So just by you telling them that you're gonna drop off the pre-listing packet, that will create this whole conversation out of nowhere, and you'll learn a lot just by asking that one question. When we are trying to get hired, whether it's a buyer or a seller, we're trying to prove our ability, our commitment, and our ethics. Sometimes when it's a referral, then we have borrowed influence from a person that they're putting their name on us, and that's awesome. But we want to stand out. We want to impress them. We want to show them that we do this full time. We're not a discount brokerage. We're full service. We want to go and drive that neighborhood so that we can show them a sense of urgency and that we are going to immediately get to work for them. And if they have another agent that they're calling, chances are that agent isn't doing this. But you do want to go look at the competition and want to get inside. Because when you go back and do your field work, you being inside those properties and walking them is going to really help you when you're trying to pick the number from the range and you've actually been inside all those comps and you look at the subject property and you drive by the subject property and you see the curb appeal, you kind of already got an idea of what you're dealing with on the outside. Chances are that property is sold in the past in the MLS and you're going through the photos. You don't know if they've done something to it yet, and you've grabbed the comps and now you're prepared to go and meet them at the property. And so that's very, very, very helpful. But I do recommend that you drive the community. You're going to learn what conforming curb appeal is for these homes. You're going to confirm the number of stories the property has because sometimes the MLS doesn't have it and you're trying to figure that out using Google Earth. So driving by the property helps. And then you're going to look at the comps and see the properties who are on the market and what they did to bring their property to market versus what your listing looks like right now. And giving an idea of, All right, does this property conform to the average? Are they between average and max curb appeal, or are they between max and low curb appeal? And typically, the inside and the outside are all kind of in mirroring each other. And so, if there's deferred maintenance going on, it's usually everywhere. So it's kind of giving you not a for sure because you haven't toured the property yet, but you're having a pretty good idea of what you're dealing with when you drive by. And what does the amenity center offer? I always recommend when you're getting your photos that you speak with, especially with the photographers, to make sure that they are um, previewing the amenity center and taking good photos of the amenity center. So you have pictures of the amenity center in your advertising. All right. So this guy, Renee, you may even know him. His name is Alex Perfetti, I think. Matt Perfetti. I can't think of his name. It's right here.
Are you using one
Matt
of these?
Bonelli. He goes to a lot of NAR meetings, and he is the pre-listing packet king. He teaches this at classes all over the place. And so this is his pre-listing packet.
Do you even have one of these? Happy listing day once again. I'm Matt Bonelli. Thanks for watching. This is a pre-listing packet, and if you're not using one, you should be. So what does your perfect pre-listing packet look like? If you don't know what a pre-listing packet is, it's a packet of valuable information that you share with a potential seller before you meet to conduct a listing consultation. If you're conducting a one-step process, you want to deliver this packet ahead of your scheduled meeting. If you are conducting a two-step process, you can either deliver the packet ahead of time or you can bring it with you when you preview the home. To clarify real quick, a one-step process is when you preview the home, explain your value proposition, and have your discussion about pricing analysis all in one visit. A two-step process splits that into 2 appointments, the first one being when you preview the home, and the second when you discuss your pricing analysis. Okay, so what's the point of a pre-listing packet? You like to do research before you buy a product or service, right? So why not help out your future clients and provide that research for them? You want to provide them with everything that they need to understand the home selling process and what it will be like to work with you. Here are some things that you should include in your perfect pre-listing packet. Your biography, of course, testimonials from your clients, information about your brokerage, your complete marketing plan. And this is very important because it details exactly how you're going to help them sell their home. Your affiliations and distributions, identifying how you're going to expose their listing to the market. Examples of your digital and your print marketing materials. Market statistics, of course. A list of questions that they should be asking their realtor. An introduction to any additional services like transaction management and title services. A listing agreement completely filled out with the exception of price. Homework for the sellers, including any type of property disclosure forms. And anything else that you want to include that differentiates you from the competition and helps the seller get ready to market their home. A quick side note here, also make sure you're sharing any required state or association disclosures as appropriate. Make sure you customize this packet for each seller. This is a great way to demonstrate the value of working with a proactive real estate advisor. In addition to exceeding expectations with potential sellers before they even sign a listing agreement, the pre-listing packet will allow you to do a little bit of due diligence on the seller's motivation. If you go through the trouble of preparing and delivering this information, you're hoping that the sellers take the time to read it. To encourage them to do so, before delivering the packet, tell them this. I have prepared and I'm going to deliver to you prior to our meeting a packet of information that has everything that you need to know about the home selling process and what it's like to work with me and my company. Now the seller knows that this is important information, so when you meet with them, you can ask, did you have the time to take a look at the information that I prepared for you? Do you have any questions? The seller may or may not have questions at this point, as they may want to have a continued discussion first, but if they didn't take the time to review that packet of information and they don't know anything about you or your company, they either aren't that motivated to list or they just want to hear your number. Any type of reaction from the seller regarding your pre-listing packet should help you adjust how you may or may not need to guide this seller. So if you're not using a pre-listing packet, start using one. If your current pre-listing packet doesn't have some of the items we talked about here, add them in. And if you already have the perfect pre-listing packet, that's awesome. Keep using it. I would love to hear from you all, some success stories or non-success stories that you may have had with using a pre-listing packet. I would also be interested in hearing what your favorite items to include or not include in a pre-listing packet are and why. Feel free to drop a comment on the blog or the video or just send me a note. For now, good luck with your listing consultations and we'll see you again soon. Have a great day.
Right after Mega, about 3 weeks after Mega, we have our ABR class. For those of you who don't have your ABR designation yet, which is 2 days we spend on just working with buyers. So I teach ABR and SRS right after Mega. And so we design for you to be able to jump into both of those classes. In the ABR class, we talk about the pre-listing packet and what to include in the pre-listing packet. But here is kind of a spoiler for part of it. The do's and the don'ts. So let's start with the don'ts. I don't recommend that you put anything about other firms. Sometimes people try to stack up between other firms. Nobody recommends doing that. I don't recommend having a conversation about your compensation or broker compensation. I don't recommend throwing your comps in your pre-listing packet at all. Don't give them the comps. They need to understand them, and so you should bring them out. So your CMA should not be part of it. The pricing range or the CMA cover page should not be part of your pre-listing packet. Sometimes people have, Pets Alive or looking for donations to philanthropic stuff, and they're really passionate about it, and they put those in there as well. We've, based on studies, have shown that sellers don't like that. Stay away from all the other things that we spoke about in the reputation class, which is political, religious, all of that stuff. It should probably not be in there. And leave all the negative stuff out. All right, what do we put in it? The listing guide that we have, we highly recommend that you tailor that to yourself. The off-the-cuff version is good. Sometimes we have agents adding stuff to it, which I love. IABS plus Seller Shield. Seller Shield is great information for a pre-listing packet. The general information and notice to buyer is a great thing to add, just not for them to sign it, but for them just to have it in there. Your About You, references, the Code of Ethics, the RPR report for that property, with just a seller report without the CMA portion of it is great. The marketing plan and the marketing pieces that you've done before with a QR code, maybe to another property that you can showcase to them. I think that all of that's already located inside the RT listing guide. So if you're familiar with the listing guide that we have, that's already in there. Meet the team if you have an assistant, a photographer. You should definitely have a meet your team so they can see that the organization is bigger than you. Sometimes we have agents even put in their manager's information and more about their brokerage and any community involvement that you're in, all inside of a nice manila envelope that you leave at the front door. Inside, they open up the Realty Texas folder, and on both sides, it's information on the left-hand side about the property and on the right-hand side about you. That's what we recommend. This is for reference. On the CMA class, we went through and we showed you how to print the tax records and showed you how to print the MLS records. So we're not going through that again because we did that in the CMA class, but you need to print the MLS listings. I recommend printing all of the prior MLS listings for that property because you're going to take it out to them as part of your listing packet and the RPR report. I recommend calling all of the listing agents for all of the pending transactions. We've mentioned that several times. I did that last class on Friday. I called one of the pendings that were in Highland Park North, and one of them, I guess I knew that agent from a prior transaction, or know his mom. I've known him for like a long time. Call the pendings. Some of them maybe you know, and the longer you're in the business, the more relationships you have with some of these agents, and that's really great when you do. Print the MLS graph so you have a copy of that graph with you. I printed this out at the end of 2025 and the beginning of 2026. These are all the transactions that I found in the MLS, in the marketplaces that we had that were in multiple offer scenarios. So your list price to sold price ratio it tells a very important story, and oftentimes agents aren't looking at that. It's the original list price to sold price that we're talking about, not the list price at sale. And so I recommend that you go into the MLS and you find the original list price to sold price and look at that ratio, whether it's 96%, 97%, but most properties are selling between 97% to 100% list price to sold price ratio. And what we find is a lot of the properties that were listed correctly are 100%, and the properties that are listed high end up at 94, 93, sometimes even as low as 92. And so the original list price to sold price tells a huge story, regardless of what market we're in. If you have 5 homes on the market this month, and last month 5 homes sold, what is the absorption rate? Do you remember how to do the math? 1 month, Sherry says. Lori says 1 month. So that means that 5 homes were available. That means there was 5 buyers minimum that were in that neighborhood. If you bring your property to market correctly, which is properly prepare it, properly price it, and your home looks better because they did all the things, cleaned the carpet, maybe painted the room that needed to be painted, did the curb appeal, and spent a couple $1,000s getting it in the exact right state, which we're going to talk about for the rest of now and the rest of the class, is properly preparing the home for market. You're likely to go into multiple offers. You're likely to be one of the sellers that went into multiple offers. And that's typically why you see one of the properties in your comps that was on the market for 2 days or even one day, because it came in and it got 2 offers and it went under contract really quickly in the first couple of days because it was properly prepared. And the other homes that are on the market that weren't properly prepared, then the buyer who didn't get that property waterfalled off to those other ones. Sherry.
Yes, sorry. On your prior slide, I was trying to find your slide, where you showed the multiple offer properties from 25, 26. Was there a way to filter that out, or did you manually have to go through and search for multiple offer properties?
I looked for properties that had a greater sold price than their list price. Yep. So this is what you should have in your listing packet. You should have your folder, your business card, the seller guide, the MLS listing, the tax records, the RPR report, all your comps, your quick CMA, your comps graph, all the sales for the last 300 days, and the listing documents, which is IABS, General Information Knows the Customer, your listing agreement, this whole packet. Then we're going to talk about what listing documents should be in your listing document separately. But here is what I would say is the dog ear for dog ear this page. Pull it out. This is what you should have with you for your CMA. We talked about how to print out each one already. You already know how to get your MLS listing. You already know how to do the tax records. You already know how to get the RPR. You already know how to get the comps. You already know how to print the quick CMA and the comps graph because we did all of that on Friday. And so now this is what's going to be in your file and this is what you're going to bring with them. I mentioned though on Friday, I mentioned this quickly, and I'm curious if anybody remembers why I bring a copy of this. And remember, I do not leave this. I do not leave the everything that's sold in the subdivision for the last 300 days. And typically, this report is 3 pages long. So it's not like I have a 50-page report. And so it's not as much as you might think, but I do bring it. Why do you think I do this? What is the value and what problem is it going to solve for you?
It'll
What do you-
solve the overpricing.
I'm really not going to even show it to them. This is for me. I'm gonna have it at the ready. And just in case I need it for one specific reason, I'm gonna have it here. And it's a big one. And again, we're presenting our comps and we're going through our comps, and I need to have this in the event one thing happens. It's important enough for me to actually bring this along. It's happened enough that's important for me to have this. What could that be? Sherry, I see your hand up.
For when they have it, the price anchored that is incorrect.
That's a gift card if I've ever heard of one. Job, Sherry. Because the seller has anchored themselves onto a property that was likely hundreds of square foot larger, or a different property where they were driving through the neighborhood and they saw a house and they looked at that house and they said, wow, that one looks pretty close to mine. They sold that thing for 600. All right, so I want to sell mine for 600. So they got 600 in their brain. And then you come and you bring in 550. And the seller's like, what do you mean 550? I want to sell my home for 600. And then you tell them, Mr. Seller, and then they know it's over on Bush Street, and they're looking for that property on your CMA grid. It's not there. And they're like, how is it that I'm a more informed seller than this is an agent? Why did they hide this from the CMA? They didn't even put it on here as the best comp. Now they question your ability and maybe your ethics too. And those two questions going on. And of course, there's always been the scenario when I find out that they are anchored to it, and then they tell me what it is. What would force me to do before was pull out my laptop out of my bag, open my laptop, turn it on, hotspot my laptop to my phone, connect to the MLS, do a quick search, look for that property, and that took 6 minutes. And during that 6 minutes, the seller was thinking that I didn't know what I'm doing, and now I'm doing research that I should have done before. And that's a lot of time, and it's kind of a bad vibe going on. And so then now I just grab my sheet. Okay, let me see. Birch. Oh, yes, I see Birch here. Got it. All right, so that property was 2980 square foot. Your home is 2200 square foot. So I pulled the comps that were from 1900 square feet to 2300 square feet. So this 2900 square feet, an appraiser wouldn't look at that. And by the way, that price per square foot is 135. And at your property here, we're recommending 150 a square foot. So actually, you're selling your home for a higher price per square foot than them anyway. That objection has just been obliterated, and it happens all the time. In fact, more often than not, they'll be anchored on a property that doesn't show up in your CMA grid because it was either too far back or it was a different size and they didn't realize it. Joe, I saw you put your hand up. Mr. Flores.
Another thing I bring up to their attention, how long it took to sell, days in the market.
Yeah, that too. And look at it and it show up that that property's been on the market for 100 days. But regardless of how long it's been on the market, if it is a comparable, it'll show up on my grid. But the problem is when it doesn't show up on my grid and I don't have it on my list of comps and they're anchored on it. One of the worst things that can happen to you in a listing appointment is they are anchored on a listing that you don't have in your grid, because we're not even talking about the property that they have their entire price strategy wrapped around. And so we have to be able to quickly overcome that objection and get back on track. And it's not going to be possible to overcome that objection or to get back on track until you've been able to overcome that objection. And I find that it's really helpful when they've anchored on that and I can overcome that objection, because now they really feel like the foundation of everything they knew to be true has been shook, and now they're really ready for programming because they're really ready for information. Because they're like, okay, well, if that's not it, what is it? Okay, well, let me show you. Let me show you the properties that are comparable to yours, and the comps and what they sold for. And then they're even more interested now in your CMA because now they need actual data that's going to help them. So this is a very big deal. So all of this stuff we can go back and revisit on our Friday class for how to do the quick CMA comps graph or the quick CMA report or the grid view. But here's what you need. Here's what the documents that you're going to bring with you on your listing appointment. And number 11, your listing documents. This is the listing documents broken down. The IABS, your exclusive right to sell, your seller disclosure or your seller shield, your general information and notice to buyer and seller, which is now called general information and notice to consumers. They've changed the title. Protect your home from mold, information about property insurance for a buyer or a seller, your non-realty addendum if you find out that there's personal property that's going to be conveyed. I like to have that filled out at the listing appointment so I have authorization from them. Notice of information from other sources if they have an appraisal or information that they want me to share in the MLS listing, I can add it to that form. The T47 affidavit, the consumer notice regarding hazards and deficiencies, wire fraud notice, and our code of ethics. And I'll leave the code of ethics with them with this packet. And so this is my listing packet, my listing documents that I have all filled out, all ready to go, and all I need is initials here for this. So when you are using the room system, it's simply creating a new room, picking a single family or what type of property it is, and that you're representing a seller. And when you pick representing the seller, I'm gonna say I'm pipeline rep agreement. I'm gonna go to the packets, and then I'm gonna pick the appropriate packet. And this is going to be the listing agreement 1 to 4. And when I click add, all of those documents that I just mentioned are part of your room. And then you go to the room and you click autofill and it will autofill all of the defaults. The listing agreement will be autofilled, all the documents will be autofilled, and then you can print it. If this is a client that you help them buy the home and you did the listing agreement over the phone or you did a Zoom and they want to hire you, sometimes you're just going to e-sign the listing docs. It just depends on a lot of factors, but I would say right now where I am in my business, 50% of my listing appointments are a Zoom that I do, and I take them through the comps. And then I send them the documents via e-sign, and the other 50% is I go out to their home and I sit with them at the kitchen table as we did in the past and go through my comps and get a listing agreement signed in person. So right now it's pretty much a 50-50 between the two. That's not necessary. Okay. Your exclusive right to sell agreement. There's a few things that I want to go over. At the end of this, there is a video that we are going to watch together that is me walking through the comps with the seller. And it's this document. It's a mock listing video. Just like the mock video that I had taking you through the buyer presentation, I have one where I am walking you through the listing, my listing from start to finish. And it's me walking through presenting my comps and then sharing with them my advertising, the marketing campaign, and then getting my listing agreement signed from start to finish. And that is a very helpful video. It's the video I think that people like most out of the entire mega series because they follow that particular video in how they're going to approach their listing appointments forever. It's going to change it. So now that you've gotten through the Friday class and you know how to put the right comps together, then you know how to compile that stuff. How you present it to the client really matters. And that video that I'm going to show you is going to really help you with that. The listing agreement, I recommend that you do a 1 year term on it. And your commission is due upon when it's earned and payable. Broker offers brokerage services on contingency. You offer your services on contingency. What does that mean?
Regardless of if the listing is going to sell or not, you still have to perform all the duties that you are putting down in the listing agreement.
Yeah. So that means that we only get compensated on a successful sale. And so broker offers brokerage services on contingency. Broker makes a promise that they will make best efforts to market and bring the seller offers. The seller promises that they will, in good faith, work with the broker to sell the property on terms acceptable to the seller. Those terms acceptable by the seller is in the listing agreement, the list price. Broker contractually agrees to list the property based on the list price. Broker is given a window to bring the seller offers between the list date and the expiration date, and that's it. There is a contractual promise that the listing agent will, in good faith, do everything possible to sell the home at the list price between those two dates. And this is what we're going to start talking about, the value of the structured price reductions if the seller is wanting to list a price that you know that you can't sell the home for. So, it says broker's compensation is earned when any of the following occurs during the listing. The seller sells, exchanges, option, agrees to sell, agrees to exchange, or agrees to option the property to anyone at any price on any terms. Broker individually or in cooperation with another broker procures a buyer ready, willing, and able to buy the property at the listing price or at any other price acceptable to the seller. Or seller breaches the listing. The seller breaches it, then your commission is earned. Now, when is it payable? Once earned, broker's compensation is payable either during this listing or after it ends, or at the earlier of number one, the closing and funding of the sale or exchange of all or part of the property. So now the commission is earned and it's due, payable. Or seller's refusal to sell the property after broker's compensation has been earned. 3, seller's breach of this listing, or at such time as otherwise set forth in this listing. We have a lot of duties that we have to perform the seller: advertising, marketing, open houses, and all the other things that we promise. If the seller breaches the listing on either side for earned and payable, the entire commission is due. And so part of the agent's responsibility is to tie the broker to a listing agreement. And then at that point, you're assigned to the listing and provide brokerage services. But if the seller breaches it, then that's a conversation that you're going to have with Mr. Potter about what happens next and what do you want to happen next. But there are agreements here. But there is a dangerous assumption that a lot of real estate sales agents make. And one of those assumptions is if the home doesn't sell, the seller will eventually reduce the price. And that assumption is wrong. And it is partly unethical for an agent to have that assumption and move forward under that assumption because they think, well, I can just take the listing at any price. And then when it doesn't sell, the seller will grow weary and reduce the price. So the more accurate assumption for us should be if the home doesn't sell, the seller fires you and hires another agent. That's what the assumption should be in your brain, because then that's going to help you exercise the listing agreement properly, which is you're going to do everything that you can to take the very best photos and market the property. But I can tell you that one of the things I see agents do often is they take an overpriced listing and they refuse to have photos taken. And they don't help the seller prepare the home correctly because they know it's not going to sell and they don't want to put any money after it because they feel like it's putting good money after bad. So next thing you know, they're taking photos with their iPhone. They're not doing open houses because they know it's not going to sell. And so they just do minimal efforts. And again, that's another issue that is a fiduciary failure. We shouldn't have taken the listing in the first place if we didn't want to put our full effort into listing the property correctly. So the agent who replaces you after you've been fired will typically list the property at a price you could have sold it for, which is very stressful and upsetting. And they get paid for the same sale that you invested time, money, info. And so that's the risk you take for taking an overpriced listing without some structure. So when you take a listing, you're investing your time, your reputation, your marketing, and your money because there's a sign in the yard. There is no deposit for professional photos or video or staging or promotion. If the property does not sell, you absorb the loss. And that's what you are putting on the line every time you take a listing. And so it's very important for you and the seller that you create a listing that's going to sell, which means it needs to be properly priced. When I say properly priced, properly priced. That doesn't mean you're going to deeply discount it for just to help yourself sell the property. We're saying it's not going to be overpriced. Taking a listing at a price greater than the market will bear is not just a costly mistake for an agent to make, but it also could be even deemed as an unethical practice. We talked about this before, Standard of Practice 1-3. In attempting to secure a listing, you shall not deliberately mislead the seller as to market value. So, how many of you have ever been asked the question, will you come down on your commission? Okay. So there's a few wonderful scripts. Will you offer me a discount on your commission? And so there's a couple of things. Respectfully, no, not on contingency. My clients hire me because I'm the expert at helping my clients properly prepare their home for market, saturate the market with advertising, and negotiate the higher price. Well, I'm glad you're a good negotiator. I want that, but I also would like you to offer me a discount. That's very important to me. If I'm unable to negotiate my own commission, how in the world do you expect me to sell your home or negotiate your home? If I can't even negotiate my own commission, how in the world do you expect me to be able to negotiate the sale of your home? So is that a no? I would like to earn your business and I would like to sell your home. On a contingency basis, no, I would not accept a job at a fee less than my value. That said, my broker does allow us to work on a non-contingency basis for 2.75% to the broker, cash due at the listing agreement. So if they want you to discount their commission, how many of you would be happy to discount your commission if they write you a check at the time the listing agreement is put together? So converting it from a contingency basis to non-contingency. But Mr. and Mrs. Seller, you're asking me to reduce my commission on contingency. I'm taking all the risk. On contingency, you offer more. And I think when you have the conversation with them, whatever that script looks like on a contingency basis, they realize that you've got money coming out of your pocket on day one, and that you're not charging them anything, and you're getting marketing and monies, and you are putting money out. So sometimes asking for a retainer, a deposit, or non-contingency basis will go a long way. But when agents do take an overpriced listing or their compensation is not what they think it should have been, they pull back, and they pull back a lot. They hesitate to pay for staging or recommend staging. They avoid video and premium marketing services that they typically would have done because they're trying to limit their loss from the whole thing. They think, oh, I get a sign in the yard, maybe I'll get a buyer from it, but maybe the seller will grow weary and reduce the price, but they know in their heart of hearts it's not going to sell, and they didn't work hard enough with the seller to express to the seller the dangers of what the seller is doing to them. And they said yes. They said yes. So obviously, why would they say yes if they didn't think it was going to sell? When the listing is priced correctly, agents usually invest their money a lot more confidently. The much better photos, much better video. They go in on an exposure. They're doing grand open houses, and they're doing a lot better job as a listing agent. You should never be negotiating staging or upgraded photos instead of a price reduction after the listing fails. That conversation belongs before the listing is signed. And so what I'm saying is you want to properly prepare the home and get the best listing collateral, photos and videos that money you can buy, and then hit your coming soon. You should not get iPhone photos and then them reduce the price and then get professional photos done if they agree to reduce the price. The first 10 days is the most important part, and you're not doing the business right if you're following that frame of thought. And I see so many agents and sellers falling into that. And sometimes they just have this excuse. I just want to test the market. Testing the market is not a strategy, guys. Listing at a seller's preferred price is never ideal, nor is it going to work. It is only done because the agent thinks the seller will eventually reduce, then the agent can sell. And this is an all-around failure, especially in the market that we're in right now. You're going to blow past the first 10 days, and you're going to blow past the time where you could have sold it to the right buyer, because you're always going to get the most attention on a new listing. The most amount of showings you're going to have is not after a price reduction. It's coming on market at the right price. And when you come on market at the wrong price, you blow through the one opportunity that you have to expose it to the buyers and get the most people showing up. And the more people you get showing up after it was properly prepared and properly priced, you have the highest propensity of going into multiple offers, which is list price or even more than list price. You have to pay very close attention to that days on market. And usually there's always one in your comp grid that sold in 3 or 4 days. Almost always. In fact, I have not yet found a situation where it's not in our normal price ranges. You get into the 3.5 million, okay, that's a different story. But in the under 800,000, there's always one that has the 3 to 5 days that it sold on market because it was properly prepared and properly priced. So if your seller wants to test the market, if they want to come in at the wrong price and you want to allow them that freedom, and you have profusely expressed how that's going to hurt them and that they're going to net less by doing this. Mr. Seller, let me ask you this. The reason you want to come on the market at this price is because you want to sell the home for as much as it can possibly sell for. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. So what if I told you by pricing it less, it's going to get you more, and if you price it this number, it's going to get you less than if you had priced it for less in the first place? And let me show you how that exists. Let me show you where that data is. Your first 10 days is the most important. So if after all of the scripts and all of the conversation, they're just not willing to hire you unless you price at their number, and you know that their number is way out of whack, and you still want to take the listing, I'm okay with it if you have price reductions written into the listing agreement. And let them know, look, I can't in good conscience take this listing at this price. I have to have a sellable listing. It's not going to sell at this price. Now, if you want to test the market and you want to come on the market for the first 15 or 30 days at this price, we can do that. And I will do everything I possibly can. But if it doesn't sell, I need to have a commitment from you that you're going to reduce the price and we're going to get down to a number that will actually sell. And they're written into the listing, and they're automatic, and they're enforceable because they're automatic. No amendment needs to be signed for the structured price reductions. That's the beauty of them. So you automatically have the price reductions based on special provisions. And there's a formula for this. And so it is not something that you're just going to wing. So when you sign a listing agreement, you are committing to sell the property at a specific price. You're not agreeing to figure it out later, and you're not guaranteeing cooperation and reductions. The seller says, yeah, well, we'll just reduce if it doesn't sell. I need that commitment from you in the listing agreement itself. Because too many agents silently assume, like I said, if it doesn't sell, that they're going to reduce. And that doesn't happen often. There's one other topic. If the property is not in the right condition, and so sometimes sellers want to sell for a premium, but they're not in a premium condition. If the property does not conform to the condition of its competition, which you've already been inside and you already know, all the other homes have upgraded their flooring, or they have new carpet in the bedrooms, and this carpet is worn. The baseboards are dirty. The walls need to be painted. That needs to have some curb appeal improvements. And you can see that the bones are good. And for $10,000 or less, you can whip this thing into shape with paint and carpet and you can conform to that. Then you've got two options. You can help them sell a lifestyle by improving the home, match the condition of the comps, and justify a premium price, or sell a house in the condition that it's at. But it's going to have to be priced below the upgraded competition. If you're coming on market and your property is not improved or it's not in the same condition as the rest of the active competition is, the active and priced along with them, you're not going to sell. It's not going to sell. And so now we have to figure out, how do we properly price it? So if a buyer does want to buy your property in the condition that it's in, it has to compensate the buyer for the repairs, time, and risk, because the buyer's going to say, hey, I can buy this property over here that has new carpets, fresh paint, great curb appeal, and I don't have to do anything for $350. Or I can buy yours for $350 and paint the house and put in carpet. And the seller says, well, we can offer a carpet allowance. We'll talk about what that means. Or we can offer a paint allowance. We're going to talk about what that means. The buyer is going to choose the home that's going to let them move in and enjoy the home. So the buyers are going to gravitate over here to this other property. So how do we then help the seller with this situation? We can either help them by helping them with getting in touch with the right people who is part of our team who can help them improve the property condition. And these are people who we send a lot of business to, and they offer a very affordable services. Flooring, Florida Core will even wait until closing to be paid, which is a flooring company that we use. And we even have painters that will paint and also wait for closing to be paid. So we have access to this sort of thing. And, or the seller says, no, I'm in a situation where I need to sell it as is, but I need the very best price we can get for it. So now we have to figure out, what do we price it at? If the rest of the competition on the market is new carpet, paint, and ready to go, and ours is not, how do we know what to price it for? Do we just go calculate the cost of paint and labor for painting and carpet and labor for installation of carpet and subtract that from their price and we win? No, because the buyer is going to have to spend their time and energy going after that. And the seller might think, well, they want to do that because they can pick the colors that they like. But that's not what buyers want. Buyers want to move in on day one and be able to enjoy the home. And as they're walking through this home, it's not going to give them that good, warm feeling of quality of life. Now they're buying a home based on having to put a lot of effort into it, and they're not going to negotiate the same way as they would have had they seen the property. Leor, I know we're getting a lot of questions, but I'm trying to guide you guys through to the next couple of slides.
How do you price a property that is, well, I know, maybe I know what you're going to say, but that has an issue like train track right by the property, or something that you can't change. You
Oh,
just
there
you
should
get
be
it.
other homes that sold by the train track. So I need to find my comps that are right there next to it.
If you don't find any comps, if there isn't any that are comparable, it's a unique property. I guess you get an appraisal, right?
If you're really struggling with it, then unburden yourself by getting an appraisal. But you can also go back and look at that properties that did sell and try to do a CME on that property and a property nearby that property to find out what was the difference between those two sales prices, because that's what an appraiser is going to do.
What if what if the property is just a unique property? It's got acreage. It's a very nice house. There's nothing that's sold in that area within 5 miles that looks like that or by the railroad track in the last 3 years.
Yeah, so it depends on the how big the acreage is, because maybe 5 miles isn't enough. Maybe you go back out further to find where acreage is and try to do a CMA in the marketplace, maybe that county, or maybe within 10 miles and looking for homes between, 300 square foot, 400, maybe 20% of the square footage size, and, plus or minus, 30% of the acres. So try to find all the properties that sold so you can get a range. And you start looking at the range and trying to figure out what is the going price for a home on about that many acres, it's about that same size, and start being able to tell a story. So you're going to zoom out further and look, and then you start getting a price range, then you start getting brackets, and then look at what's available. What are buyers, what do they have at their fingertips right now? And then never get a range. And now you've got a range of what they sold for, a range of what's currently available, which is really good information. And then you're going to still recommend an appraisal because that range is probably going to be pretty big, but at least you have a ballpark.
Okay, my problem is the railroad track is what I'm asking. So it's probably, if you're saying if it's people are coming, we had 13 people at an open house. People are looking, we have showings,
So,
but
Lior, I want you to ask me this question after class so we can talk about this at 5 o'clock, so that
okay,
we can get through these slides and then talk about your unique situation after class.
okay.
And for those of you who want to be part of that conversation, feel free to hang out. Amrit.
Jack, how do you factor in non-realty items into the pricing?
I don't. Non-realty items falls onto a non-realty items form, and that is completely separate. It's on a bill of sale. We have a promulgated form for that. You put all of the items there, and they put a dollar amount to it, either zero or more. And if there is non-realty items, you'd better give it to the lender so that the lender can approve them ahead of time. Yep. So we never commingle the price of the home with non-realty items. We always separate them and sell real property and have the non-realty items on a bill of sale and separate those out. There are sometimes situations where you're selling a Airbnb and the Airbnb is furnished. I can also talk to you about that separately after class if you want to talk about that specific one. Okay. So in our pricing, we're either selling a lifestyle, or we're selling a house. One of the two. One of the two things is going on. And if we're selling the lifestyle, then we need to get people emotionally attached to the home. When they walk in, they fall in love with it. I want to buy this house. They're imagining it. They love it. Or selling a house. And when you sell a house, it's going to be painful because the buyer is going to have a lot of work to do. So they have to be compensated with that work. And there actually is a formula. There's a formula, and I call it the 2 times rule. And it's critical that you understand this 2 times rule because it's going to really help you and the seller understand what it's going to cost them if they don't add the carpet, if they don't paint the home. So if a home needs improvement to compete with its comp, to bring it up to the market basis of what is the average condition of a home, then the price has to reflect more than just the repair costs because the buyer is going to need to be compensated for their out-of-pocket repairs, the time, the disruption, and the risk of unknown issues. So if it costs $5,000 to paint and the other home is being sold for $300,000, pricing your home at $295 is not going to get it done. That $5,000 is not going to be felt in the payment, and they're going to go to the home that's already done almost 100% of the time. People are going to flock to that one, and yours is going to be sitting there. And so we find it's a 2 times rule. The cost of the improvement times 2 is what you price it at. So that means that it's priced at $290. If it's $5,000 to paint, it's the 2 times rule. And that is in a marketplace that is got 6 months or less of inventory. So example, market value for an upgraded home is $700,000. The repairs needed to bring it up to the marketable average condition is $40,000. The correct price is $660, not $680. And what happens? People bring it to market for $680 and it doesn't sell because they add the cost of the repairs and then they reduce the price, and that one stays on market. The other one sells and they sit there and they sit there, and then 680 becomes 675 and 675 becomes 669, and then they end up at 660. And so the right price for a property is the 2 times rule. So at 680, the buyer is paying really top dollar for that property and takes on the work, assumes the risk, and they have no meaningful upside to do that if they're paying, 680. So the only way this works is if there is no inventory at all, which means there is no competition, which means there is no baseline and they become the average property on market. But if they have 4 or 5 homes on the market against them and they're coming on market with competition, which often is the case, then they're going to have to market their home against the competition and take that into consideration. So remember, it is the 2x rule. You should not take a listing where an amendment would be necessary for you to be able to sell the property. And so that means that we need to have structured price reductions built into our listing. So step-by-step reduction timing formula by Jack Stapleton. Identify the average days on market. This is for the true comparables, right? Do your comps and look at the average days on market for it. Identify the maximum days on market for those same comps. So you're going to get the average days on market and the maximum days from your CMA. Remember when we did the CMA, the quick CMA? And it had the little square where it said the min, the average, and the max? It's printed right there, so it's not hard to find. It's there as part of your CMA. So we're going to circle the average days on market and we're going to circle the max days on market. And so now you have the two pieces of information that you need. And so you're going to find the midway between the two and divide that number by 3. So if the average is 30 and the max is 90, the midway is 60. So then you're going to take that 60 days and you're going to multiply it by the competition. So here is an example of it for the math. If you ever run into it and you need to figure this out. If the average days on market is 80 and the max days on market is 114, then the midpoint the calculation is 80 plus 114 divided by 2, and that's how you find the medium, which is 97 days. And so now your reduction interval is going to be 3 price reductions. So whenever you do structured price reductions, there should always be 3. And now you're going to do a price reduction every 32 days. And so your structured price reduction would be every 32 days. And what is the price that you're going to do? The price that you need it to be and the price where they are at, you're going to divide that by 3 and you're going to have 3 price reductions over the course of that. And yes, that means that you're going to be you're in this probably for 90 days before it's done. You are not authorized to tell anybody in the world what your structured price reductions are because that's extremely confidential. Because wherever price reduction is in the MLS and wherever you are in your listing agreement, that is what you're authorized to advertise. And you can't hint that the seller would accept less than what price reduction or price structure tier you are in at that moment. Caroline.
Would that be the same going for land? Because I know it takes a lot longer to sell land. So what would the average price reduction time frame be for those?
Well, so again, hopefully you don't have a situation where you're having to do this because they list at the price that you recommended in the first place. But this is only when they have priced way above what you recommended. Structured price reductions are not for you did a CMA, you found out that the price for this land is $400,000 and you're going to list it 399,999. You're going to list for their $400,000. No structured price reductions needed. But you come at them and say, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, this property is worth 400, and they say, I want you to list for 500. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, there's absolutely no land that has sold in the history for this 500, and I don't see where it's at. And then you guys agree to order an appraisal. And the appraisal comes in at 400, and they still want to list it for 500. And you say, look, fine. If you're telling me that you're not going to hire me unless we price this land at 500, then what I'm going to need is I'm going to need 3 price reductions for $33,000 to get me back down to the 400. And so it looks like that there's a 6-month days on market for this property. That's the average, and the max was a year. So it looks like every 40 days or every 50 days, we're going to reduce it by 30,000, getting me to the point where I can actually sell the property. That's what that looks like. But I hope that you don't have that because it should be unnecessary. Because after you have taken them through what I showed you how to do on Friday, which is social proof your number, you got the CMA, you got the graph grid, you've got the it represents against homes.com and Zillow and all the things, and all of your numbers are put together, the likelihood of them wanting to price high is slim anyway. And so what I'm saying is don't take an overpriced listing. Just don't. And if they refuse and you decide that you're going to move forward with it, then the only way you should ever take an overpriced listing is having structured price reductions built into your listing appointment. And I won't take structured price reductions because I won't take an overpriced listing to begin with. But so many of you do. And so then it ends up with Michael Potter's because you ended up not being able to sell the home and they don't reduce the property. And then we're pulling it out of the MLS and somebody else gets hired out from under you and you've lost the entire thing. And so this is the only thing that I will accept in an overpriced listing. Emrit and then Sherry.
Oh, Jack, I just was gonna say that can't an experienced agent like yourself kind of look at the data and be like, okay, there's a structured price reduction that's gonna start happening once the price starts falling, and then it's kind of it lays exposed in the market at that point, doesn't it? Isn't that a thing or no?
I'm not going to list it high because I know that that's not going to sell. There's too much inventory in the market right now for someone who comes on the market high. It's not going to sell. Their home is not going to sell. Mr. and Mrs. Seller, the property's not going to sell at this price. It's going to sit on market and you're going to be paying for lawn care and paying for HOA and paying for your mortgage and paying for the water bill and paying for the utility bills all the way through this listing time period, and those other homes are going to sell. New homes are going to come on the market at the price that those are selling for, and we're going to continue having inventory that outsells you. And so you're going to age on market, burn through those first 15 days, and you get to the end of the 15 days, and now we're sitting on market. We have no offers. What are you going to do? Are we going to sit there? At what point are you going to say, I have to sell this home and it didn't sell? At what point are you going to reduce the price? Sherry.
Understanding that this is only to be used as an exception, not the rule, when it is necessary to use it for those of us who might need to, where would we put this in the contract? I heard you say special provisions earlier.
Yes.
Is that where, and we would go to Michael Potter to structure this, correct?
Yep, and there is an addenda, CADDA, in our, it's CADDA, that's what it's called. It's a blank page, and you can attach that blank page to a contract, a amendment, a listing agreement. You can attach it to anything. It's a single packet that you can attach. And you can also attach it as the addenda as a single packet and put the structured price reductions in that separate page.
Thank you.
Yep. And it is just a way for you to ensure that you don't lose the client and lose your investment and lose the money that you invested and then get fired and have another sign get put in the yard in the shadow of what your sign was in the yard. And that's embarrassing for everyone. So I'm just trying to help you here. Don't take an overpriced listing. If an overpriced listing is taken, then you should have some structured price reductions built into your listing. Now let's talk about compensation.
Respectfully, no. My commission is at 3.3%. I've been charging that on $10 million plus sales. I know that there's cheaper options, but question is, what do you get for that outcome? If you're talking to an agent that says yes to lowering commission, for me, if I'm in your shoes and I ask the question to the agent and they say, sure, I'll do it for 2.5 or 2.75, I would rule that agent out just based on their inability to defend their own position. This is the most important skill in real estate that you as a seller want to partner up with, is your agent's ability to defend your value and negotiate strongly on your behalf. And the proof of the pudding is their commission structure and how negotiable or non-negotiable they are. Someone who defends their position and their own bottom line will defend yours better. The person who gives away their own money straight away and says, yes, I'll do it for less, or comes in low, shows a lack of confidence in negotiation, a lack of ability. And if they're doing it for their own money, I can guarantee you the buyer's going to come and do the same thing, and they'll knock your price much quicker than they knock their own. So in my view, choose the agent that's going to give you the best net outcome.
If your value is to discount, then your value proposition is that you are overvalued. If you can't negotiate your own commission, how can the client expect you to negotiate their transaction? Real estate is about negotiation. Sales agents must get over any fear of negotiating their commission, because oftentimes when someone asks you to reduce your commission, they're not asking you to reduce your commission. They're trying to decide what kind of negotiator you are. And when I hire someone, and if I am not quite 100% sure on their ability, commitment, ethics, I'm not quite sure on their ability, I'm going to test them. And if they immediately say yes, I understand who I'm dealing with now. And they are not going to probably be the person I'm going to hire, because I want someone who is a fierce negotiator and that's willing to negotiate and understands negotiating and does so in a non-confrontational way, because I'm looking to see how they're going to respond to that. Because if I have a property on the market and someone calls that agent and says, "Hey, I've got someone that's looking, is your seller negotiable?" Or, they are interested in the property, are seller buyers wanting to come in $50,000 under. Do you think your seller would entertain that? I want to know how that agent's going to react. Are they going to be defensive? Are they going to belittle the other person? Are they going to get irate and get red color personality angry and come at them hard? Or are they going to kill them with kindness and attack the problem and be kind on the person and soft on the problem? I really want to know who I'm dealing with. And the very best way I know immediately who I'm dealing with is by asking them if they'll reduce their own compensation. And it should be calm, cool, and collective. Where respectfully, no, I appreciate you asking, but I have to ask you a question. Are you truly asking me for a commission reduction, or are you testing my ability to negotiate? That is the question that I ask, because I know that luxury buyers, especially your 800,000 plus buyer, and that's really not even luxury in a lot of the places that we're in right now, but oftentimes they're going to test you and they're trying to find out who they're dealing with. And you're not going to get hired if you reduce the commission. And so you have just as much chance of that person testing you as you have them actually wanting to reduce. And so by asking that question, you're beginning to defend your value, but you're likely to get an answer. And they very well could just come back and just say, "Okay, no, I get it." And that be the end of it, and it puts it to bed. And so your compensation is your paycheck. How many of you, if you're going to get a job, would go to your employer and say, "Well, I'm really looking for a $50,000 an hour position," and the employer say, "Well, would you take 30,000?" And you say yes. Or would you negotiate your compensation for your employer? Most of you are going to negotiate your compensation. Well, I really would like 65. That's really where I'm at. And negotiate it and see where you get. So you need to be able to negotiate your compensation, because this is 1,000 first dates. But what I love about this conversation that we're having is that it's fear-based, and most agents, they get this question 3 or 4 times in their lifetime. I ask Lisa the same question all the time. How many people ask her to reduce her compensation? And it's out of 100 listings, probably 3. And the same thing for me. Out of 1,000 homes I've sold, there's been 3 people who asked me to reduce their commission, and all 3 of them I did pro bono. And I'm very reflective on that, because one of them, the daughter drowned in a pool. The other one, the wife died in Iraq. And the other one's spouse stood up about 3 weeks after I sold him the home, and she had a heart attack and died and fell right on the floor. All 3 situations, I decided to do those transactions pro bono. But people don't ask me to reduce my compensation. It's very, very rare. On the buy side, when they do it, I just simply ask them, "Hey, I have to ask you a question. Are you really asking me, or are you testing my negotiation skills?" So my recommendation is that on the listing side, that you do something a little differently. Now, our compensation used to be different in the listing agreement, how the listing agreement was put together. Before, the listing agreement would say broker's fee, 6%, and how much are we sharing with the other side. But that's not it anymore. Our listing agreement, paragraph 5, doesn't have cooperative compensation. I shared that video out with the whole company over the weekend. Hello, everyone. Remember, we had some changes to our listing agreements, and we taught 6 classes over the course of 6 weeks, Wednesdays, talking about the new Texas Realtors listing agreement. And so cooperative compensation is no longer in our listing agreement. So when we get our listing agreement signed, now we're only talking about listing compensation. So now instead of getting a 6% listing agreement signed, we're getting a 3% listing agreement signed. I can tell you that when you bring to the kitchen table a 3% listing agreement, it is so much easier to get that signed. I got a call from from Isolet. She's like, "Oh my God." She's like, "I just can't even believe it. People always used to thought that we got paid 6%, and now it's 3%, and they're more than happy to do it." And I told her, I said, "I know. We're going to get such less pushback now, but we still need to tell them, look, my commission, my compensation, broker's compensation is 3%. The buyer agent and the buyer, they still have their 3% model on their side or whatever their fee is. And just know that they're going to be bringing that to you in paragraph 12 of the contract, and they're going to be asking you for that. But you're going to get to negotiate that directly with the buyer agent. But this is my compensation." And it's a completely different feeling. And they seem to be more excited about signing our listing agreements now that this number has been cut in half. So I always had a 678 model inside my listing agreement. I would put in here 678. Now underneath it, I'd put circle one. And most of my clients would circle seven. And some of them would look at it and say, well, wait, 6%, 7%. Wait, why would we pay 7%? And then I would always tell them, well, when you offer the buyer agent compensation a bonus on the other side, then you have more buyers that are trying to sell your home, and it works. It's a benefit. When builders sell their inventory and they want to get a home sold, they don't reduce the price. They increase the buy side compensation to real estate agents, and it helps them sell their homes. And so when you follow that model, it really works. And they're like, "Oh, okay." Most of my clients would circle seven. I even had two circle eight, actually. And so when you go to the listing agreement and you're so concerned and you think that they're going to all try to beat you down, and then you give them a choice, did you ever give them a choice before of what your range is and see what they want to pay? And in the 678 range, it was my minimum is six, and I have a range, and you get to pick from a range. I can tell you as a real estate agent that is a shrewd businessman on my side of things and a fierce negotiator, that when I hire someone to do a job for me, I don't want to offer them a discount. I want to offer them a bonus because I'm not going to be the easiest client they've ever had, because I'm going to hold them to a standard, and I'm going to want them to answer the phone, and I do not want them doing a favor for me, and I don't want to feel like that they're doing a favor for me. I want them to do exactly what it is that I want, and I need it done, and I'm going to expect them to appreciate that I'm going to be a difficult client and I'm going to pay for it. And that's how I pay for it, is by me circling seven or eight, because I know I'm going to get what I pay for. That's my approach. And I know there's a lot of people like me who are going to have that approach. And so I've applied the same thing, three, four, five. And people are going to circle four. I'm going to tell you, as a listing agent, you're going to make more money under this new model. Most people are going to circle four. You just need to ethically and tell them that this used to be a 6% listing, that on the other side of this, the buyer agent is going, and the buyer is going to be bringing you their compensation in the contract, not in the listing agreement, and not uh, fail to disclose that to them, because they need to know that. If you trick them into this, that, oh yeah, no, it's only 3% or 4% now, they're likely going to be paying 3-4% on the buy side in paragraph 12. So you need to tell them that. But coming at them this way, it's a completely new day for you as a listing agent. So that is going to change the feeling of your listing presentation for compensation, certainly. Now, the very first document that I showed you today was 11 things on it, and we are at number 9 of 11. Number 10 was get your 3% listing presentation signed. We're going to go back to that as a little reminder here, because it was way back in the beginning. Way back here. Right here, from listing A to Z. So get your 3% Realty Texas side listing agreement signed with a 6-month to 1-year term. So we went through all of these. And so now we're going to continue on for one more little segment of this before we watch our video and be done for the day. Before your listing appointment, I want you, so right now, what we've just done is we took the call from the seller, we set the appointment, we put together our listing documents, and we prepared our listing paperwork. And then we had a conversation about securing our value, about structured price reductions, so that you're prepared to have that conversation when you actually do sit down and meet with the seller at their kitchen table. And so the morning, the night before, you're going to drop off your pre-listing packet, drive the neighborhood, walk through the comps, and on the day of, I want you guys to learn the community. So if possible, arrive early and walk the comps. If you haven't already done that, if possible, walk the amenity center, arrive on time to the property. And that doesn't mean early, it doesn't mean late. It means literally on time. Whenever I'm on my way to a listing appointment, I give myself about an extra 20 minutes to get there so that I can drive the neighborhood, take a look at a couple of the comps because I like to do my office work first. I like to see what I like to see in my competition, and then I like to go and walk them right before my seller appointment so that I'm making appointments for the 1 hour time period for all three of them, 1 hour before my listing appointment. And then I put in the showing instructions that I'm previewing, and they always accept it. If it's a occupied home and I put previewing, sometimes they'll be like, no, I'm like, that's okay. I don't want to kick you out of your house. But a lot of times they're at work and they're fine with me previewing the property. So I go and I look at the competition so I really know what I'm up against. Um, so I can then be in the community in that neighborhood early, and then I can arrive. I will have already driven by the property, so I know where it is again. So as I'm driving around, I can get back to it so that I pull up in front of their property about 2 minutes or 3 minutes ahead of our meeting, and I get out of the car. I lock it from the inside. And I know that seems kind of trivial of some of these small things I mentioned, but when you close your door and you lock it from the outside, what happens?
It beeps.
Your horn honks.
Your horn honks. Don't honk your horn in front of the seller's house as you're walking up and then people are looking out the window. And don't have car magnets all over being a driving billboard. If you have car magnets, take them off because, quite frankly, they may not have told the neighbors before. And sometimes they don't want the neighbors to know because they don't want their kids to know because it's a big deal and they want to be able to let people know when they're ready. So I park across the street from the house. I don't ever park in their driveway, and I don't park in front of their house. I usually park across the street, and then I open the door, no gum, put on my suit jacket, put my sunglasses inside the car because I've lost probably 5 pairs of Oakleys by leaving them at the property accidentally and then never getting them again. And so put them inside the car, no gum. Your phone is on silent. It's in your pocket. You've got your folder with the client's name on it, so you're not going to forget. And now you're walking up to the property and you're going to see 10 things in 10 seconds. So on time is not early. Don't show up 10 minutes early and ring their doorbell. Because when I pull my car up and I'm a couple minutes early, sometimes I can even see them looking through them and like, damn it, he's here. And they're still trying to prepare everything in a rush because they've got kids and for whatever reason they feel like the home needs to be show ready for the listing appointment, which it doesn't. And I tell them it doesn't need to be show ready, but still they want to do that. In those last couple of minutes, usually they need. So don't put that extra stress on them. Make sure that you knock on the door exactly on time. If you're there at 2:30, be there at 2:30 and ring the doorbell at 2:30. I'm literally talking about exactly on time. It used to be that on time or 5 minutes late was unacceptable, and now it's 5 minutes early is unacceptable. It's more rude to be early these days than it is late because people don't have the time that they used to have and they need those 5 minutes. So be dependable and show up there on time and do not park in their driveway. And I don't even like parking on the same side of the street. I like parking on the other side of the street. And when I'm walking up to the property and I'm now I'm gonna go meet them and got my packet. Maybe it's the first time I've seen the home since I sold it to them, or they were a referral and I'd never been inside. I'm walking up to the front door and I'm looking at these 10 things. I'm taking notice of the tree to see if it needs to be trimmed. Does the shrubs, are they too high? Do the shrubs in the front of the house need to be trimmed? Are the window screens faded? Do they need to be removed? Are the windows clean or do they need to be washed? Are the fixtures by the garage door, do they need to be replaced? Are they rusty? Are they dirty? Do they have bird nests in them? Do they have the spiral uh, light bulbs in them? I'm looking at the garage door to see if it's dented. I took a quick look at the roof shingles to see if they look like they've been aged. And I'm walking at a stride and I'm looking like this, and I can see all of that as I'm walking to the front door. I'm not walking around the front lawn writing notes to myself. As I'm walking to the front, I look at the street, and I'm looking at all as I'm walking. And that mental framework and that mental snapshot that you're taking, I'm going to talk to them about it later and say, okay, so this is what you need to do on the outside. So that after my listing appointment is signed, I'm not going in the front yard and telling them what they need to do. I'm writing a list of everything that needs to be done, and I'm sharing with them what vendors I have and about what it's going to cost to do that. So you need to get good at what it's going to cost from your trades to be able to do that stuff. So if you find a good trade, maybe you meet them at a property and you find out what does it cost to trim a tree? How much does it cost to cut the grass and edge? What is it going to cost to power wash the driveway? Your window person, how much is it going to cost to take the screens off and wash the windows? Your handyman, how much is it going to cost to replace light fixtures? How much does it cost to pop out a garage door or paint a single one of the garage doors? And remember, we're trying to take a home and put it in the average condition. And so if all of this exists this way and other four homes was exactly like it and it's an average condition, then that's a different story because we need to be in average condition or just a little bit better. We don't need to over improve the property for the neighborhood. So if all the other homes are prepared for market and clean and no dents and no dings, then we know what it's going to take to get there, and you have an idea in your head of what that pricing is. So then when I get to the doorbell, I ring the doorbell and they come at me, and because I've just looked at 40 different things and I could easily forget their name because as I'm all walking up to the front door, a lot's going on in my head. So I look at the folder again just to make sure I don't forget their names. If I know them for a while, likelihood that's not going to be the case, but I do want to make sure that I don't forget their name. So when they open the door, hi Tom, hi Sim, and then I let them invite me in. I don't just come in, like come on in, thanks. And then the first thing I ask them when I walk in the home is, if I look down to see if they have their shoes on, if they have their shoes off, and they're wearing socks, I always ask, want me to take my shoes off? Because there's a lot of cultures that wearing shoes inside is not okay. And if you're having a listing appointment with anyone who doesn't like shoes on inside the house, like Miguel, for instance, doesn't like shoes on in the house. Shoes are piled up by the front door, and you don't wear shoes in the house. And so we should respect them in their home, which means guys, you should be wearing nice socks. Ladies, you should figure out having booties or something in your purse that you can throw on so that you're not walking around their house barefoot, because you shouldn't also be that either. So make sure that you're prepared for that and you're not taken by surprise. Curb appeal. Here is two properties, same house, or similar houses. The left one is home that you probably can do something about. The one on the right, boarded up windows, probably a tear down. There are some homes that it's not a tear down, it's just rough, and that you can fix it, and there's some that's a tear down. So the difference to me to the left is a home that could be painted. So the one on the left, you could turn it into um, okay. I had a little picture of the house, but that house could be turned into this house with painting the trim and maybe a little bit of edging. It doesn't have to be crazy, but I can tell you that a little bit of upgrades outside can go a long way. Here, the house needed to, they painted the fascia and painted the outside, put in some xeriscaping. I mean, this stuff is not as expensive as you think, and it makes a huge impact. Sometimes people have the money, sometimes they don't. But just trimming the tree here obviously makes a huge difference. Just trimming the tree so that you can actually see the house and get the stuff away from the property. Updating a fixture. Sometimes they can paint it or replace it. It's a $35 fixture. Painting the front door can go a long way. So curb appeal is a really big deal. This is something that as a real estate agent, hopefully you're good at this. You can take it home and you can see what needs to happen in a property on the outside to bring it up to what conforming curb appeal could look like. But a little house like this for less than $5,000, if you've got a really good painter who's going to paint it the same color and just spray one coat, paint the trim, plant some flowers, mow the lawn, put a new door number on the house. There's a lot that you can do that will spruce up the curb appeal a lot that will really help. And so trying to sell a lifestyle means clean up the home, make it look as good as you can, but understand that we're not going to ever recommend a dollar spent that's not going to have a dollar return. So all of the money that's being spent needs to be able to increase the property to offset that dollar. And the things that do that are paint and carpet and curb appeal. Those are the three things that really help you sell a home that bring back a dollar for dollar value, if not more than a dollar for dollar value. And so we need to know what those dollar for dollars is. Now the marketing plan comes in, helping them properly prepare the home for market. The three things that we're looking at continually is flooring, paint, curb appeal, and cleaning the house. Those are the four things. Painting, relatively inexpensive. You need a good painter. There are the difference between the painters that cost $14,000 to paint a room versus painters that cost $1,200 to paint a room. You need a really good painter that is cheap, that will you keep busy, and that they understand what they're there to do. In and out quick. This isn't, your custom painter that's custom colors. That's not what we're doing. We're always trying to just, if the walls are dark, we're trying to lighten them. But for most of the time, we're just trying to paint the same color. If they're already neutral and the walls are dirty, we're just trying to use paint as a magic marker to clean up the place. And if you have to do trim 90% of the time, you don't have to paint. You're not doing trim work. You're just doing walls. But if the trim is really dirty and you have to paint the trim's more expensive to paint. And so it's a lot more detail work. And so if you're not someone who's dealt with this enough, your mentor should be able to help you with this, because properly preparing the home is really important. The goal here is to get the seller in multiple offers by exposing the listing to a 100% of the marketplace buyers. Explain why most agents only expose the property to 30% of buyers. This 30%, 70% is the most important thing that you can take away from Mega, especially when it comes to listing marketing. It's the one thing. 70% of agents, 70% of buyers don't have an agent yet. 70% of buyers in the market right now don't have an agent. 70%, only 30% do. So think about the MLS for a moment. When you put a property in the MLS, what percentage of the marketplace buyers is the MLS touching?
30.
30%. So then how do you reach the other 70%?
Zillow, Homes.com, Realtor.
The portals.
Trulia.
And there's a good way to get the properties onto those portals, which is understanding the behaviors of the 30% and understanding the behaviors of the 70%. The 30%, they're usually a lot faster to react to a new listing. The 70% are pretty slow because they don't have an agent. They're usually not in some kind of preset search either. But if a home matched what they were looking for, they likely would buy. And guess what? The 70% eventually will become part of the 30%. They'll eventually hire a real estate agent. They're just a little ahead of that. And if they found the right home, they likely would put in an offer. And it's largely the 70% that end up also with builders and don't ever have an agent because they started the process and got sold by an on-site at the property and they never even hired a real estate agent. And so your best method to advertise to the 70% is exactly what Lior said. Putting your property on realtor.com, homes.com, and Zillow. But again, they don't have triggers coming to them. And so they are typically looking at the property at 2 times a day. Very, very late in the evening on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. It's after the kids go to bed on the weekends. This listing presentation, when you get it right with your client, is going to change the conversation that you have with the seller at their own kitchen table. This is going to change it for you completely. And it has to do with this. Mr. and Mrs. Seller, 70% of the current marketplace buyers don't have a real estate agent, only 30% do. And when other agents put a property in the MLS, it's only being marketed to 30%. So the other 2/3 of the market, that's where I shine because my job is to help you properly prepare your home for market and then saturate marketing with everything to do with marketing to your home. Expose it to the 70% and the 30%. The problem is the 70%, they're under a different timeline than the 30%. The 70% that doesn't have an agent, they're not in a preset search like the preset search I set up for you. They don't have one of those. And so they are looking, but they're usually looking once or twice a week, which means that if I'm going to advertise your home for a grand open house, I need to make sure that they have more time to know that the open house is coming. Most real estate agents, they plan their open houses and they schedule on Friday afternoon for the next day, Saturday and Sunday. How many of you have ever planned a party and want as many people to come and advertised it one day ahead? That's crazy talk, right? Well, no difference in the world of real estate. The buyers who are on Zillow, Realtor.com, and Homes.com, those are the ones that you really want to show up at your open houses, aren't they? But they're not going to show up unless they happen to have saw the open house. And on Monday night, the reason they're looking at Monday night is because over the weekend, it was pandemonium with kids and travel and all the stuff going on. And again, they're not hot and heavy in the home search. They haven't hired an agent yet, but they're in the dream phase. And what you're trying to do is get hired by them and bring them out to your listing. And in doing so, if you put your listing marketing live on Monday, instead of on Friday before the day before the open house, on Monday ahead of time, and you schedule your open house on Monday, then after they do dinner, after they put the kids to bed, after the dishes are put away, after the laundry is folded, and then they collapse at 11 o'clock at night, 12 o'clock at night, after kids are in bed, then they grab the iPad and they start looking again. And we see that the numbers soar on Monday night. In fact, to 300% of other times. And so it is Wednesday, Tuesday, and Monday are the three hottest times, and they're almost equal. And then it drops off by 50% and then drops off by 70%. And then we hit Friday when agents mostly list their home, which means they've completely hit it from the 70% because they never saw it. And then the open house happened. And if it was properly priced and if it was properly prepared and the 30% does bring out a buyer and they do put in an offer on Monday, then Monday by 5 o'clock, it's under contract. The 70% never saw it because it came and went before they even looked. So if you want the 70% to be involved in your listing, you need to back the train up in what I call speed up the 70% and slow down the 30%. And so what that means that I am going to try to get the 70% and the 30% to both descend upon the property at the same time, giving your seller the highest propensity that that property is going to go into a multiple offer situation. 100% highest propensity. And that comes from properly preparing the home for market, properly pricing it, getting the best collateral that money can buy, and then after that, marketing it at the right order. And this marketing plan is what we share with our sellers. And that's what this slide talks about here is the right order and the right order of operations. The 70% versus the 30%. This is part of the Realty Texas Seller Guide, this slide here, and so is this slide here. Here is a document from NAR.Realtor magazine. Then it says that the most popular time to search for homes. Saturday, or Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And so the most this article, as the hot market takes reading real estate listings a common activity for households, a new study shows house hunters tend to be more active at certain times of the day and the week. The most popular time of the week to search for homes, Tuesday at 8 p.m. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday are the most popular time for buyers. Now, there's other studies here that actually dig into it deeper that's outside of NAR, and NAR actually used that study for this. It's Tuesday, and then it's Wednesday, and then it's Monday in that order. And from 8 p.m. until about 2 o'clock in the morning is when the highest traffic happens. And so if you want the 70% to show up to your open house, which is how Mary Beth Ray and so many and Lisa Ormsby and myself get so many people to show up during our coming soons and our grand open houses, is because we start the marketing back, we back the train up and we start it on Monday. And then that way the 70%, they see it on Monday, they decide that they're going to come, they don't call, they don't have to call an agent, all they have to do is show up. And now we have people showing up to our open house. Lior.
Do you limit showing to that 30% in that time frame between Monday and Saturday? So the
Yes,
agent.
I do. Yes.
Okay.
And it's in my slides here as we go on.
Oh,
I
okay.
100%. I block out showings. And so this mock listing appointment, we spent more time this morning than we've ever spent on the buy side of things. So I usually have about 20 more minutes here. So we're going to get to the end of this, and then I'm going to give this video to you for homework. But this video is the most important video that you have. I take them through. These are the scripts verbatim that I have taken you through in this video. All of this is in the video verbatim so that you can see it. And so this video and these scripts are me talking with my seller, taking them through the comps, taking them through the marketing plan, and coming out the other side and getting my listing agreement signed. This is a recording of me at an actual seller through the entire conversation converted into an interactive video. And so this will change your approach to listings. I promise. You have to watch this video. But here is the 70%, because we're going to focus a little bit more on this. This is the 70% who is at home and they don't have an agent yet, and they are early in the process. So the question for a good listing agent when they learn about this is, how do I engage them? As the buyer agent or the listing agent, how do I engage them? How do I get these people to show up to my open house? And they will fall into the 30% eventually. They will be part of the 30%. And so it's just a matter of time. And it's usually at the open house that they meet an agent, and then they hire the first agent they come across, and then they become part of the 70%. But you can do that at your listing and pick them up as a buyer. Maybe they like your listing or maybe they don't. But this is the time frame. Friday at 2 o'clock, I list this, listed at 123 Main Street. That is your typical real estate agent, that they're going to put it live sometime on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, open house, Monday, possibly a deadline for a multiple offer. Maybe that's not expected right now, but if it was properly prepared for market, maybe, but maybe you're hoping for that. But a lot of the listings that we see, there's usually one in their comp grid that sold in a couple of days. It usually came out of the open house weekend and it had an offer on it. And so this is what the typical agent does. And again, they started on Friday is when they made it go live, and they immediately put the listings for open house live because they don't know anywhere else how to do that, because the open house records only happen when the listing goes live. So how do you market an open house and not have your listing live, and or have agents that are wanting to see it on Monday, and then that cause a whole other problem? So I'm going to show you what we do here. But under the normal circumstances, an agent will go live on Friday, Saturday and Sunday, open house, with the goal of hopefully going under contract on Monday And then the next week is the first time the 70% actually ever saw it. So you've in this little time frame that starts here on Friday and goes until Monday, you've exposed it to the 30%. The 70% came Monday night and Tuesday night. So you have only exposed the property to 33% of the market. So our timeline is different. Monday, not Friday, Monday at 2 p.m., we put the property in CTX MLS immediately. Now, some of you are using Sabor, some of you are using HAR, some of you are using Actress, and some of you are using a Netris. I don't care what your primary MLS is. My recommendation is you put it in CTX MLS on Monday. My primary MLS is ABOR, and I'm putting it in CTX MLS because they are a better data syndicator. And I know that there's no buyer agents in our marketplaces for CTX MLS. Now, if you happen to be in a market which used to be Four Rivers, where CTX MLS was their primary MLS, then I recommended that they uniquely use HAR for this. But the MLS Clear Cooperation Policy Statement 8.0 rule says that you're going to put it in the MLS before you market it to the public, uh, uh, one business day. So we put it in CTX MLS on a Monday, and we mark out showings from Monday all the way through till Friday at 2 o'clock. No showings. And that's to you, by the way. You're going to get calls from buyers. Hey, can I see it? We're doing a grand open house Saturday and Sunday, and we're going live at 2 o'clock. I can set up a showing for you at my first showing is at 2 o'clock. There's a right way and a wrong way to do a coming soon. The wrong way is if you try to double end it for yourself. That is not what we're trying to do here. What we're trying to do is create momentum and steam coming into the open house weekend so we can get the 70% and the 30% both to show up to get your seller in a multiple offer situation. That's what your goal here is to do. And so by giving it to the 70% on Monday, now it's being syndicated to Realtor.com, ZillowHomes.com, and all the sites. And again, CTX MLS does a better job syndicating to those websites than any other MLS. Now it's propagated on all those sites so that if you do this by Monday at 2 o'clock, then Monday night, the buyers start seeing it who are the 70%. Oh, look, an open house this weekend. We should go. And on Tuesday, and on Wednesday, and on Thursday, and on Friday morning, all of that has been sitting there inviting everyone to your big party. So we're giving everyone 5 days ahead of time to show up. And that 5 days is instrumentally different. So we start the advertising on Monday, and then Friday at 2 o'clock, you do what all the other agents do is you put it live in the primary MLS and you set the open house records in that MLS as well. And then you conduct your open house on Saturday and Sunday, and the amount of people that show up is 10 times. Now, Mary Beth Ray likes to do open houses on Friday night. I definitely recommend that because you get more people showing up on Friday night to an open house than you do Saturday or Sunday. And so you're going live at 2 o'clock. So if you want to have a 5 to 7 o'clock open house on Friday night and then do a Saturday and Sunday, 100%. What she finds is that a lot of people in her community likes to come. So she sends out a message to her entire community about the open house on Friday night, and she'll have 30, 40 people through. And it's a lot of people from her neighborhood, and they want to see it. And it's like a little cocktail party for the neighborhood. And they eat it up. And they have buyers, and more buyers are coming. And she almost finds a buyer from someone in her neighborhood every single time. And so, again, another huge way to utilize our Coming Soon campaign in the right way for your seller. And so this is very easy to explain to a seller. And that's what my marketing plan does, is it explains this entire process of how we are going to use multiple MLSs to play off each other, to give the information to the consumers that don't have an agent as early in the process as we can so that they can see it at the time that they're actually surfing on those sites to come to our open house on Saturday and Sunday, which means we have the highest propensity of going into a multiple offer situation. So it looks like this. Let's say you get your listing appointment signed on the first. Your listing appointment, when you went out to there, should be in force, and the listing agreement date says today, and then you're going to put in about 10 days in your listing agreement for make ready, and coming soon, and you're going to hard code that into your listing agreement. And then maybe your stager appointment, seller still doing their make ready. And then maybe Sunday you have the photographer come out at the very last minute because the seller is going to need 3 days to prepare the home. Because maybe Sunday you went out there and they're going to paint and they're going to replace carpet. And you can do all that in 1 week because I'm sending my people out, I'm giving them quotes, and the people are coming out and they can get a whole bunch done in a short amount of time. They always can. Seller always think it's going to take 3 or 4 weeks, and it never does. If they have your help, it can happen a lot quicker. And so they're always going to take every single second of that time. And oftentimes there is a stager that you can have come out that will even help them with a list of what they need to do in every single room of things based on every room. We recommend you set the table with a table topper and dishes and set the table with a nice table set. And we recommend you move this couch or take this couch out. And it's okay that they stack the garage with declutter items because stagers are always doing the same thing, which is filling the garage. Is it okay that all the stuff is in the garage? I get asked that question a lot, and the answer is yes, because you're going to go from house to house and open the garage, and all the stuff that was used that the stager asked to be removed from the house usually lands in the garage, and that's perfectly okay. That's not going to hurt your sell at all. The idea is a lot of the stuff, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, how a seller lives in a home is different than how a seller sells a home. And so our recommendation is that one of the scripts that I like to give them is Mr. and Mrs. Seller, you don't live in a home the same way as you sell a home. So your job as a buyer was to take a house and turn it into a home. Our job as a listing agent is take your home and turn it back into a house. And that's reverse engineering what you've done. And that they like that script a lot because now they don't feel like we're attacking them or we're telling them that, their house is too cluttered. It's how we sell a house is different than how we live in a house. And your job was to take a house and turn it into a home, and you did that, and it's very homey and it's beautiful. But our job is to take your home and turn it back into a house and make it buyer friendly, removing photos and things like that. And so that's the job of the stager, to come out and help them prepare the home for market, which is part of the preparing the home for market. And again, I can give you referrals for stagers if you need it, or your mentor can assist you with that process as well. But that is part of what we do. So here's the calendar: live in CTX MLS on a Monday. Online consumers are seeing it. Friday, it goes live in your primary MLS, and then you have your grand open house Saturday and Sunday. And if it's done right, you should be looking at offers on Monday. Now, not always the case, but that's the time frame. And this is the way that, and no matter what market we've been in for the last 15 years, whether it was the downturn in 2008, whether it was a crazy multiple offer situation in 2021, whether it was a nasty situation of our interest rates going from 4% to 7.99, whether it was clear cooperation coming soon's going away, coming soon's coming back, all of the changes that we've had through the MLS, this same program has worked better and better and stood the test of all of those times, which is the MLS is always focusing on their data, and their MLS, we're always focusing on getting the largest audience possible to show up for our sellers in our grand open houses. And that is the most important thing that we can focus our attention on. This listing appointment dialogue is a bunch of scripts. And then that's the last slide. I'm going to reverse engineer this. I'm going to back up here. And I want you guys to watch this video. I usually put you in groups of 4. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to click the play button. And I want you to hear this listing presentation. This is going to take about, 8 minutes, 10 minutes?
Hi, welcome to Realty.
15 minutes. So we're in it for 15 minutes more. And this is the most important 15 minutes of Mega, this video. So I need you guys to hang out.
Texas University. This is a companion video for the Mega Module Buyer and Seller presentation. I am excited to share this presentation with you. It is compelling, works in every type of market, and has spanned the test of time. Let's get to it. You are in the office calling your past clients from the action plan reminders. After speaking with a client you helped last year, you were about to end the call and reminded her how much you value and appreciate her referrals. The client mentioned that she was at an event last week and ran into her old neighbor, and she was thinking of selling. She handed out your business card, but you have not heard from her. You asked for the contact information for this potential seller and asked for a warm introduction. A few hours later, you got a call from this potential seller, and you have agreed to meet with her tomorrow at 3 p.m. She told you that she was also interviewing the agent that helped her when she purchased the property.
Thank you for meeting with me. It was great that Cheryl got us in touch.
It was great having her next door. Seems like a lot of people in our circle are moving.
I really enjoy working with her. She has already referred me a couple of new clients, which has been so great. She knows how much I like to keep busy.
She mentioned she really liked working with you, so you come highly recommend it.
I will make sure to thank her for the kind words. Would you like to give me the tour?
This is a real conversation that was recorded that actually happened. So this is a real live conversation happening between my client.
Sure, let me show you the place.
Thank you. Wow, you are not going to have any issues getting this sold.
Well, that is good news.
Yes. Do you have a specific time frame in mind?
I have been wanting to move closer to my job for the past couple of years, but it would have meant my son changing schools. Now that he has graduated, I am ready to sell and move closer.
Got it. Have you found any homes that you like closer to your job?
Well, one of my coworkers is overseas for a few months on a project for work, so she asked me to house sit. She lives a mile from the office, so I thought this might be a good time to go ahead and sell it.
Got it. Do you have any idea what your home is worth?
I think maybe around 400.
Yes, I think you are spot on. Would you like to go over the numbers?
Yes, that would be great.
According to the MLS and tax records, your home is 2,062 square feet. Is that right?
That sounds right, yes.
It looks like you purchased the home on August 1st, 2017 for $250,000.
Yes.
I believe you currently owe about $145,000. Is that ballpark?
Right around there, yes.
I wanted to make sure I had this information correct, so thank you for verifying. The first step to determining what your home could sell for in this market is by looking at the homes that have recently sold, recently went under contract, and what competition we would be up against.
Got it.
So, let's dive in. This sheet here are the active, pending, and sold properties that are most relevant to your home. I pulled only single-story homes in Sun City that are between 1,800 and 2,300 square feet that have sold in the past 6 months. There are 3 comps that I have found that are most relevant, which, if the home were to sell right now, would be the same comps an appraiser would likely use. I have printed the MLS sheet for each of these along with their photos so we can look through each of them. I have highlighted the address, list price, sold date, square footage, their dollar per square foot list price, dollar per square foot sold price, and repairs amount. The first one on the list was listed for $399,000 and was on the market for 57 days and closed on January 10th for $383,000. That property was 2,067 square foot, very similar to your square footage. The second one on the list was also listed for $399,000 and was on the market for 248 days and closed on December 11th for $385,000. That property was 2,052 square foot, again very similar to yours. The fourth one on the list was listed for $400,000 and was on the market for 17 days and closed on December 12th for $395,000. That property was 2,052 square foot, again very similar to yours. In fact, I rank this one as the most similar. Here are the photos of it so you can see the inside. It was built around the same time as yours, has similar upgraded flooring, and has the same floor plan.
Yes, that one is very similar to mine. You were saying that it sold for $395,000.
Yes, exactly right. For the 3 sold properties, the first one sold for $189 per square foot, the second $193 per square foot, and the third is $214 per square foot. This is an average of $198 per square foot. That works out to $408,000. Now, let's take a look at the 2 properties that have gone pending. Both are similar square footage and year built. I was able to get in touch with the listing agent for both properties. In both cases, the agent was kind enough to offer me the professional courtesy to tell me what they are under contract for and their close date. The first one, 801 Tea Tree, is scheduled to close in 2 weeks, and they are closing for $400,000, $1,000 over asking. This pending is the most similar to yours. The second one, 103 Bronco Drive is scheduled to close at the end of the month, and they secured 400, 5K under. This means, if all goes well with both of these properties, they will be closed in time for an appraiser to use them as comps for the buyer you will eventually go under contract with. The good news is, we know what they are closing for, so we can anticipate how that might affect the buyer's appraisal, which is something we need to be paying attention to.
Are the numbers going up?
They are steady. The first one should close at $193 per square foot. The second one should close at $207 per square foot. We really should put more weight on the first one as it is more similar, so that works out to $397,000. Based on the comps, I would expect your property to appraise between $395 and $410.
Well, that is great. I was thinking around $400,000, so that is what I expected.
Now we have to check out the active competition. The competition is important because once we determine what we think it will appraise for, we then look to see what we are up against. How is the competition priced? What are they offering? And how long have they been on market? There are 4 listings on the market around your square footage. The property at 256 Whispering Wind is strong competition. They are priced at $387,500 and have been on the market for 122 days. It is $1,895 square foot, so a tad smaller. I walked the property earlier this afternoon. It has a very open floor plan, vacant and super clean and ready to go.
I see. So what do you recommend I list my property for?
I think the most the property would appraise for is $408,000. I am just not sure with the current competition that you would get it. I think if you list that high, I am afraid you will follow in the footsteps of the other listings who have aged on market. From the 4 properties online, they have been on market for 120 days, 122 days, and 177 days on market and have all had price reductions and have not sold. So, my recommendation is that you price between $389 and $399. If you strategically price at $389 to compete with 256 Whispering, which is the most likely home to sell based on how they are priced, I believe you would sell in the first 2 weeks. If you price at $399 or over, I believe 256 Whispering would sell before yours. I think if you list for $389, you will attract more showings, sell faster, and secure a list price of better.
So you think if I list for $389, I will sell in how many days?
117 Dandelion Drive went under contract in 11 days. 100 Mulberry Circle went under contract in 15 days. I think you will follow in their footsteps at $389,000. I've been very successful at selling homes quickly and attracting multiple offers even in markets where multiple offers are not that common. What I have learned over my decades in selling properties is the recipe to sell a home is to properly prepare the home for market. Get the absolute best photos, video, and marketing materials that money can buy and come in just a few thousand under the competition. You come on market strong and poised to be the first one to attract a buyer.
When you say price low, what does that look like?
Here is an example. If you price at $389, you are more likely to get $395. Price at $400, you are more likely to get $392. If you price nominally lower, you get a higher net than had you priced higher. If nothing else, it means you sell quickly and for asking price, but also positions you to attract multiple offers, which is the underlying goal in my marketing plan. If you attract multiple offers, you are no longer negotiating with the buyers. They are negotiating against each other. It puts you in a very powerful position. I have found in negotiations with one buyer and one seller, the buyer is unwilling to give the seller anything, but willing to outbid another buyer for that same property. I've even had it happen, listed a property. Buyer submitted a low offer. Another offer came in. The buyer resubmitted their offer higher than asking price. The buyer wants to win, and when negotiating against a seller, they think they win by beating up the seller, and in a multiple offer situation, they think they win by outbidding other buyers that are interested in the same property. In both situations, the buyer walks away feeling like they won. The seller has a very different selling experience selling their home with one offer versus multiple.
How realistic is it that I would be in a multiple offer situation?
I am confident it would not happen priced over $400K, but between $389 and $399, it is a strong possibility. More of a possibility at $389, if that makes sense. But this is not just about setting the price. Everything about how I bring a home to market is laser focused on creating a multiple offer situation. I have a meticulous marketing system that I am excited to share with you.
Let's hear it.
Most agents follow the same routine: put a sign in the yard, list the property in the MLS, and wait for an offer. The problem? It's passive marketing that only targets 30% of buyers, those already working with an agent. The other 70% of buyers are earlier in the process, don't have an agent yet, and are searching online. This group represents a huge opportunity, but most agents miss them entirely. Here's why the heaviest traffic on Realtor.com, Zillow, and Homes.com happens late at night, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday from 8 p.m. to 3 a.m. These buyers are browsing after the kids are in bed and their chores are done. They see listings they like but aren't ready to call an agent yet. What they will do is show up to an open house if they know about it. The problem is, most agents don't start advertising open houses until Friday morning, and the marketing ends on Sunday night. But the online portals report that unrepresented buyers are looking Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday night. But agents are advertising the open house on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, which are the lowest search times. So most agents' marketing completely misses the 70% of buyers searching earlier in the week. So the open house appears on Friday morning and disappears Sunday afternoon after the open house has ended. So the 70% never knew there was an open house. Had they known, there is a good chance they would have attended. That's where my approach is different. First, I list your home in 2 MLS systems. On Monday, I put it in an MLS that syndicates to Zillow, Realtor.com, and other sites, giving the 70% plenty of time to discover it. Showings are blocked until Friday, and we advertise the open house all week, building momentum. Then, on Friday at 2 p.m., I list it in the local MLS like all the other agents, which reaches the 30% of buyers already working with agents. This strategy combines both groups, the 2/3 of buyers most agents are missing, and the third that is already working with an agent. This creates maximum exposure and the perfect setup for multiple offers. Think about it. Advertising your open house for 5 days makes all the difference. It's like planning a party. You wouldn't give guests 1 day's notice, right? But we don't stop there. We also run Facebook ads to boost visibility, to grab the people who may not even be looking on Zillow.com and Realtor.com, to make sure we saturate the market with advertising for our listings. This strategy is a game changer. It gets your property in front of an audience that nobody else will. That's how we consistently achieve outstanding results.
Well, I like what I am hearing. This is exactly what I am looking for.
A home that is properly prepared for market and properly advertised has the highest propensity to go into multiple offers. I help my clients properly prepare their home for market. I pay for the best photos and video and marketing that money can buy. We help our sellers price the property correctly. We saturate the market with advertising about the listing, and we throw the biggest, well-thought-out open house event possible. This process ensures our seller's property is sold for the highest price without question.
What do you recommend that I do to the property to prepare it for market?
I will help you with creating a list. We will need a bit of landscaping and decluttering. I have a very good landscaper that can do amazing things at the lowest price possible. My landscaper can assist with many of the following: power washing the driveway, remove the screens from the windows which lets in more natural light, wash the windows inside and out, and by removing the screens, it makes the glass sparkle in the photos and video, adding to the curb appeal, raise the canopy of the tree out front to ensure we can get some good images from the street, remove the no soliciting sign in the walkway, get a fresh new welcome mat, mulch the flower beds and add some flowers for color, mow and edge the lawn, and I'm going to recommend a fresh coat of paint on the front door. All of that should be less than $2,000. I have a really good stager that will help make the home buyer-friendly. When you bought the property, your job was to take a house and turn it into a home. The stager's job is to take a home and turn it back into a house. Making it buyer-friendly, how we live in a home, is not how we sell one. The stager will recommend removing all the family photos, overly personalized things, and do what the model homes do: remove as much furniture as possible to make the rooms feel larger. They will recommend which items to box up to get it out of the way. My clients absolutely love my stager, and that is something I pay for. My clients like her so much, in fact, they often will hire her to help them move into their next home after selling.
Wow, okay. So we spruce up the front, declutter the inside. What else?
Backyard is a really big deal. Have the backyard mowed right before we get photos taken. That is it.
So that would all take a couple weeks.
Actually, I could have them here this weekend, and it could all be done in 2 days. I know it sounds like a lot, but really it all comes together really quickly.
Okay, what else do you recommend?
Let's get the paperwork signed and get the appointment with the stager, landscaper, and photographer booked. Remember, I need to list in the MLS on a Monday morning so that I can begin the Coming Soon campaign. So, whichever week we go live, I will need the photos that weekend before Monday.
Okay, let's get this paperwork signed so we can get this going this week. I am excited to be listing with you.
I'm going to take this video and I'm going to put it back out to you guys via the homework email that I send out after class. What do you think of that listing dialogue?
Very
Renee.
informational. It's very articulate. It makes a point without, overwhelming, and I can see why you got hired with that articulate dialogue.
Laser focused, and that's what got the job done because you had it like everything was so streamlined in the conversation, hitting every bullet point as you went.
And I actually have a sheet with my bullet points and I go down the line, and this is the conversation that I have every single time. I meet them at the front door. Beautiful home. Would you like to give me the tour? They show me the home. We sit down at the kitchen table. I take them through the comps. I explain the sold, the pending, the active, how that's going to affect them in their sale. Then we have a conversation about the marketing plan. Then we have a conversation about what we need to do to prepare the home for market, and then what I pay for in terms of stager. And I don't pay for staging. I pay for a stager and the photos and the marketing, the best money marketing can buy, and then the time frame and what is their time frame, and put it all together, and then get my listing agreement signed before I leave every single time. So this could be your listing appointment. This could be your listing presentation, and hopefully it will become your listing appointment and your listing presentation. And you review the video one more time, you get down the bullet points, and so that when you sit with the seller, you can take them down this journey, especially when you talk with them about the comps the way that I did. Anybody else have anything else before we are done for the day? We're 30 minutes over.
You led them throughout the process, so they were not having to wonder about your capability. You proved that by walking them through each step of what was coming next, even before they had a chance to wonder.
Yeah, we have to lead them. That's our job, is to lead them through the entire transaction and always give them information before they even know to ask. And from the very first moment, we're going to lead them all the way through it. But the thing is that if you can get them excited about your marketing plan and explain how you're going to expose your property to more buyers and what you're going to do to sell the home, instead of, I didn't talk about flyer boxes, I didn't talk about all that stuff because it's unnecessary. The bulk of it was, here's what the comps, let's talk about the comps, and then here's the marketing plan. This is what I'm going to do to sell your home. That's what they really brought you there to talk about. Somebody else comes in after me, there's just no way that they're going to get hired because they don't have a listing presentation. They don't have a process. They don't talk about what they're going to do to sell the home, and I obliterate them every single time. Right now, I have a 100% success rate. Every single listing appointment I go on, I get 100% of the time. And Lior, I know you were saying that you wanted a good listing presentation. This is it, my friend.
I appreciate it. I'll learn it. I got a different one that's not working for me, so.
This one, I mean, that's the thing, is that a lot of agents, they're not getting any listing appointments. And so you have something really unique going on. You have listing appointments. We need to take this listing presentation and make it be the bulk of your conversation. And now you're going to get the best of both worlds. Lots of listing appointments and lots of listing agreements.
I just checked. I had 33 listing appointments and only one listing in the last, since I started.
We're going to change that. But I really need you to focus on this because this is what's going to do it for you. I guarantee it. All right, so we're going to officially call class dismissed, but I'm going to stay around probably for the next 30 minutes because I know there's going to be a lot of questions and a lot of comments. So you are free to stick around. I promised Leor and a couple of others that I would have conversations with them about right pricing, about what happens when you have a unique property. So thank you, everyone. I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow in Mega Mini. Lisa's going to be talking with you guys more about the scripts for the IABS and the buyer rep agreement. And so hopefully we see you tomorrow morning in the morning huddle. And then and then after that we have our monthly sales meeting. So we need you to be present for that. And then right after will be Mega Mini.